Chapter 24:16. It was the first time that such an earth-shattering and world-shaking battle had taken place since ancient times. All the top experts in the world had gathered here and started fighting. In such a short time, the humans in the massacred dragon city could no longer see what was happening outside. Those divine dragons, demonic beasts, sea tribes, and sorcerers flew across the sky and the earth. The deafening sounds of the battle lingered in the ears. The entire world was even exploding. The earth was completely destroyed, the sky was completely torn apart, and the space was shattered. The world that everyone could see was nothing more than the overwhelming smoke and dust caused by the cracking of the earth and the sky that was cracked into a boundless network. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The massacred dragon city was originally fixed on the Blood Sea. However, it had been shifted to some unknown place after being hit previously. Judging from the direction, it should be in the northern starry sky. Now, everyone on the massacred dragon city seemed to be on a boat, traveling with the massacred dragon city. The entire world had become a sea in the midst of a storm. Boom, boom, boom. The surroundings were shaking intensely. If it wasn't for everyone holding hands and standing on top of the slaughtered dragon city, they would have been swaying from side to side. Long Chen was still in the Heavenly Massacre map. He knew that there would be some people who had escaped to the Heavenly Massacre map. According to the plan of the 15 Dragon Emperors, Long Chen could support the Heavenly Massacre map with everyone else at the beginning. However, if there were too many enemies and the Heavenly Massacre map couldn't hold them off, then everyone would give the Heavenly Massacre map to Long Chen. This would allow Long Chen's strength to increase greatly and cause chaos outside the Heavenly Massacre map. In addition, he had the 3 lives love thread. Once he was injured, he could escape back into the Heavenly Massacre map. Therefore, he was actually not very dangerous. Long Chen was very capable. Beside him was Kitten, who was still fooling around in the face of this great disaster, and Lingxi, who was holding his hand and looking a little nervous. Below them were millions and millions of their compatriots who stood together with them. Through the thick dust on the ground, Long Chen could see the progress of the battle. Yang Yu had transformed into a supreme divine dragon, and at the same time, she was controlling the deity sword, the Milky Way. She was temporarily in a deadlock with the strongest group of experts on the other side. Under the siege of the opponents, it was very difficult for her to truly defeat them. She needed time and a stronger willpower. Meanwhile, the other dragon emperors, including the Sea God Emperor, were fighting fiercely with their opponents. The 9 phoenixes, the Heavenly Hound, the Woeful Beast, the Primordial Thunder Beast, the Demonic Wind Beast, the Luwu Beast, the Eternal Life Godly Beast and the Warlocks. However, the slaughtered dragon city was quite a distance away from them. Although the slaughter sky map still supported them to a certain extent, the improvement was not obvious because they were too scattered. At this juncture, 3 opponents broke through the encirclement of the dragon emperors and rushed towards the slaughtered dragon city. Long Chen's responsibility was not only to protect the Heavenly Massacre map. He also had to be a good leader and unite everyone. The enemies are coming. Everyone, get ready. Even the Sea God Emperor could not break through the Heavenly Massacre map. We are the elites of the human race. There are more than 20 seniors who have passed the 9 Palace Tribulation. These 3 are only at the advanced stage of the 9 Palace Tribulation. It's impossible for them to break through the Heavenly Massacre map. Brothers and sisters, let's show them that the human race is not as weak as they think. Even though all the dragon emperors had gone out to fight, with Long Chen here, they still had a pillar of support, confidence, and courage. With all of these, they would have strength. Fight. What they needed to do was to use their strongest willpower to release their strength and accept the challenge from the enemies. The ones who came to attack were the Heavenly Hound of the demon race, the Tyrant God Emperor of the sea race, and a giant beast from the demon race. Long Chen did not know who it was, but as a great demon lord, it was definitely similar to the others. Ba Shenhuang was a deep-sea giant turtle with the most terrifying power. It was a heavyweight opponent. Its huge body was a huge challenge for the Heavenly Massacre map. A nine-palace tribulation warrior next to him said that the last demon was called Evil Spirit Beast. It was an expert on the spiritual level and was proficient in primordial spirit attacks. It was the most frightening demon in the entire demon race. It could even control millions of demons, which was very similar to the primeval troll. But even so, the evil spirit beast was still controlled by the primeval troll. 3 experts attacked. Ba Shenhuang was a deep-sea giant turtle, but he was not slow at all. In fact, he was terrifyingly fast. He spun in the starry sky, and the turtle shell, which was so hard that most Tao treasures could not break, spun and formed countless balls that were more terrifying than meteorites. They rushed towards the Massacre Dragon City. The Massacre Dragon City could only resist. They could not dodge. After all, the Massacre Dragon City was just a city. Long Chen could only watch helplessly as the other party smashed towards him. To be honest, if he went out to resist, he would definitely be crushed by the other party. Therefore, he chose to release all his power together with everyone else in order to maintain the Heavenly Massacre diagram. At this time, everyone used their power at the same time under his command. The moment the Ba Shenhuang rushed over, the Heavenly Massacre map was activated to an unprecedented state. Boom! There was an earth-shattering sound. The entire Massacre Dragon City was like a ball that was sent flying. It kept rolling and finally smashed into the ground. Under this impact, the people of the Massacre Dragon City swayed left and right. Almost everyone fell to the ground. Fortunately, no one was injured. Soon, everyone stood up. The Heavenly Massacre map was also fine. Although they had suffered a relatively heavy impact, they had to admit that they had successfully blocked it. Even the direct impact of a peak expert was not that terrifying. Stand up. They can't break us. Long Chen's voice had the magic of a king. Although they had fallen, they stood up one after another. At this time, the deep-sea giant turtle appeared in front of everyone. On the left, there was a heavenly hound that lived in the shadows. On the right, there was a strange black demonic beast that was shrouded in black mist. From its vague appearance, it looked like a bat. This was the evil spiritual beast. As expected, even its appearance was slightly similar to the primeval troll that Long Chen had seen before. The evil spiritual beast's cry was very terrifying. It could affect people's minds. Hearing the introduction of the old man, Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. The Heavenly Massacre map could not completely block the sound. Therefore, if the evil spiritual beast attacked, some people might not be able to withstand it. It's really interesting. Do you really think I can't break it? The second Ocean King, Ba Shenhuang's thunderous laughter had been weakened by the Heavenly Massacre map by about 90%. Come at me together. The great demon lord Heavenly Hound snorted. Sure. Ba Shenhuang answered directly. Then, together with the Heavenly Hound, they attacked directly. Deep Sea Death Ray. Ba Shenhuang's eyes were sharp. He opened his mouth slightly as if he was holding a gem in his mouth. A dazzling black light burst out. The black light was like a sharp blade that burst out in an instant. It formed countless light thorns that covered the sky and earth, shooting towards the Slaughter Dragon City like arrows. On the other side, the black shadow of the Heavenly Hound was also moving. He swept past the periphery of the Slaughter Dragon City and moved rapidly. For a moment, his shadow covered the sky and earth. This was a creature that looked like a wolf and a dog. Its mouth was scarlet. In its eyes, the Slaughter Dragon City was like a moon. The reason why it was called the Heavenly Hound was because of its powerful devouring ability. Buzz. Boundless black mist was spat out from its mouth. Everywhere it went, whether it was the mountains, the trees, the sun, the moon, or the rivers, they all melted into black powder that scattered in the air. A gust of wind swept the powder into its mouth. The black mist and the deep-sea death ray of Ba Shenhuang brought unprecedented danger to everyone from two directions. Long Chen, hang in there. We're thinking of a way. At this time, Yang Yu and the others had pinned all their hopes on Long Chen. He had to take on this important task. This was his destiny, his mission. There was no need for Long Chen to speak. Just by looking at his eyes, everyone knew what they had to do. They had to defend the city and create opportunities for the Dragon Emperor's team, leaving them at their wits' end. The Slaughter Dragon City, which had gathered all the elites of the human clan, was not a place that could be easily breached. We've talked so much about dying before, but now everyone understands that we won't die. What we want is a complete victory. The two peak experts' attacks were vented on the Slaughter Sky map when Long Chen and the others were at their peak. At that moment, everyone's eyes widened. They saw that the heavenly slaughter diagram had already been engulfed by the other party's power. They saw that everyone was surrounded, but they didn't feel dispirited. Because, although there was pressure, at least they sensed that when everyone faced it with unimaginable passion and hot-bloodedness, the two opponents still couldn't break through the heavenly slaughter diagram. Boom! Boom! The light and the mist should have been able to kill 99% of the people here, but now it was blocked by the Slaughter Sky map. Although it was a great shock to everyone, it did not hurt them at all. This gave everyone great courage. The courage to win. It turned out that it was not as one-sided as everyone had imagined. They had succeeded. Although it was just the beginning, it was a beginning that gave them infinite hope and courage. Next, they continued to fight. Under the attack of the two peak experts, the Slaughter Dragon City was swaying left and right, but it was never breached. Let me do it. At this time, the evil spirit beast at the side finally said in a faint voice. Sina has released a very fun software called Micron. Madman has established a Dragon Blood God of War alliance in Micron. The alliance is a group, similar to a group chat on QQ, but there is no limit on the number of people. The chat room can have tens of thousands of people. At the same time, you can post updates for other dragon friends to see. I'm also here. If you are interested, hurry up and download Micron. Then click on the group to search for Dragon Blood God of War and join the alliance. Chapter 24:17. If it was just Emperor Ba Shen and Tengu attacking, Long Chen estimated that with so many experts and elites present, even if they went all out and unleashed their ultimate divine abilities, they might not be able to break through the Slaughter Dragon City within a day. The Slaughter Sky map was their main target. As long as the Slaughter Sky map was not broken, no matter how the battle outside was, the human clan would not lose, nor would they suffer any losses. After all, in this kind of one-on-one situation, the experts of the three clans could not do anything to the 15 Dragon Emperors. Although Yang Yu did not win, it would be quite difficult for these people to hurt her. Therefore, the turning point of the battle would always be on the side of the Slaughter Dragon City led by Long Chen. If it was only Ba Shenhuang and Tiango, there would naturally be no problem. However, after listening to the introductions of the surrounding elders, Long Chen understood that there was definitely a reason why Yi Shui had arranged for this evil spirit beast to be here. It was different from Ba Shen Emperor and Tian Go, and its attacks were similarly mysterious and unpredictable. Within the black mist, the appearance of the evil spirit beast gradually appeared. It turned out to be a purple bat with two heads. From its appearance, it could be seen that the two heads were not of the same size. Instead, one was larger than the other, and one was smaller than the other. Slaughter Sky map, hee, it can stop everyone, but it can't stop us. Don't you think so, my dear? A woman's voice came from the bigger head below, which was giggling. The voice penetrated the Slaughter Sky map and spread into the Slaughter Dragon City. Although it was a lot weaker, the disgusting voice still made everyone feel a little uncomfortable. Yes, to us, the Slaughter Sky map is nothing. We originally gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it, and even made this kind of useless resistance. Therefore, at this time, we have no choice but to follow the order and give you so many people. Death. This was the head on the top, which was smaller, but had exceptionally sharp eyes. Although it was only one body, it had 2 minds and 2 primordial spirits. This was one of the top bloodlines of the demon clan, the evil spirit beast. To most demon beasts, they were nightmares. In reality, this body was controlled by the magnetic head below. It possessed tyrannical physical attacks, and was not much weaker than great demon lords like the Tengu. As for the male head above, it was more proficient in primeval troll techniques, such as manipulation, sound, primordial spirit attacks, and so on. They were specially sent by Yi Shui to attack the Massacre Heavenly Diagram, which was the key to this battle. Currently, the 15 Dragon Emperor and the others were all in an emergency battle. They wanted to finish off the other party and come back to help. In reality, everyone knew a thing or two about the evil spirit beast. It was only at this time, when the purple-headed bat appeared in front of everyone, that everyone had a bad feeling in their hearts. Oh no! When he saw the change in the male evil spirit beast's eyes, he knew that he had come prepared and was specially here to destroy the heavenly slaughter diagram. Since they had such a plan, there was definitely a high possibility of success. Moreover, at this moment, the Heavenly Hound and the Tyrant God Emperor both had expectant expressions on their faces. It was obvious that they were waiting for the evil spirit beast to attack before launching another attack. They were ready. Long Chen was still in the heavenly slaughter diagram and could not resist for a short period of time. Everyone, defend. At this moment, the evil spirit beast charged forward. The female evil spirit beast controlled a pair of blade-like wings. The edges of the wings burst with purple sword light, and they slashed toward the heavenly slaughter diagram. At the same time, the male evil spirit beast took a deep breath. His eyes were playful. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar. This was an extremely sharp roar. It was so sharp that it seemed to have become a blade, piercing through everything. It even spread throughout the entire dragon god domain. The other 4 dragon cities could basically hear this terrifying roar. Slaughter Dragon City, which was under the evil spirit beast's attack, suffered the greatest impact. Although they did their best to block more than 90% of the sound with the heavenly slaughter diagram, the remaining 10% of the sound penetrated. For most of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artists, this was simply a disaster. Puff! Countless people directly vomited blood and fell to the ground. Although there were no deaths or injuries, they suffered some injuries. Almost half of the entire Slaughter Dragon City collapsed. The remaining half, under the piercing sound, also felt quite uncomfortable. They could not use their power to transmit their power to the heavenly slaughter diagram at all. It was precisely because of the existence of the evil spirit beast that the great demon lord alone brought heavy damage to the entire Slaughter Dragon City. This was not just a problem of injuries, but a serious blow to their confidence. Under the destructive sound attack of the male evil spirit beast and the attack of the female evil spirit beast's wings, the heavenly slaughter diagram was almost torn apart this time. The entire heavenly slaughter diagram was almost completely destroyed. This was a terrifying reversal. Almost all the humans were stunned. The 15 dragon emperors had never thought that this evil spirit beast, which had always been low-key, would actually have such special power. This was the strongest line of defense. If everyone could not stand up, then the entire line of defense would collapse. At this moment, the evil spirit beast was already preparing for the next attack. Tyrant God Emperor and Heavenly Hound were also preparing to continue attacking. If there were no other changes, the Slaughter Dragon City would be broken, and countless humans would die. Today's battle was almost about to end. Long Chen swept a glance over, and many people lost their confidence. At this critical moment, he did his best to use his fire of life to sweep the entire city and help as many people as he could. Everyone felt that their injuries were healing very quickly. This was the magical effect of the fire of life. Under the descent of the fire of life, everyone could see Long Chen more clearly. What they saw was that Long Chen was now looking at the sky. His scorching eyes were looking at the evil spirit beast. Such passion, such hatred, such ruthlessness. This was the anger that he had hidden for a long time, and today it exploded. From the moment he returned from the Sea God region, his heart was full of depression. He saw the sky covered with corpses and a sea of blood. He saw his home being destroyed, and he saw everyone leaving their homes to come to this place. What he wanted was nothing more than world peace. However, the primeval troll changed everything. He brought chaos to the world. Wasn't the evil spirit beast in front of them a part of the primeval troll? In fact, all of their opponents were part of the primeval troll, and they were now just puppets. They brought despair to the human race time and time again. Long Chen did not dare to say how deeply he loved this race. He only knew that when they encountered a disaster, any expert had to stand up and bear this responsibility. This was also his father's expectation of him. Therefore, everyone saw the look in his eyes that was unafraid of death. Then, everyone saw that he held the hand of the woman beside him without hesitation. Without the slightest hesitation, he rushed out of the slaughter heavenly diagram when the opponent was preparing to continue attacking. His target was the terrifying evil spirit beast. Stand up. I'll block it. After the flame of life swept over, Long Chen's voice reverberated in everyone's ears. It was unimaginable how powerful this voice was. Even though they knew that the most precious thing about Long Chen now was not his combat power but his future potential, they still trusted him completely and placed all their hopes on him. That's right. As long as Long Chen could block the evil spirit beast, now that they had more or less recovered, Ba Shenhuang and the Heavenly Hound could do nothing to the slaughter heavenly diagram. Stand up. Stand up. Fight. Fight. In an instant, everyone seemed to have awakened. They roared crazily and channeled all their power into the heavenly massacre diagram. The dim heavenly massacre diagram lit up once again with the support of their frenzied efforts. After that, everyone shed tears, their hearts filled with hot blood as they watched that man fight. It was just like last time, he fought against the Sea God Emperor without any hesitation, and in exchange, he was almost killed. He was brave, but could he really stop the evil spirit beast? The previous crisis of the slaughter heavenly diagram had frightened all the human powerhouses who were fighting. Fortunately, at this time, Long Chen had still resolutely decided to leave the protection of the slaughter heavenly diagram and contribute all his life and blood to block the evil spirit beast's path. The most precious thing was that Lingxi had actually come out with him. They held hands, a pair of lovers, brave and fearless. That scene inspired who knew how many people, and it was deeply imprinted in many people's minds. They didn't know whether Long Chen could survive. They only knew that if the slaughter heavenly diagram was still broken while Long Chen was blocking the evil spirit beast, they would have let Long Chen down. So it's you, little thing, the female evil spirit beast couldn't help but laugh. How interesting. You two want to deal with us? Since you two are a pair, I'll give you one last warning. Get out of the way, or you'll die. The tyrant god emperor and the heavenly hound didn't think that Long Chen could block the evil spirit beast. They only cared about attacking the slaughter heavenly diagram. In any case, they thought that after suffering a heavy blow, these humans' abilities were more or less the same. However, what made them speechless was that these guys were actually very tough, so tough that it made them furious. Evil spirit beast, stop fooling around. Don't forget your mission. The heavenly hound turned around and roared. The evil spirit beast wasn't stronger than them. It just happened to restrain the slaughter heavenly diagram. Alright, I'll send them to the next world. The female evil spirit beast's huge body directly charged over, completely disregarding Long Chen. Little she. At this time, Long Chen had already connected with her through the 3 lifetimes love thread. From now on, they were one body. The connection between them was even closer than the male and female evil spirit beasts. Lingxi's eyes were also filled with hatred. The stars shifting technique. One more long-winded sentence. Sina has released a very fun software called Micron. Madman has established a dragon-blooded god of war alliance in Micron. If everyone is interested, hurry up and download Micron, then click on the group to search for Dragon-Blooded God of War and join this alliance. Everyone can chat and post together. It should be quite interesting, right? I'm the leader. If you perform well, I can also be set as an administrator. First come, first served. Hurry up, I hope there will be more beauties joining. Chapter 24:18. The Big Dipper technique performed by Long Chen, who was close to a peak expert, was certainly not simple at all. Moreover, the evil spirit beast had never taken Long Chen seriously. The only person who had suffered from the life and death calamity 3 times was Neptune Emperor, but he was sober now. When the evil spirit beast attacked, a circular formation appeared in front of them. They crashed into the vortex of the formation and disappeared in the blink of an eye. For a moment, everyone was incomparably shocked. Unexpectedly, before the battle started, Lingxi directly got rid of the evil spirit beast. Although it was certainly not very far, at least the evil spirit beast could not threaten the massacre dragon city for the time being. A roar came from afar. Obviously, the evil spirit beast was returning angrily. The people of the massacre dragon city cheered, and they had a greater fighting spirit. This was a cheer for Long Chen and Neptune Emperor. In a sense, at least this time, they had saved the entire human tribe. Without them, the massacre dragon elder brother Chen would have been defeated by now, and everyone would have died. Massacre Dragon Emperor, Massacre Dragon Emperor. The entire Slaughter Dragon City was cheering for Long Chen. As they cheered, they contributed their power. No one wanted to rest. They were using their greatest power to resist the tyrant god sovereign and the heavenly hound. Of course, the evil spirit beast would return. Therefore, the situation was still critical. At this time, Long Chen once again made a bold and crazy decision. In fact, at this time, the power of the entire massacre sky map had been instilled into him. It was the gathering of everyone's strength. Long Chen found that he had received an unprecedented increase. His strength was now infinitely close to the level of the Dragon Emperor. Especially with Lingxi's care and help, it was even more majestic. At this moment, he was the strongest he had ever been in his life. Now, each Dragon Emperor was only dealing with one opponent. They did not need the power of the Massacre Sky Map. It was Long Chen who needed the Massacre Sky Map. Under the instilling of this kind of power, together with Lingxi, they had truly reached a level where they could resist a peak expert. Of course, there was also the elusive kitten who had already come out. Long Chen and Lingxi didn't say anything else. With the heavenly slaughter diagram providing them with the most powerful supply, they had endless power and weren't afraid of exhaustion at all. In the distance, the male and female evil spirit beasts were already charging toward them in rage. Long Chen had reached the limit where the heavenly massacre diagram could provide him with the greatest amount of power. He was waiting for the evil spirit beast to arrive. Now, he was holding Lingxi's hand in one hand and the violent god-slaying sword in the other. Similarly, Lingxi also wielded the butterfly illusory sword. They looked at each other and saw the determination and willpower in each other's eyes. That kind of deep emotion was boiling hot at this moment. Kill! Long Chen almost roared. The evil spirit beast was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it traveled thousands of miles and returned in an instant. The 15 dragon emperors felt that Long Chen's power had skyrocketed under the effects of the heavenly massacre diagram and the 3 lives threads. They had new hope. It was very likely that Long Chen's actions would bring a new turning point to the entire human race. The outcome would depend on this battle between him and the evil spirit beast. Everyone was looking forward to it and waiting. In the endless sandstorm, the 2 young lives were shouldering an extremely important mission. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The evil spirit beast had been transported out. This was a humiliation, so they were especially furious. The moment they returned, they attacked together. The male evil spirit beast couldn't help but attack with sound. This was outside the heavenly massacre diagram. If they weren't capable enough, the 2 young people would very likely die in battle under the all-pervasive sound of the other party. However, Long Chen had unimaginable willpower. He was waiting until the other party opened its mouth and was about to make a sound. Then, he used the god-slaying sword's Eye of Hell. The Eye of Hell wasn't ordinary. The god-slaying sword was also mysterious. In the eyes of the evil spirit beast, the terrifying green eyes that appeared behind Long Chen were filled with deep fear. The male evil spirit beast was directly frightened and didn't even launch an attack. 3 life and death tribulations. The Eye of Hell. Next would be the 3 life and death tribulations. At least for now, this attack that he and Lingxi launched together was his most fatal attack. Previously, the Sea God Emperor had been injured by this attack, let alone Long Chen, who had the support of the heavenly massacre diagram. The 3 lives threads, the twin swords amalgamation. Only when one's love and emotions were deep enough could he launch the most perfect attack. As the sword stabbed out, the 2 swords intertwined and layers of sword shadows appeared. It seemed slow but couldn't be resisted at all. Under the influence of the Eye of Hell, the evil spirit beast didn't even have time to dodge and was directly hit by Long Chen. Next, they let out cries of pain, not cries of attack. What Long Chen could confirm was that the 3 lifetimes death calamity minced their internal organs, pierced through their spines and bones, and even shook their primordial spirits, directly causing them serious injuries. This was the consequence of carelessness and not taking Long Chen seriously at all. A great demon lord was actually injured by Long Chen. This was simply a miracle. But this was indeed the truth, even if he couldn't imagine it. The first thing that the evil spirit beast thought of was to escape. It might have injured its spiritual world, causing the will of the primeval troll inside to be injured. It was very confused for a moment, so it actually flapped its huge wings and directly turned around to escape. Once it was too far away, Long Chen would lose the power of the heavenly massacre diagram. Moreover, there was a certain element of luck in defeating the evil spirit beast, so he absolutely couldn't give chase at this time. Every 3 lifetimes death calamity could almost suck them dry. Luckily, the 3 lifetimes death calamity recovered very quickly, and with the heavenly massacre diagram, after stabilizing for a while, the 2 of them regained their battle strength. Luckily, after using the 3 lifetimes death calamity, Ba Shenhuang and the heavenly hound didn't attack him. Otherwise, he would have been killed by them. The evil spirit beast escaped. At least from now on, until the evil spirit beast recovered and returned, there was almost no pressure on the heavenly massacre diagram. Long Chen quickly returned to the heavenly massacre diagram. When he returned, he received the cheers of the entire human race. It was hard to imagine that he had actually accomplished such a thing. This was a grand miracle. This was also the birth of a hero. From that moment on, many of the elders began to blindly worship this young man. In fact, even Long Qinglan back then, apart from intimidating the other races, he had never turned the tide and pulled the entire human race out of the gates of hell. They truly regarded Long Chen as their faith and the absolute leader. Once the evil spirit beast left, everyone had a rare moment of relaxation. In the beginning, everyone was very afraid of all the peak powerhouses, worried that they would break the heavenly massacre diagram. But now, Ba Shenhuang and the heavenly hounds' repeated attacks caused a very violent tremor, but everyone was confident that they could hold them off for at least a day. Moreover, with Long Chen around, what was there to be afraid of? In fact, the Dragon Emperor and the others were also very relaxed. In a one-on-one battle, they were of equal strength and understood each other. It was very difficult to produce a true victor. Even if they were injured, it was difficult to truly defeat them. Therefore, this battle was temporarily in a stalemate. However, as long as it wasn't over, no one would be relieved because of this. Now that the Heavenly Hound and Ba Shenhuang already knew Long Chen's means, it wouldn't be so easy to defeat them in the same way. Long Chen simply didn't go out and supported the heavenly massacre diagram with the others. With his participation, it was even more impossible for the other party to break through. Everyone, give up. It's already impossible for you to succeed. Among the Dragon Emperor, someone laughed coldly. It's still too early to make a conclusion. The evil spirit beast's injuries are too severe, and he will soon return. As long as he isn't careless, you humans won't have any chance. The three races still didn't compromise at all. They were even willing to stay in a stalemate and wait for the evil spirit beast's return. Among the Dragon Emperors, the Eternal Dragon Emperor became fiercer as he fought. After all, he was the first Dragon Emperor and had stronger abilities. Long Chen also made him very proud. Then let's wait and see, pitiful people controlled by the primeval troll. One day, Long Chen will awaken you one by one. At that time, this old man wants to see what kind of expression you'll have. He was very proud. After all, the two great monsters of the human race, Long Qinglan and Long Chen, were both his descendants. Of course, this was also a kind of pride. Because of Long Chen's outstanding performance, the pressure on the Dragon Emperor's side was immediately reduced a lot. The Eternal Dragon Emperor's opponent was Lu Wu, who was extremely good at close combat. Beside him, the Sea God Emperor and the 9 Phoenixes were engaged in a fierce battle. The Sea God Emperor was the first Sea Emperor of the Sea race. His cultivation was also very strong, but he wasn't in the best environment, so he couldn't crush the 9 Phoenixes. While fighting, the Sea God Emperor kept watching the movements of the Slaughter Dragon City. So young, but really heaven-defying. Unfortunately, all of you underestimate me, Silver Moon Fang. That's right, I have indeed awakened. Moreover, I am very clear-headed. Therefore, I know even better what I should do. He laughed sinisterly as he fought and conversed with his opponent at the same time. I will use my own actions to gain your trust. My respected primeval troll, what should I call you? He couldn't help but laugh grimly. No one can stop them from coming out, so why bother to resist needlessly? I am sober, and I am also the first to surrender. So, they must need a subordinate. From the moment he woke up until now, he had been thinking non-stop. He saw that the human race refused to hand over the 5 Dragon Balls, and he deeply knew the terror of the primeval troll. They were real gods, and not a few people could be subdued. What a terrifying existence they were. Unexpectedly, someone would think of fighting them. If it was the Sea race, the Sea God Emperor would definitely offer the 5 Dragon Balls with both hands. So, he stared at the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Chapter 24:19. The Eternal Dragon Emperor was not Yang Yu. Yang Yu could face the attacks of 6 pinnacle experts and remain undefeated, but he could not even fight 3 experts of the same level. When Long Chen returned to the heavenly diagram of massacre, the heavenly diagram of massacre only provided a small portion of the Eternal Dragon Emperor's power. Previously, the cruel Blood Dragon Emperor and the others had occupied 1/3 of the heavenly diagram of massacre's power, but they still found it difficult to fight against 2 opponents, let alone 3 now. This was actually only one of the small factors. The biggest factor was that no one could have imagined that such a change would occur. This was beyond everyone's expectations. The Eternal Dragon Emperor naturally did not know that Neptune Emperor, who was focused on dealing with the enemy, would go behind him and attack him. This was simply a sneak attack. A fatal sneak attack. In addition, the 9 phoenixes, who were originally restrained by Neptune Emperor, were actually prepared. The moment they seized the opportunity, they also attacked the Eternal Dragon Emperor, who was surrounded. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. In fact, Long Chen did not even notice the commotion here. He only looked over when he heard some exclamations. He happened to see the Sea God Emperor suddenly change sides and launch a sneak attack on the Eternal Dragon Emperor. It was so sudden that the Eternal Dragon Emperor was still fighting with Luwu Beast. Even Luwu Beast itself did not know that such a change would occur, but it was very good at seizing opportunities. Azure Ray. Neptune Emperor just happened to be behind the Eternal Dragon Emperor. The Azure Ray suddenly attacked, and the Eternal Dragon Emperor was still entangled by Luwu Beast. For a moment, he could not resist at all, nor could he dodge. It could be said that no one except Yang Yu could dodge the attack of 3 pinnacle experts in this situation. The Eternal Dragon Emperor was no exception. He was directly hit by Neptune Emperor's Azure Ray. Although this was not a fatal attack, it could directly turn a small part of the Eternal Dragon Emperor's body into ice and bind it, creating an opportunity for the other 2. The change happened in the blink of an eye. The 9 Phoenix and the Sea God Emperor had discussed it, so they were even more prepared. When the Azure Light Beam landed on the Eternal Dragon Emperor's dragon body, her attack also landed. 9 Supreme Heavenly Flames. In her body, there were a total of 9 kinds of beast flames inherited from immemorial divine beasts. In order to cultivate these 9 kinds of flames, 9 Phoenix, like the sun-devouring demon wolf, devoured countless flames throughout her life to feed the 9 extreme sky flames. At 9 Phoenix's level, the 9 extreme sky flames had reached a level where it could destroy the world. The Eternal Dragon Emperor was frozen by the sudden and unexpected azure light. How could he resist? The 9 extreme sky flames pierced into his body like a sharp sword, instantly splitting into 9 types and rushing towards every part of his body, covering all his flesh, blood, bones, veins, and the Eternal Dragon Emperor's world tree in her scorching 9 extreme sky flames. It was so tragic. In the end, the Luwu Beast delivered the final blow. In truth, the dual attack of the Azure Light Beam and the 9 extreme sky flames had been perfectly coordinated. Hitting the Eternal Dragon Emperor from all sides, the Dragon Emperor was almost completely crippled, especially by the 9 extreme sky flames that had pierced into his body. Roar! Long Chen saw the old dragon howl in pain with his own eyes. Then the Luwu Beast's long claws pierced through the Eternal Dragon Emperor's head, tearing it apart. His Yuan spirit was destroyed. The Eternal Dragon Emperor was dead. Everyone watching felt as if their heads had been smashed by a sledgehammer. Long Chen's head felt like it was splitting, and his eyes turned completely red. From start to finish, no one had died. He had never imagined that an expert on the same level as the Dragon Emperor would be killed in an instant. He had died outside of everyone's expectations. Furthermore, this person was very important to Long Qinglan. He could be considered Long Chen's grandfather and was his family. How did it feel to have his kin killed on the spot, and he had witnessed it all? Long Chen could not think about it. He only knew that his head was filled with blood, and his body was no longer under his control. He trembled with anger and hatred. In his eyes, the Eternal Dragon Emperor's body had been reduced to dust. He saw Poseidon Emperor hovering in the air, not laughing, but smiling wickedly, revealing his sharp teeth. That was the smile that Long Chen hated the most. He had clearly woken up. Why had he suddenly attacked the Eternal Dragon Emperor? Was he being controlled again? Everyone was dumbfounded. Even the other dragon emperors could not react. The one who had attacked and killed the Eternal Dragon Emperor was Poseidon Emperor. How was this possible? Hadn't Long Chen already woken him up? Only Long Chen knew what was going on. The Sea God Emperor's eyes were extremely clear. At this moment, he had no intention of returning to the control of the primordial demon. Everything he had done was from the bottom of his heart. He had made this decision and was very clear-headed. He had killed the Eternal Dragon Emperor with absolute clarity. Of course, the Eternal Dragon Emperor would come back to life. However, this meant that the other party had suddenly gained 2 more powerhouses. Long Chen had finally defeated the evil spirit beast with great difficulty. Even if the Eternal Dragon Emperor came back to life, the 3 of them could attack together again, and then they could really kill the Eternal Dragon Emperor. He actually did such a thing. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. He had witnessed the Eternal Dragon Emperor's death, which directly created a terrible hatred in him. Even before the Eternal Dragon Emperor died, he did not know what had happened. Long Chen did not care about anything else. He directly flashed past the 2 peak experts who were still attacking the Slaughter Dragon City, and came to Poseidon Emperor. Protect yourself. This was the last thing he said to everyone. Yes. Everyone was 100% obedient to his words. With such a change, at this time, only Long Chen could come up and solve this deadlock. Of course, Lingxi was also by his side. Although Kitten appeared and disappeared mysteriously, he was also there. Surrounded by Poseidon Emperor, Luwu Beast, and 9 Phoenix, the Eternal Dragon Emperor came back to life. He had completely recovered and used his second life. But the problem was that even if he was not ambushed this time, now that he was surrounded, it was very likely that he would be killed again in a short time. But he did not understand. The feeling of death just now was still vivid in his mind. It was so terrifying. Poseidon Emperor, Inuea, what are you doing? He saw that Poseidon Emperor was awake, and an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I am doing things for my future master. Yes, he is primeval troll. Even if he does not control me now, I feel that I should stand on his side. Poseidon Emperor chuckled. This strange idea of his angered everyone, especially the Rock Shaman and Iron Shaman. Back then, it was Poseidon Emperor who had persuaded them to fight together. They did not expect this guy to choose to betray them at this time. Who would have thought that Poseidon Emperor would have such a terrifying idea? At this time, the Rock Shaman and Iron Shaman were fighting with their brothers and sisters. Seeing that victory was in sight, they did not have the slightest intention of betraying Poseidon Emperor. What did you say? The Eternal Dragon Emperor was stunned. Do you still not understand? Don't you get it? You laughable fools. Don't you know how strong a primeval ogre devil is? With a single roar, he can control 30 experts of our level, and cause chaos in the Eternal God domain. You humans are the victims. Although your counterattack has been very successful, at least so far. Ha ha ha. Can humans fight gods? So what if you win this time? As long as the primeval ogre devil exists, you'll be killed eventually. If he really goes crazy, the human race will be wiped out. You really are fools. If I had the 5 dragon pearls, I'd send them to the Devil Star right now. At this point, he laughed cruelly and looked at the Eternal Dragon Emperor with disdain. However, the result is more or less the same. I withdrew from your stupid team at the right time and also made a great contribution. That evil spirit beast did not live up to expectations, so it's up to me to turn the situation around. You humans are really a hindrance, dying twice. But this time, eternal ghost, you will really die. As for me, even if I am enslaved by primeval troll, even if the entire eternal sacred realm becomes primeval troll's livestock farm, so what? They will definitely need a manager who will submit to them. Two beautiful ladies, am I right? Poseidon Emperor looked at Yi Shui and Meng Hen. That's right. You have indeed brought about a turning point. When my Devil's Star takes over the eternal sacred realm, you will definitely be rewarded. Yi Shui said with a smile. Look at how wise I am, and how foolish you are. Just obediently accept your death. Starting from you, Eternal Dragon Emperor, for every one of you who dies, my team will have one more person. It's 3 against 1 now, but when you die, it will be 4 against 1, and then 5 against 1. Eventually, all of you will die, won't you? Poseidon Emperor couldn't stop laughing. There was no one who didn't hate this traitor to the extreme. Under this kind of chaos, the other peak experts were only being controlled. Only Poseidon Emperor was a true traitor. He betrayed the entire eternal sacred realm. He made all the Dragon Emperor, the Rock Shaman, and the Iron Shaman tremble in anger. Perhaps in Poseidon Emperor's eyes, he made such a choice because of a powerless young man. That person was Long Chen. Are you done talking? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind him. Poseidon Emperor's huge body turned and looked back. That's right, it was Long Chen. He actually had the guts to come here. Chapter 24:20. A puppet that was controlled would not be too hateful, but a real traitor would make people really angry. Especially because of his betrayal, the human race had once again fallen into a stalemate. As long as the Eternal Dragon Emperor died again, it would be quite difficult to deal with them. Fortunately, at this time, Long Chen stood up and faced Neptune Emperor again. As long as he could share a little of the burden for the Eternal Dragon Emperor, the Eternal Dragon Emperor would not be killed, even though it would be very difficult for him to fight against Luwu Beast and the 9 Phoenix. At this time, all the power of the Slaughtering Sky map was instilled into Long Chen and the Eternal Dragon Emperor, besides resisting the attacks of the Tyrant God Emperor and the Heavenly Hound. The other Dragon Emperors were basically fighting normally. This was the power that the other Dragon Emperors had given up. With the support, whether it was Long Chen or the Eternal Dragon Emperor, the power in their bodies was more majestic. Of course, they were also more angry. For Long Chen, anger was also a kind of power. There was no one who did not hate this Neptune Emperor to the bone. Everything he said was so shameless. If you want to be loyal to the primeval troll, wait until you are in hell, then do it. Every word that Long Chen said hid great anger. This battle was already inevitable. He was not only bearing his own anger, but also the anger of more than half of the human race in the Slaughtering Dragon City. Now they were instilling all their power into him, hoping that he could kill this guy. Kill him. In the Slaughtering Dragon City, countless people were shouting for Long Chen. It was already a miracle that Long Chen could seriously injure the evil spirit beast before, but everyone believed that with the support of the Slaughtering Sky map, he could definitely do better. This was everyone's trust in him. At this time, the Eternal Dragon Emperor had accepted the power of the Heavenly Massacre diagram and was already fighting with Luwu and the 9 Phoenixes. Although it was difficult, it would not be easy for the other party to kill him without being ambushed. After all, the Eternal Dragon Emperor was not to be trifled with. The battle was getting more and more intense. In the beginning, everyone fought carefully, but after the Eternal Dragon Emperor died once, it ignited the flames of rage and madness in everyone's hearts. In their hearts, Long Chen was undoubtedly the most important person. They were really worried that Long Chen would lose. Neptune Emperor knew that if he wanted to kill Long Chen, he had to do it as soon as possible. When he saw that Long Chen and Lingxi were still in human form, he transformed into his human form. He was a very burly man, and he held the peak Dao treasure of the sea race, the godly sea pacifying needle. His entire person had a domineering impact. He looked at Long Chen with a sinister smile and said, "First of all, if I kill this woman of yours, will you be heartbroken?" Naturally, he did not understand why Lingxi was standing here. Long Chen suddenly smiled coldly. He knew that almost everyone was watching this battle, and they had high hopes for him, even providing him with power. He knew that he could not lose. With so many people's hopes on him, even if Long Chen had to risk his life, he had to reverse the situation. He could not let Neptune Emperor deal with the Eternal Dragon Emperor. He said, "Since you are awake, there is no harm in telling you one thing. Do you know where the 3 lives love thread is now?" "Yes." Neptune Emperor's body trembled. He looked at Long Chen in a daze, and his heart began to loosen. Under Long Chen's control, the 3 lives love thread between him and Lingxi flashed, letting Neptune Emperor see it. "In the end, the one who obtained it was me. It has many magical uses that you cannot imagine. For example, it allows us to share each other's power, such as killing you. As for Lu Ji, why did she not come out of the 3 lives secret realm? Because she was killed by me." At this point, the 3 lives love thread concealed itself, and disappeared without a trace. Neptune Emperor was stunned for a long time, then gritted his teeth and said, "The final winner was you." "Damn it." Long Chen said, "My abomination is not even 1/10 of yours. Despicable traitor, since you chose to betray the eternal God realm, you should be prepared to die. Then let's see who will die." In the end, Neptune Emperor let out a roar. He was not as complacent as before. He had lost his mind. He could not accept that so many sea race experts had entered the 3 lives secret realm with Long Chen, but in the end, the best thing had been taken away by Long Chen. At the beginning of the last sentence, the battle that everyone was watching had begun. Long Chen had to entangle this opponent. Even if he could not defeat him, he could not let him go and let him attack others. Now, Tyrant God Emperor and Heavenly Hound were still persisting in destroying the slaughtering sky diagram. Once they realized that they could not break it in a short time, they would very likely come back. At that time, the Dragon Emperor and the others would be in danger. Therefore, if he could not turn the tide, the situation would be very dangerous. Fortunately, the entire human race was standing behind him, providing him with an endless supply of strength. This gave him boundless confidence and fighting spirit. An even greater source of strength came from Ling Shi. This woman who was deeply in love with him was now standing in front of him, brimming with confidence. Long Chen definitely could not allow her to suffer even the slightest bit of harm. Of course, Neptune Emperor had the godly sea stabilizing needle in his hand. His first attack was aimed at Lingxi. That sky-raising rod made everyone worried. It was as if it could smash Lingxi into a meat patty at any time. Isn't it just a dead woman? Even if you love each other, there will be a day when you become enemies. Trust me. Neptune Emperor could not help but laugh coldly. Facing such an attack, Lingxi was not flustered. After a long period of training, she already had superb fighting ability. Her Immortal Lord Realm technique was already extremely powerful. She formed a seal with one hand, and the speed at which her fingers changed was even faster than Neptune Emperor using the godly sea stabilizing needle. Long Chen was very confident in her Afterimage Divine technique. This was an Immortal Lord Realm technique that he had never seen before. When Lingxi completed it quickly, Long Chen knew that she was behind him. However, in her original position, she seemed to still be standing there. This was a kind of transfiguration technique. What was fast was not speed, but transformation. With the Afterimage Divine technique, Lingxi had already shifted behind Long Chen. In her original position, there was still a clear image of her. It had the effect of passing off the fake as the real one. At that moment, everyone watched as Lingxi was ripped apart by the godly sea steadying needle in a split second. In that instant, Neptune Emperor laughed heartily. Everyone's heart sank. It could be said that Lingxi's Qian Kuan teleportation design had saved the human race. Such a lovely, goddess-like woman had died just like that. However, their sadness only lasted for a moment. Because they saw Lingxi appear behind Long Chen, safe and sound. To be honest, with this afterimage divine art, Long Chen was already very at ease with letting Lingxi fight alone. Because no matter what, it would be very difficult for her to be hit by the opponent. This kind of transformation speed even surpassed the spatial power of Dijun Divine City's teleportation. What's going on? Neptune Emperor had seen Lingxi being torn apart by him with his own eyes. Damn it! His shocked expression made everyone burst out laughing. Although Neptune Emperor was in a predicament, but Long Chen did not think that this guy was easy to deal with. If he got violent, he would be terrifying. The real battle had just begun. Long Chen knew that the threads of 3 lifetimes was his killing move. Neptune Emperor knew that the two of them had such power, so he would be very cautious. Therefore, Long Chen would only use it when he had absolute confidence. Before that opportunity came, he and Lingxi could only fight to the death with this pinnacle expert. Long Chen relied on strong attacks, while Lingxi would use some Immortal Lord Realm techniques from the side. She could often bring the dead back to life, and give Long Chen the upper hand. She was the best support. For example, when Neptune Emperor used the Vast Ocean Emperor Fist to kill both Long Chen and Lingxi, Lingxi could use the Revolving Star Passage technique to move the opponent's attack and person away. Although it was not far, it had completely resolved the danger. Long Chen used the Massacring Sword art to clash with the opponent's Godly Sea Steadying Needle. With his current strength, the Massacring Sword art could still explode with terrifying power. This was because the Massacring Sword art had a total of 10,000 swords, and Long Chen's limit should be about 8,000 swords. He was almost at the pinnacle of the Massacring Sword art. He completed the first 6,000 swords with frightening speed, and condensed 6,000 bursts of sword chi that covered the sky and ground. They flew towards Neptune Emperor. This was the power of anger. Although he was not as strong as a pinnacle expert now, with the support of the slaughtering diagram, he was almost there. To the Sea God Emperor, the most troublesome thing to deal with wasn't Long Chen's Massacring Sword art, but Lingxi's Immortal Lord Realm techniques that appeared from time to time. This made it seem as though each of his attacks were hitting thin air. The feeling of having power but being unable to use it made him so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. At this moment, he was so angry that he was shaking. It was especially so for Long Chen's Massacring Sword art. The further he went, the more powerful it became. 7,800 sword. That resplendent sword chi struck. The gray sword light was filled with negative energy. It pierced towards Neptune Emperor, but was blocked by the opponent's Godly Sea Steadying Needle. However, even so, Neptune Emperor was forced back. Next, 20 consecutive swords were unleashed, and Neptune Emperor was forced back again and again. Tempest of Ages. The last sword was executed under the Tempest of Ages. The Tempest of Ages time disorder power instantly tore through Neptune Emperor's skin, and blood splattered everywhere. Shadow Bind. At this moment, Lingxi cooperated and used an Immortal Lord Realm technique. The Shadow Bind was a little like Tengu's attack, but more exquisite. Under the Shadow Bind, Neptune Emperor was entangled by the shadows. Even though it was only for a moment, Long Chen's sword slashed directly on Neptune Emperor's shoulder, chopping off his arm. This was tacit understanding. When Lingxi used Immortal Lord Realm techniques to support Long Chen in battle, she could often achieve such a miraculous effect. Chapter 24-21. Almost everyone saw his arm fly away. The dignified number 1 Sea Emperor was actually injured by the cooperation of 2 youngsters. Although it wasn't fatal, it was still embarrassing enough. Ha ha ha. The Sea God Emperor instantly broke free from the shadow bind. His severed arm also quickly grew back. He couldn't help but laugh. His expression became very fierce. Long Chen, be careful. He might consume his lifespan to use the merfolk's secret technique. This was Yang Yu's reminder. With her reminder, Long Chen didn't say anything and directly summoned Lingxi to his side. Sure enough, the current Sea God Emperor was no longer the same. His body was actually burning with blue flames. It looked like fire, but also like water. What could be noticed was that his body's strength was constantly increasing, reaching a very terrifying degree. It's worth it to use 200 years of my lifespan to exchange for your lives. After saying this, the Sea God Emperor's gaze turned cold. He moved. In his right hand, he condensed a fist. It was a fist that seemed to have gathered all the power in his body. There was a strange blue flame burning on it. This was a fist that was even more brilliant than the vast Sea Divine Fist. It contained a higher level of heavenly Tao power. It was an attack that the Sea God Emperor had paid the price of 200 years of his life for. When this fist condensed, the remaining ground was directly crushed by the huge might. At this time, everyone had already rushed out of the northern starry sky. Even the Slaughter Dragon City had been moved here. It could be seen how fierce this battle was. Under this fist, the starry sky was torn apart. Pieces of land collapsed and turned into endless soil that scattered in the starry sky. The northern territory of the Slaughter Dragon City was almost completely torn apart. In the contrast of the blue flames, the Sea God Emperor's expression was very gloomy. Suddenly, he grinned, revealing his sharp teeth, revealing a trace of an evil smile. This was the most disgusting smile that Long Chen hated. Die. The Sea God Emperor gently pushed out his fist. In that instant, Long Chen saw the entire world turn into a sea. The boiling seawater set off an endless storm. Little Shi, use your afterimage divine art to dodge, I'll block it. This time, the revolving star passage technique was unable to move the other party. It could be seen that in order to kill Long Chen and the others, the Sea God Emperor had put in a lot of effort. No, we can resist together. I can do it. Lingxi was adamantly against it. Long Chen's thought was that he didn't know if he would die or not, but at least he had to ensure Lingxi's survival. He couldn't let her suffer this level of attack. However, he knew that Lingxi would never agree to it. What he was worried about was what Yang Yu said. He couldn't let anything happen to the child in Lingxi's belly. However, at this juncture, the two adults were always more important than the empty soul in her arms. Therefore, Long Chen didn't force her. He knew that if she lost herself, even if she kept the child, she wouldn't be happy. The punch was coming. Everyone knew how terrifying the Sea God Emperor was this time. At this time, the Eternal Dragon Emperor transferred all the power that the Heavenly Massacre Diagram had sent to him to Long Chen. The entire Heavenly Massacre Diagram's power was given to Long Chen. In all of this, the love threads of 3 lifetimes were the most closely connected. Their power was recovering rapidly, reaching the most perfect cycle. Because at this time, they were of one mind. They were of one mind, as though they were one. Because of this, they could unleash unprecedented power. In that instant, Long Chen used the flames of life to surround the two, and then used time reversal. He used the greatest power of the Void Universe Dragon to counter the other party's attack with time reversal. Great Heaven Boundary. As for Lingxi, she also used an Immortal Lord Realm technique. Her defense was behind Long Chen. This was a dark red boundary. Although it looked simple, it was the highest level that Lingxi could use with her Immortal Lord Realm technique. Sea God Emperor's earth-shattering fist first collided with Long Chen's spacetime reversal power. With such a huge attack, Long Chen was naturally unable to reverse the opponent, but he could complete the effect of reducing it. In that instant, Long Chen was dizzy from the impact. His blood was boiling, and his organs were shaken. However, if such a huge force collided with the great heaven boundary, Lingxi would still be seriously injured. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and persevered. In that instant, all the images flashed before his eyes. In the Three Lives secret realm, he had almost been killed by the other party. Just now, because of his sudden appearance, the Eternal Dragon Emperor had died in his hands. And everything he had said was so disgusting. What right did such a scum have to defeat him? Long Chen was proud. Even if he had to die, he wanted to die at the hands of someone he respected. In his eyes, the Sea God Emperor was just a pile of dog shit. Reversal. In that instant, he had the greatest control over time. He couldn't completely reverse the other party's attack, but he had at least reduced the power by more than half, and blocked the mighty rock punch. In the blink of an eye, the punch had already landed on the great heaven barrier. Wang. Lingxi's body was shattered, and her face was pale. However, she was held by Long Chen. Under the burning of his flame of life, the two's injuries were negligible. Unless the Sea God Emperor could kill them instantly, with the existence of his flame of life, he couldn't even be seriously injured. In the instant that the great heaven boundary shattered, the power of the punch also ran out. At that moment, Long Chen stood in front of Lingxi. He had endured the power alone, but in reality, it wasn't a big deal. Under the burning of his flame of life, he recovered very quickly. The Sea God Emperor had 200 years of life, but he hadn't been able to injure these two young people. When the Sea God Emperor saw that they were unharmed, that was the real blow. At that moment, his smile completely froze, and his whole person was in a daze. At that moment, seeing that Long Chen and Lingxi were unharmed, everyone cheered. They knew that Long Chen would be so heaven-defying. Of course, this was also because they had provided power to the massacre sky diagram. It was the power of hundreds of millions of people that gave Long Chen the foundation to block the punch. This battle was rather exciting. Long Chen had suffered such a blow, and his body was indeed a little tired. However, he believed that the Sea God Emperor had suffered an even greater blow. This was a very good opportunity to counterattack. However, because of the appearance of a certain person, Long Chen had a greater opportunity. At that moment, a mischievous young man seized the best opportunity and suddenly appeared behind the Sea God Emperor. This was absolutely out of everyone's expectations. "Boss, it's up to you." Before this, Kitten's voice rang in Long Chen's ears. He had hidden for so long, and he had finally appeared at this moment. Perhaps, he had been waiting for the Sea God Emperor to be at his most sluggish. Actually, Long Chen also felt that this was an opportunity. However, this opportunity wasn't very certain. There was only one chance to use the 3 lifetimes death calamity. He was worried that, after using it, there wouldn't be another chance in the future. Just at that moment, Kitten appeared. He had his original core and his primordial samsara power. The moment Kitten suddenly appeared, white ribbons appeared on his 10 fingers. They were formed by his primordial samsara power. He grasped the best moment and rapidly wrapped the white ribbons around the Sea God Emperor. In an instant, the most sluggish Sea God Emperor was tied up. Before this, Long Chen trusted Kitten very much. The moment Kitten appeared, he knew that the opportunity to use the 3 lifetimes death calamity had arrived. Kill. He didn't need to explain to Lingxi at all. The two of them were of one mind. However, when Long Chen made the first move, Lingxi also made the first move. The two of them instantly flew in front of the Sea God Emperor's eyes and used the 3 lifetimes death calamity. The ribbons that appeared silently on his body made the Sea God Emperor dumbfounded once again. What is this? He had just used up 200 years of his life, so he was still a little tired. The first time he struggled, he actually couldn't break free. At this moment, the most terrifying 3 lifetimes death calamity was already in front of him. How is this possible? The Sea God Emperor didn't expect that he would have such a moment of despair. This moment came so suddenly. When he failed to break free the first time, he was scared out of his wits. The second time he tried his best, he still couldn't break free. At this moment, he had already lost all his chances. Because the 3 lifetimes death calamity had already pierced his chest. The third time he struggled, he succeeded. Kitten was sent flying. He had also reached his limit. After all, the Sea God Emperor was too strong for him. However, at this moment, the power of the 3 lifetimes death calamity couldn't be resisted at all. It directly wreaked havoc in the Sea God Emperor's body. The last time he was hit by the 3 lifetimes death calamity, he didn't suffer such heavy injuries. The inside of his body was almost destroyed. He couldn't even lift his arms. His primordial spirit suffered an even more intense impact, causing the world to spin around him for a moment. He felt dizzy. And in this dizzying situation, he could only squint his eyes. He saw something. A huge divine dragon with 2 colors, gold and black. The most dazzling thing was the sword of judgment on its forehead. Under this sword, the Sea God Emperor seemed so humble. He realized that it was Long Chen. "No, I can't die," the Sea God Emperor cried. He never thought that he might die. But now, it felt so real. What was going on? The guy who suddenly appeared just now, who was he? If it wasn't for him, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to defeat him at all. The Sea God Emperor was incomparably desperate. He couldn't help but cry and tremble. In fact, no one would have thought of this reversal. Even the people of Massacre Dragon City were still a little stunned. When they saw Kitten, they naturally knew that he was the one who caused this absolute reversal. Just like the sneak attack by the Sea God Emperor on the Eternal Dragon Emperor, he killed the Eternal Dragon Emperor cleanly. This time, Long Chen transformed into a dragon. The sword of judgment pierced through the heavily injured Sea God Emperor and tore him into pieces. Chapter 24-22. Eternal Dragon Emperor was an ultimate divine dragon. He was blessed by the heavens and had 2 lives. However, the Sea God Emperor didn't have this ability. When he used 200 years of his lifespan, he still wasn't able to defeat Long Chen. Instead, he gave the kitten an opportunity to use all of its strength to bind him. He was already destined to die. Long Chen finally used the triple life and death calamity and sword and saber god's prison to kill him cleanly. The whole process happened in a split second. If it was someone else, Long Chen might have scruples and definitely wouldn't use this method to kill. However, Neptune Emperor was different. He wasn't controlled, but his heart had rebelled. People like him would be despised by everyone. Therefore, if this calamity was over and all the pinnacle experts regained their consciousness, the Sea clan wouldn't find trouble with Long Chen because of Neptune Emperor's death. On the other hand, those who were controlled by Primeval Troll didn't deserve to die. It was also because of this that Yang Yu would be in a dilemma when fighting. If she could use a killing move, she might have already killed him instead of being entangled. When Neptune Emperor disappeared, the entire battlefield was silent for a period of time. The pinnacle experts on the other side could still clearly feel Neptune Emperor's death. This was the first pinnacle expert to die since the start of the Eternal Rebellion. He actually died in the hands of Long Chen. This was really unbelievable. Of course, it wasn't just Long Chen. This time, it was because the dormant kitten found an excellent opportunity to kill him. I'm still the best. This grandson dared to betray everyone in front of me. He really didn't put me in his eyes. This is a lesson. He put his hands on his waist and laughed loudly. He looked like a villain who had achieved success. However, everyone still worshipped Long Chen. This was because it was his 2 attacks that directly caused Neptune Emperor's death. The triple life and sword and saber god's prison ended his life. He didn't show any mercy. Now that everyone was looking at this young man, they couldn't imagine that he actually had such ability. Until Long Chen swiftly returned to the slaughter heaven diagram to rest, everyone was still unable to react. Everyone, give your power to the eternal Dragon Emperor. Because now, among the 15 Dragon Emperors, only the eternal Dragon Emperor was facing 2 opponents, and he had already lost 1 life. Right now, his words carried enormous weight, and he could mobilize everyone. Yes. Everyone couldn't help but shout excitedly. With him around, Ba Shenhuang and Tiango were so angry that they became muddle-headed. There were many times when they almost tore the slaughter heaven diagram apart. However, no one knew where these people got their courage from, but they were never afraid. Every time they were on the verge of death, they would stand up again. If this continued, they would practically have to give up on the slaughter heaven diagram. But no matter what, tearing the slaughter heavenly diagram was the fastest way to obtain victory. Even more valuable than killing the Dragon Emperor. Because once the slaughter heaven diagram was broken, these hundreds of millions of people would die. With the lives of these hundreds of millions of people in control, there was no need to worry that the Dragon Emperors wouldn't hand over the 5 Dragon Balls. The battle had reached a more intense stage. Although they were now in the starry sky, the surroundings were still full of smoke and dust. This used to be the land of the eternal celestial territory, but now it had become dust in the starry sky. The divine dragon race, the monster race, the sea clan, the warlocks, and countless other powerful beings were fighting beside the massacred dragon city. Emperor Ba Shen and Heavenly Hound had learned from Emperor Neptune and risked their lives, but they still couldn't tear apart the human race's massacre map. The battle had also fallen into a stalemate. However, it was still very dangerous for the Eternal Dragon Emperor to fight 1 against 2. Once he was defeated, he would die. The reason why Long Chen returned to the Slaughter Dragon City was naturally to recover his power. Using the 3 life and death calamity had consumed too much of his power. However, with the connection of the 3 lives thread, the 2 of them could recover together, and very soon, they would be able to climb back to their peak state. "Boss, why don't we fight again?" Kitten suddenly said sneakily. "How do we fight?" After the huge contribution just now, Long Chen trusted Kitten very much. Think about it. When you awaken the last Iron Sorcerer, didn't you already use a very short amount of time? Your willpower now is already strong enough. Long Chen was stunned. You want me to destroy the opponent's primeval troll willpower in the battle and awaken the opponent? I can't do that, right? After all, it would take at least a quarter of an hour. Even if you and Little She worked together, you wouldn't be able to restrain a peak expert for such a long time. With that time, it would be easy to kill him. Of course, although he said that, the opponent was also innocent. For the time being, he couldn't be killed. Kitten said painfully, "Don't worry, I'm here to help you. Of course, I won't give you any bad ideas. Right now, neither of you can win. If this goes on, the problem won't be solved, and it won't be good for either of you. Once the 2 who attacked the Slaughter Dragon City also went to fight the Dragon Emperor, then you will be in danger. What I mean is, I plan to contribute a few of my original cores, so that when you fight against the primeval troll willpower, you can instantly improve and defeat the opponent as fast as possible." Long Chen was taken aback. This guy used to be quite stingy. "Are you really willing to take out your good stuff?" Long Chen asked seriously. Kitten said angrily, "Io, what kind of boss are you? I've finally made up my mind, and you actually doubt me? Forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything. I only have 4 left, and I have to keep at least 1. I wanted to contribute the other 3, but if you don't want to, then forget it." Long Chen laughed and said, "All right, just try it. If it succeeds, I won't mistreat you in the future. If I can have more in the future, I won't forget about it. Think about how many things I gave to you in the past, and I let you eat them all." Kitten suddenly smiled slyly and said, "Huh, do you really think I'm so generous? I've been waiting for you to say that. You better say it, when you have more original cores, at least, you have to give me 30. As expected, he was thinking about Long Chen. He knew that Long Chen wouldn't stop at the current level, and he would definitely have more things in the future. So now that he took out 3 original cores, it could be considered an investment. Although Long Chen really wanted to beat him up, he couldn't deny that this was the kitten that Long Chen knew. If that's the case, let's do it. Of the 3 original cores, Kitten probably needed 1 to restrain the other party. If Long Chen swallowed 2, and with his current strength, he could probably take the risk to awaken a big demon lord. The current situation would be much better if he had an additional helper. Perhaps the remaining power of the original core could even be used to attack the next demon lord. Kitten placed the 2 original cores on Long Chen. Little she. Long Chen also held her hand. "I will help too. After all, there are many Immortal Lord Realm techniques to restrain." "All right." Long Chen was ready to go again. In this battle, he had been a great help. The 2 disasters caused by the evil spirit beasts and Emperor of the Sea God had basically been resolved by his efforts. This made the Dragon Emperor and the others feel ashamed. At first, they had wanted Long Chen to take the young people away first. However, the other party had the advantage in numbers, and without enough opportunities, it was very difficult to seriously injure them. But if they wanted to kill them, it was actually easier. Therefore, if they did not kill them, the other party would continue to pester them. Kitten hit again, coming and going without a trace. Long Chen traveled 1,000 miles in a breath, and was now beside the Eternal Dragon Emperor. At this time, the Eternal Dragon Emperor was fighting Lu Wu Beast and 9 Phoenix. When Long Chen appeared again, 9 Phoenix suddenly turned back, her eyes burning with 9 different flames staring at Long Chen. 9 Phoenix did not attack again, giving the Eternal Dragon Emperor a chance to rest. At this time, everyone once again transferred the power of the Heavenly Massacre Scroll to Long Chen. That was the power of 100 million elites. Long Chen could defeat the evil spirit beasts and kill Emperor of the Sea God. Half of the credit was from the power of the Heavenly Massacre Scroll. Otherwise, given his current level, the death calamity of 3 lifetimes would not have reached such a terrifying level. When Long Chen appeared, the battle was completely balanced. "Everyone, I will try to awaken 9 Phoenix. Whether I succeed or not, please do not panic." This was just a test between him and Kitten. In truth, he did not know if there was a chance of success. 9 Phoenix was not a fool, and would not allow him to control her for such a long time. She was an unparalleled savage bird. Within her body, there were 9 different kinds of terrifying flames. Now, she let out an earth-shattering shriek, flapping her flaming wings, and rushed towards Long Chen. In a flash, she was millions of miles away. According to the plan, this time, Long Chen would fight head-on with an expert of this level. The god-slaying sword was constantly evolving, and now there was a second chance to use the Eye of Hell. Just now, Long Chen had already obtained Emperor of the Sea God's godly sea-calming needle, which could probably increase the god-slaying sword to 900 Dao patterns. It was just that Long Chen did not have the time to destroy the godly sea-calming needle, and the Sea Clan would definitely want to take it back. When 9 Phoenix rushed over, he brought Lingxi with him, and the 2 of them moved almost at the same time. It was like the first time they faced the evil spirit beasts. Of course, the evil spirit beasts completely looked down on Long Chen, but 9 Phoenix was different now. She was fully prepared. Her movements were extremely fast. Before she got close to Long Chen, she had already spat out the 9 extreme heavenly flames. Those 9 types of flames were like steel needles, condensed together, and pierced towards Long Chen. Eye of Hell. The god-slaying sword was used again, and it also brought about an impact to 9 Phoenix. However, this time, 9 Phoenix was not affected as much. At most, the position of the flaming steel needles that contained the 9 extreme heavenly flames was slightly off. However, because of this, 9 extreme heavenly flames did not really hit Long Chen. At the same time, Long Chen and Lingxi used the tribulation of 3 lives and deaths together. This was the 3rd time in a year that they had used it together. The tribulation of 3 lives and deaths and the radiance of the 9 extreme heavenly flames intersected. However, 9 Phoenix's body was huge, and it was impossible to dodge. Chapter 24-23. The 9 extreme sky flames were the 9 flames that had seriously injured the eternal Dragon Emperor and killed him by the Luwu beast. These 9 flames had 9 different attributes and 9 different colors. At this moment, the 9 extreme sky flames transformed into 9 raging flames that rushed toward Long Chen and Lingxi. Opposite them, the 9 Phoenix had already been hit by the 3 life and death calamities. With the support of the diagram of massacre, the 3 life and death calamities' power had reached a level that even the Dragon Emperor feared. The 9 Phoenix had been hit head-on this time and was naturally seriously injured. Of course, it was not as serious as the evil spirit beast and the sea god emperor. Moreover, the 9 Phoenix had a rather powerful regenerative ability. Given a quarter of an hour, she would probably be able to recover. Although it was not as good as Long Chen's fire of life, to be able to recover to this extent, she was almost among the top 5 in the eternal god realm. This time, things did not go smoothly. At least, Long Chen was now covered by the 9 extreme sky flames. However, he and Lingxi continued to charge forward. We can't waste this opportunity. This was a great opportunity for the 9 Phoenix to be injured. Although the 9 extreme sky flames had been tricked, it still brought them a fatal crisis. However, their tacit understanding was astonishing. Without any discussion, they found a breakthrough point. Spacetime reversal. Stellar transposition. First, Lingxi transferred a portion of the 9 extreme sky flames that had crashed toward them. She had only completed a portion. After all, after using the 3 life and death calamities, their strength was almost depleted. As soon as she transferred that portion, they crashed into it. The scorching flames around them surged up, almost burning them into charcoal. Fortunately, Long Chen used spacetime reversal to send another portion of the flames flying. They found a way out and rushed out of the flames. At this time, their bodies were red because they had been burned and injured. However, the 2 of them were now covered in the fire of life. The parts of their bodies that had died, thanks to their strong vitality, began to regenerate. Everyone was scared out of their wits. To outsiders, Long Chen and Lingxi were already surrounded by the 9 extreme sky flames. No one expected them to be able to rush out so quickly. By this time, Lingxi was already exhausted. But Long Chen could not retreat. Although he was tired, the injured 9 Phoenix was already in front of him. Although he did not have the power to kill her now, he had the power to wake her up. The divine bird in the flames screeched in pain. Long Chen let Lingxi return to the divine kingdom and rushed forward alone, causing waves of noise. In fact, he was not alone. When the 9 Phoenix was hit by the 3 life and death calamities, Kitten appeared on her head. He had already consumed the origin core and made all the preparations. Primordial reincarnation force erupted from his finger and formed a white ribbon that was 1,000 meters long. It completely wrapped around the 9 Phoenix's head, which had just been hit by the triple life and death calamity. Courting death. Although 9 Phoenix was injured, a dying camel was still bigger than a horse. How could he let Kitten have his way? However, 9 Phoenix soon discovered that this guy was very difficult to deal with. If he was not injured, he could tear him apart. But now, it would probably take a lot of effort. After all, compared to just now, Kitten had consumed one origin core. Nine Phoenix was not worried. She could tell at a glance that the charging Long Chen did not have the ability to kill her. But she was wrong. In fact, Long Chen did not want to kill her. He directly swallowed the two origin cores. The origin cores quickly emitted from his body. He did not have the primordial reincarnation force that Kitten had, so the origin cores gave him a strong spiritual will. Originally, he had been able to crush the primeval troll's will. This time, he was even more tyrannical. At this moment, he transformed into the ancient blood spiritual dragon. While Kitten was controlling him, the 10,000 death claws pierced into Nine Phoenix's head. At that moment, Nine Phoenix suddenly let out a shrill scream. Long Chen directly invaded her spiritual world. His other dragon claws and his entire body were tightly wrapped around the Nine Phoenix's body. Even though the Nine Phoenix's entire body was burning with the Nine Extreme Sky Flame, causing Long Chen to feel pain, he did not retreat even half a step. Now, the Kitten was also enduring the Nine Extreme Sky Flame with him, so he did not have much time. Fortunately, the Nine Extreme Sky Flames burning on the heavily injured Nine Phoenix's body was still as strong as before. Instead, Long Chen was constantly using the fire of life to protect himself and Kitten. At least for now, the speed at which the Nine Extreme Sky Flames burned was about the same as the speed at which the fire of life allowed Long Chen to recover. There was not much time. Now, because of the two origin cores, his spiritual will had been unprecedentedly expanded. He was unprecedentedly strong. He entered a world of flames. The blood-colored divine dragon let out an earth-shattering roar, which scared the primeval troll's will out. "It's you again." "No, why are you so strong?" The primeval troll was a little horrified. Long Chen did not say a word and directly pounced forward. Now that the plan was halfway to success, it was the most critical moment. Now, time was his and Kitten's lives, especially Kitten, who was more fragile than him. If they did not succeed quickly, this little thing would probably die. Similarly, he also shouldered a huge responsibility. The responsibility to save the common people. Everyone's expectations and wishes were placed on him. Now, everyone saw that Long Chen used his divine dragon body to tightly wrap around Nine Phoenix, but the Nine Extreme Sky Flames in the midst of Nine Phoenix's screams were also quite terrifying. If not for the fire of life, Long Chen would have been burned to death. This was a stalemate. Who would emerge victorious would depend on who was more persistent. At this time, Long Chen gathered all his strength and vented all his resentment on the primeval troll. After all, he was the real initiator. The primeval troll tried several times but failed to blast Long Chen out. This made him afraid. "You will not have a good ending if you offend me. Let me tell you, I'm angry. Just wait for me to appear personally and kill all of you," the primeval troll said angrily. Every time Long Chen came in, he wanted to kill him. This anger made him lose his patience. Perhaps he had some other extreme methods, but Long Chen could not care less. There was only one belief in his eyes, and that was to tear the other party into pieces as fast as possible. In the end, he succeeded. He forgot how much time had passed. He only knew that the other party was constantly shouting. Long Chen directly filtered everything he said and did not waste any time, turning the other party into pieces. He quickly retreated and left the Nine Phoenix. Now, there were burn marks all over his body, and he was very weak. Fortunately, the fragment of the will of the primeval troll had greatly nourished him. At this time, whether it was his spiritual will or other aspects, he had reached a peak level. This time, he estimated that it would take at most a few dozen breaths. After a few dozen breaths, he succeeded. Seeing him move, Kitten had already returned to his side. At this time, he was also panting. If not for Long Chen's fire of life, he would have been charred now. Everyone was anxiously observing the state of the 9 Phoenix. Would she be like the Rock Wizard and Iron Wizard, or the Sea God Emperor? When this peerless savage bird opened her eyes again, Long Chen saw tears in her eyes. She looked around blankly and finally saw Long Chen. She shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, it's useless to say that. Let's resist together. Now that you have awakened, our chances of victory are greater." Long Chen transformed into his human form. Although his body was weak, his primordial spirit's willpower was very strong. At this time, the power of the numerous massacre diagrams was supplied to him, allowing him to recover quickly. Long Chen used the fire of life to restore the 9 Phoenix to her most perfect combat state. "Don't worry, I will not make the same mistake as the Sea God Emperor. I, the 9 Phoenix, have my principles. This time, I am willing to fight with everyone who is awake." The Sea God Emperor's betrayal was actually because of Long Chen. He had once wanted to kill Long Chen. Although Long Chen did not hold it against him, he still felt very pressured. However, the 9 Phoenix was different. She had a good reputation in the demon race. Although she was fierce, she was very principled. She was an extraordinary woman. Many thanks. After completing this, Long Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. The others also heaved a sigh of relief. "Next, let's work together and see if we can awaken more great demon lords, sea emperors, and holy sorcerers so that they can join our ranks," Long Chen said. If he had the help of the 9 Phoenix, with his current mental state, the chances of success would be higher. Now, every Dragon Emperor had an opponent. If the Tyrant God Emperor and the Heavenly Hound still did not return, it would be a 2-on-1 battle. "Alright, I will do my best to help you," the 9 Phoenix said seriously. Long Chen was already prepared. While the Tyrant God Emperor and the Heavenly Hound had not given up on their seemingly broken massacre diagrams, he, the 9 Phoenix, and Kitten prepared to attack the Luwu beast. The Eternal Dragon Emperor could also help them. This was a great opportunity. However, at this moment, an accident happened. While Long Chen was attacking, he suddenly stopped. "What's wrong, boss?" "Long Chen, you..." The 9 Phoenix's expression changed. Long Chen was also very surprised. Perhaps because he had defeated the primeval troll again, his will had become stronger. At this critical moment, he actually triggered something. He said in shock, "My 7-starred tribulation is coming soon." Hearing this, the 15 Dragon Emperors were stunned. This was too coincidental. Now was the time when Long Chen needed to turn defeat into victory, and the 7-starred tribulation had actually come at this dangerous moment. Above the 7-starred tribulation, just passing the tribulation was already quite dangerous. You can only pass the tribulation first. I will protect you. The 9 Phoenix was the closest to him and had already felt the strong tribulation aura on his body. "Thank you." Long Chen calmed down. Since the 7-starred tribulation had arrived, then he would wholeheartedly pass the tribulation. This might not be a disaster. If he could successfully pass it, then his strength would skyrocket, reaching the level where he could face the Dragon Emperor head-on. At that time, his spiritual will would skyrocket again, and he could even instantly wake up an opponent at the level of a great demon lord. As long as he could pass it safely. Chapter 24-24. Even Long Chen himself did not expect that his 7-star tribulation would happen after he awakened the 9 Phoenix and swallowed the primeval troll's fragment. Now was the time when he was needed. Although the power of Heaven Street was terrifying during the tribulation, without Long Chen, the battle could only be in a stalemate. Long Chen was the only one who could awaken the peak experts one by one. Moreover, the 7-star tribulation was an important tribulation. It was nothing to the top experts present, but Long Chen's tribulation had always been terrifying. The previous 6 paths tribulation was similar to the 9 halls tribulation. This time, the arrival of the 7-star ancient god would definitely bring him greater danger. Of course, there were benefits. If Long Chen could survive this tribulation without any accidents, his strength would definitely increase. By then, with his ability, he would definitely be able to produce a terrifying effect and even directly lead to the victory of the entire battle. Therefore, Yang Yu said, before Long Chen completes his tribulation, we will guard him with all our strength and not give them any chance. Yes. Everyone knew the importance of Long Chen's tribulation this time. Therefore, they were all ready. Even the 9 Phoenix did not participate in the battle. Instead, she stayed by Long Chen's side to guard against any accidents. Now, the only danger was at the side of the Heavenly Massacre diagram. Emperor Ba Shen and the Heavenly Hound treated this place as their only hope and attacked it with all their might. As for the elites of the human race, they had also placed all their hopes on Long Chen. Every battle was destined to be a contest of willpower. Whoever could last until the end would be the winner. Looking at the current situation, they believed that the hundreds of millions of human elites could restrain Ba Shen Huang and the Heavenly Hound. They only needed to restrain them. The reason why the 9 Phoenix did not attack was to protect Long Chen. On the other hand, it was because they were worried that the previously injured evil spiritual beast would return. He would definitely return, but it was just a matter of when. When everyone was ready, Long Chen was already ready. Boss, I will go back to the Heavenly Massacre diagram first. Kitten couldn't help here, so he went back. Only Long Chen and Lingxi were left. Transcending the tribulation was a matter for one person, so Lingxi could not help. Everything depended on Long Chen. Big brother Chen, everyone is waiting for your victory. I am the same. I believe that since you managed to create a miracle in the past, you will definitely be able to do it again. No matter what, Lingxi would always support Long Chen 100%. Although I don't know what will descend, you don't have to worry. Long Chen could roughly feel the terrifying coercion coming from the depths of the starry sky. This tribulation was much more terrifying than his previous 6 Dao tribulations. If he could survive it, he would definitely be able to crush a pinnacle expert like the Dragon Emperor and even become the 3rd strongest in the world. He would be second only to Ling Huang and Yang Yu. If it was a huge leap, it showed how difficult this tribulation was. From the 7 stars tribulation onwards, his 8 tribulations and 9 palaces tribulations were all aiming to kill him. Just when his world was at its quietest, it came. Long Chen was currently in the starry sky, but under everyone's watchful eyes, he suddenly disappeared, leaving only a cloud of blood mist. It was a kind of location. When Long Chen survived the 7 stars tribulation, he would return. If he failed, he would never be able to return. The reason why the 9 phoenixes were protecting Long Chen was because of the special nature of the 7 stars tribulation. This blood mist could not be destroyed by others. Once someone moved, it was likely that they would die from the backlash of the heavenly tribulation. However, regardless of whether Long Chen survived the 7 stars tribulation or not, he would never be able to return. Now that the great demon lord, the Sea Emperor, and the holy sorcerers were controlled by the primeval troll, it was inevitable that some people would risk their lives just to kill Long Chen. After Long Chen left, the battle became even more intense. The human race used their passion and perseverance to launch an unprecedented counterattack. They wanted to at least hold on while Long Chen disappeared and wait for his return. No matter who it was, no matter if they were strong or weak, they all participated in the battle at this time. They had the same beliefs and expectations. Long Chen did not expect that the situation would develop to this extent. He had become everyone's last hope. Although it was pressure, it was also motivation for him. If he did not return alive, his life's pursuit and everything he had would be destroyed. The human race would also fall into an irrecoverable situation because of him. Therefore, he could only live. No matter what kind of tribulation he faced, there was only one word in his heart, and that was to kill. He didn't have a good impression of the 18 tribulations. Although they gave people power, they also caused countless deaths. Throughout the history of the eternal life God domain, more than half of the people who had died because of the 18 tribulations. Everyone wanted to become a god, but no one had ever succeeded. Long Qinglan also wanted to become a god, but he failed in the end. Long Chen was his hope. Now, he was in a very unfamiliar starry sky. He did not know how far this place was from the dragon sacrificial continent. He could not even see the existence of any continents in the surroundings. There were only stars that were the size of the top 10 planets in the Chaos Star territory. However, these stars were empty. It was only after arriving here that Long Chen truly realized just how huge this entire world was. In the past, he thought that the dragon sacrificial continent was the entire world. Now, he realized that he was wrong. The starry sky was the entire world. At least from this place, he could not see the dragon sacrificial continent. He suddenly remembered that when he entered the battlefield of the gods, the martial god's tomb, he had been transferred to a starry sky from the murals. It was also a similar place. However, at that time, a strange beast that was as huge as a continent had appeared. The reason why he could see its full appearance was that Long Chen was actually very far away from this giant beast. It was just like when he looked down at the dragon sacrificial continent when he was about to reach the eternal life sacred domain. Of course, there was no giant beast here, only countless empty stars. However, Long Chen knew that the 7-star tribulation was about to descend. He could already feel that fatal aura. This kind of terrifying pressure that came from a god was much more frightening than primeval troll. Of course, Long Chen had not seen the real primeval troll, but he was sure that this was the power of a god. The 7-star tribulation came from an ancient 7-star ancient god. No one knew who these 7-star ancient gods were. They never appeared. Only when a warrior reached the 6 paths of reincarnation tribulation realm and was about to cross over to the 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm would they appear. Everyone would suddenly arrive in a vast starry sky and see these emotionless 7-star ancient gods. These were 7 true gods with godlike powers. However, they seemed to have no will or thoughts. They only knew how to kill. In fact, compared to the great demon lords who were currently fighting fiercely, these ancient 7-star ancient gods were more like puppets. Puppets carrying out missions. Therefore, people believed that they were not true gods. They were just a part of the rules of heaven and earth. They were not even living beings, but were the rules themselves. Just like the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth and the 9th Heaven Lightning Beast in the Nirvana Tribulation. Now, when Long Chen looked up, he could see that in this boundless starry sky, there were 7 incomparably bright stars above his head. Their light covered all the other stars. These were the ancient 7-star ancient gods. Their light grew brighter and brighter, and the direction they were heading towards was, of course, Long Chen. In the end, Long Chen could not even open his eyes. His entire body was drowned in this incomparably hot light. At this moment, he truly realized that this tribulation might really kill him. In fact, whether or not he was an ultimate divine dragon, if everything in the world was destroyed by the 18 major tribulations, he would not be able to be reborn. He would die immediately. The 18 major tribulations were above everything else. What Long Chen was facing now was the 3rd last tribulation. He was deeply shocked. The pressure that these 7 gods gave him was too terrifying. Other people's 7-star ancient god tribulations definitely wouldn't be as terrifying as his. When he felt the light around him dim slightly, but the pressure was even more terrifying. He could not help but want to kneel down. He opened his eyes. He looked around and saw that the 7 gods had surrounded him. Each of them was about tens of thousands of meters away from Longchen. Each of them was more than 1,000 meters tall. Their bodies shone with intense starlight. These were the gods. Longchen looked carefully. He saw that each god looked different, but they were all relatively handsome or beautiful. Their skin looked like the purest jade, without any impurities. It was as pure as Yang Yu's nether dragon. Their bodies shone with light, and they looked like crystalline gems. Whether it was their headgear, clothing, or boots, they were all very luxurious and complex. They seemed to exude a vast power. They were like tiny pendants, and they gave Longchen the feeling that even an unbounded Tao treasure could not compare. There were about 4 men and 3 women among the 7-star ancient gods. The men were heroic, and the women were devastatingly beautiful. Every detail was perfect. Their glass-like eyes stared at Longchen. As expected, there was no fluctuation in their emotions. But the terrifying thing was that their eyes made Longchen's scalp go numb and a chill run down his spine. The almost suffocating pressure came from their eyes. Every single one of them possessed boundless power. It felt as though they could easily kill any dragon emperor with a single thought. However, since they were so powerful, it was obvious that they wouldn't use their full strength when attacking Longchen. Otherwise, any one of them would be able to tear Longchen apart. Without any warning, the 7-star tribulation began. The 7-star ancient gods attacked together. With a flick of their hands, beams of starlight shot out like swords. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of Longchen, bringing him a near-fatal crisis. The battle began. Chapter 24-25. Longchen didn't know how long this calamity's attack would last. He only knew that even if it was a god, he didn't need to be scared. He just needed to treat it as an ordinary opponent and fight it. That way, he could reduce some of the pressure. Otherwise, every time he thought that a god was trying to kill him, he would be scared to death. How could he succeed? Just like the 7 starlights that came from 7 different directions. They looked the same, but they were all different. The power they contained was different, but all of them could bring fatal danger to Longchen. The power was so strong that the first attack was almost the same as the Dragon Emperor's attack. How could he endure it? Longchen didn't think so much. He transformed into a dragon in an instant. If he didn't transform into a real dragon, he wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of battle. The first one he transformed into was the Void Dragon. That way, he could use the power of time to its greatest extent. Spacetime reversal. When the surrounding 7 rays of starlight attacked him mercilessly, Longchen chose to reverse time and space. This was his first attempt. At the same time, he understood that if he were to be surrounded and attacked by his opponents like this, he could only wait for death. Perhaps when many people were fighting against a 7-star ancient god, they would only silently endure and be afraid. However, Longchen was not such a person. He had his own ideas. The first time he entered the battlefield of the gods, it had turned into a divine palace of bones. When he fought against the god generals inside, Longchen roughly understood that his ancestral dragon mystique was even above the rules of the gods. Enemies that the Dragon Emperor couldn't deal with, he could deal with. The most terrifying part of this 7-star ancient god starlight attack was the rule power. For an ordinary person, the nomological power they encountered was definitely minuscule. However, Longchen was different. The intensity of his 7 astral tribulation had already surpassed the 9 astral tribulation. Therefore, the nomological power even accounted for half of the attacks he endured. If he didn't have the ancestral dragon mystique, he would definitely die in the first round. Because the rule power was something that even the Dragon Emperor and the others couldn't withstand. These were all his guesses. When spacetime reversal actually blocked the 7 starlight attacks and gave him a chance to escape, Long Chen finally confirmed that the opponent's attack indeed contained a rather terrifying nomological power. Fortunately, this was not the true power of a god. With so many 7-star ancient gods, if any one of them really wanted to kill him, they would only need to make one move. After evading an attack with spacetime reversal, Long Chen chose to flee. Of course, this was his movement. He knew that he couldn't allow himself to be surrounded and beaten up again. He transformed into the primordial spiritual blood dragon and flashed across the starry sky. However, the other party's speed was even faster. This time, not only did they chase, but they also started to fight. In the blink of an eye, those terrifying attacks landed on Long Chen again and again. On the left, countless stars condensed and formed a palm that was as wide as the entire Slaughter Dragon city. The palm that blotted out the sky descended from the sky and smashed towards Long Chen's head with incomparable speed. 10,000 Death Claw. Long Chen could be considered to have gone mad. The star palm was so huge that he couldn't escape at all. Hence, he made a prompt decision to use the 10,000 Death Claw to collide with the star palm. Due to the terrifying damage, he was covered in blood and almost fainted. However, he still relied on his strong willpower to tear a path out of the debris of the stars and rush out. He knew that although the 7-star ancient gods were powerful, there were so many people waiting for his return that he couldn't die here. This was the responsibility that he had to bear as a man. I can't die, I definitely can't die. It was this willpower that drove him to act like a madman. Over the years, he hadn't seen any kind of crisis. Although he was facing the most terrifying opponent this time, he wasn't afraid. In fact, he had already forgotten that he had a very important thing with him, and that was the god's spiritual liquid. Of course, his reincarnation test had long been different. This time, the power of the 7-star test had already surpassed the power of the 9-palace test. It was hard to say whether he could survive it. After all, the god's spiritual liquid was designed for ordinary people. However, he didn't think about the god's spiritual liquid at all. This was his willpower to face the difficulties head-on. Hence, he never thought of retreating. Even if there was a possibility that the god's spiritual liquid could help him survive this test, he wouldn't use it. Once he used it, it would mean that he had given in. He couldn't give in. Now that the fire of life had surrounded him, he wouldn't die as long as he didn't die instantly. This was his greatest trump card. Of course, the 7-star ancient god was not to be trifled with. When Long Chen had just escaped from the star palm, even more attacks that covered the sky and covered the earth were directed at him. Indeed, no matter which attack it was, there was a terrifying rule power that only gods could use. Just as Long Chen rushed out of the star palm, a 1,000-meter-tall 7-star ancient god instantly appeared in front of him. He reached out and clenched his fist. Just as Long Chen appeared, the shining fist that almost blinded Long Chen was blasted towards his head. The fist contained the rule power that made Long Chen afraid. However, Long Chen wasn't intimidated. He instantly transformed into the divine way heart-refining dragon and performed the divine prison of sabers and swords. Millions of sabers and swords flew out and collided with the opponent's fist. At this moment, Long Chen retreated rapidly. The divine prison of sabers and swords blocked the opponent's fist, but it was completely torn apart. Of course, Long Chen also escaped another disaster. If he had collided with the fist head-on, he would definitely have been severely injured. Every 7-star ancient god brought about a fatal attack. Long Chen kept trying to break out of the encirclement, but he didn't succeed even once. He moved around under the attacks of the 7 ancient gods and changed between the 4 ancestor dragons. He escaped from disaster after disaster, but he was now riddled with injuries. Every 7-star ancient god was extremely cold and emotionless. They only knew how to attack continuously, and every attack was a fatal one. If he didn't have a strong will and an undefeatable belief, Long Chen would have lost a long time ago. However, he still persisted because there were so many people who needed him. He knew how important he was. If he were to die, how many people would feel despair? At the very least, Lingxi would disregard everything and follow him out of this world. Therefore, even though he was riddled with injuries, he didn't frown. Instead, he burst out in the most frenzied manner and even launched a counterattack. He even forced a few 7-star ancient gods to retreat. In terms of fighting strength alone, every 7-star ancient god was almost the same as the Dragon Emperor. This was definitely a calamity that wanted to kill Long Chen. If it wasn't for the ancestor dragon's mystique that was above the god's rules, he would have been slaughtered and the battle wouldn't have lasted until now. This was a never-ending battle, and no one knew when it would end. Usually, this was an unimaginable test for those undergoing the calamity. However, Long Chen had long forgotten about everything. He didn't care how much time passed. His only belief wasn't to persevere, but to defeat them. That was the difference between him and everyone else. When he transformed into the primordial blood spiritual dragon, that was the appearance that matched his current state of mind. He fought head-on with a 7-star ancient god, constantly switching between the ancestor dragon's mystiques. The combination of various mystiques produced a huge effect. The eyes of the 7-star ancient god in front of him suddenly exploded with destructive starlight. It was simply impossible to defend against it. Long Chen rushed toward him. He still had a chance to dodge, but he didn't. His eyes were bloodshot, and he roared. His body was directly hit by the starlight, and his flesh was split open. Blood spurted out. It was a great pain, but for the sake of victory, he endured it. He used the last of his strength to rush in front of the 7-star ancient god. The 10,000 death claws directly slashed the 7-star ancient god's face, tearing a large amount of flesh. Buzz! Suddenly, the 7-star ancient god turned into dust and disappeared before his eyes. As long as they were attacked, they would disappear? Long Chen couldn't help but laugh coldly. After being ravaged for almost half an hour, his chance finally came. During this half an hour, he had almost lost his life countless times. It was the fire of life that allowed him to persevere. He had suffered countless injuries, but he had clenched his teeth and persevered. He had been waiting for this moment. From the beginning to the end, he had not obediently endured the attacks. Instead, he had continuously counterattacked. This was his style. Next, it's you. Long Chen had his eyes on a 1,000-meter-tall, perfect goddess. Her appearance could simply intoxicate everyone. However, in front of Long Chen, she was simply a prey. Long Chen could endure being almost killed by the opponent, but the opponent could only endure one attack from him. Long Chen's 10,000 death claws tore the 7-star ancient gods' faces time and time again, tearing their almost perfect faces into a bloody mess. In the end, his entire body was covered in injuries and he was panting heavily. However, his opponents were getting fewer and fewer, and his desperate fighting style was getting better and better. Perhaps even if the 7-star ancient god was conscious, he could only admit defeat when faced with an opponent like Long Chen who did not care about his own life. He was different from the others. In countless years, he was the first person to defeat all the 7-star ancient gods. The others were all enduring. When the time was up, they would be considered to have won. In the end, when the last 7-star ancient god dissipated under the 10,000 death claws, Long Chen finally won. At that moment, he felt as if it was a lifetime ago. If he had not persevered, if he had not risked his life, he would have been long dead. However, he did not heave a sigh of relief. This victory had not been easy. The 7-star ancient gods were also very strange. The future 8 tribulations and 9 halls tribulations would definitely be even more difficult. Today, he had almost sacrificed his life to barely pass this hurdle. At this moment, the starry sky suddenly rotated, as if the entire world was being compressed. Then, a mysterious power entered Long Chen's body. Chapter 24-26. Generally speaking, when a warrior killed by a 7-star ancient god transformed into a 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm, one of the biggest changes was to accept a seed of divine power from a 7-star ancient god. Then, the ascension power seed took root and sprouted, transforming the 6 paths reincarnation power in his body into ascension power. It caused a leap in the 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm. Generally speaking, a 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm warrior could crush a 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm warrior mainly because of this kind of divine power. As the name suggested, it was the power that led to the god spirit. When Long Chen was still in the Chaos Star territory, he could only fight against opponents like Chaos Kunwu. He wasn't a match for a 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm warrior with the power of God. However, it was because he had inherited the primordial divine power from the primordial God that he was able to compete with the power of God later on. Of course, the primordial divine power had basically lost its effectiveness. The seed of ascension power had fused deeply with his 6 paths reincarnation power and started a great transformation, turning all of the reincarnation power into ascension power. Compared to the reincarnation power, the godhood power was much stronger. From the 6 Dao calamity to the 7-star calamity, it meant that a warrior had ended the cycle of reincarnation and began to embark on the path to becoming a god. Therefore, from the 7-star calamity onwards, it was no longer considered the reincarnation calamity realm. The 7 stars tribulation, the 8 trigrams tribulation, and the 9 halls tribulation were the first 3 tests of the final god tribulation. However, in order to make it easier to correspond with the Nirvana tribulation realm, people still referred to the last 3 tribulations as the rebirth tribulation realm. But in reality, the meaning was already different. Moreover, it would be even more powerful, achieving a type of transformation effect. Long Chen was currently undergoing a transformation in terms of strength. At the same time, the 4 ancestral dragons' bodies were also growing at the same time, heading toward adulthood. However, Long Chen knew that even though he had inherited the ancestral dragon's blood essence, he still lacked something. He lacked something that could allow all dragon warriors to truly become true dragons. This was inferred from Primeval Troll's words. Unfortunately, Long Chen did not have the ability to make Primeval Troll tell the truth. However, he was not discouraged. It was precisely because he had a problem to solve and a goal that he was filled with fighting spirit. That was the direction he lived for. However, Long Chen felt that this divine power was a little strange. Was this the power bestowed by the heavens to lead to the gods? Although he didn't seem to be affected on the surface, he felt that something was wrong. It was as if his ancient blood spirit dragon body was rejecting it. However, he had indeed grasped an extremely surging power. That god conduit was transformed from his own power, so he could use it freely. But right at this moment, the Taishe divine power left behind by the Taishe god suddenly moved outside of Long Chen's control. When the ascendant power converted all the 6 paths reincarnation power into ascendant power, the Taishe divine power pounced forward. The difference between them was like the difference between the size of a mouse and an elephant. But the God-connecting power didn't seem to have much of a resistance. The primordial divine power tore it apart and poured all of it into it. The moment the primordial divine power entered the God-connecting power, the power in his body underwent a new round of transformation. When the surging power flowed, rolled, and fused in his body, it finally formed a brand new power. This power was stronger and surging than the God-connecting power and the Taishe divine power. It was even more ferocious and explosive, raising Long Chen's strength to a whole new level. Moreover, this was a power that Long Chen was somewhat familiar with. It was primitive and vast, as if it came from the distant era of the divine dragon. It was incomparably barren, but it also contained the purest power, without the slightest impurity. This is the primordial samsara power? Who would have thought that after seeing this power in Kitten, the Taisher divine power and the God-connecting power in his body would fuse and give birth to this power in the blink of an eye? Moreover, it was much stronger than Kitten's. Although they were both primordial samsara power, Kitten's power was more gentle, but Long Chen's power was indeed very strong. It wasn't white, but it changed color as Long Chen transformed his body. For Long Chen, this was a very unexpected gain. When he came to his senses, he was even a little ecstatic. He had finally succeeded. He had actually succeeded at the last moment. Although it was very difficult, he had indeed passed the 7-star tribulation and defeated a 7-star ancient god. His strength had been greatly improved. From now on, Long Chen could be sure that he truly stood at the peak of the eternal god realm. He was comparable to the Dragon Emperor, and even surpassed the Dragon Emperor. The only two people he wasn't sure about were probably Ling Huang and Yang Yu. But even so, he still stood at the peak. Long Qinglan's expectations for him were almost fulfilled. He finally had the power of a ruler. It was not an exaggeration to describe him at this moment as ecstatic. During this period of time in the eternal riot, everyone around him had been living in sorrow and war. Every time, it was a battle to the death. But before Long Chen, he didn't have the ability to completely reverse the situation and help everyone. He had many knots in his heart, and was very disappointed in himself. But now, the light of hope was finally so strong. On a spiritual level, he had also improved greatly. His will was now stronger than when he had taken the 2 cores. With his current spiritual will, he could almost instantly kill a primeval troll. Chen, congratulations. Lingxi was the one who had witnessed it all. Before this moment, she had been very worried. Only now did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. With the thread of 3 lifetimes, you can use even more power. You can also learn the later parts of the Immortal Lord Realm technique. Long Chen felt a great sense of accomplishment. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Lingxi couldn't help but laugh. With the thread of 3 lifetimes, Long Chen was strong, and so was she. At this time, the power that had brought Long Chen back descended. Long Chen was still a little worried. An hour had passed. What was the situation over there? The brutal battle continued. The truth was that the human race had held on. Emperor Ba Shen and Heavenly Hound finally realized that those hiding in Massacre Dragon City were too resilient. They did not know where their conviction came from. Each time they were about to succeed, the other party would stand up again. Even if they were on the brink of death, they still held on. This willpower was truly frightening. Therefore, under the orders of Yi Shui and Meng Hen, they gave up on the easiest method of success, and turned their bloodthirsty eyes to the Dragon Emperors. Worse still, the sinister spiritual beast had recovered from its injuries and returned. They had actually given up on Massacre Dragon City. This was unbelievable. After all, the human race elites were on the brink of defeat. The return of the sinister spiritual beast had brought them a new nightmare. At this time, 9 Phoenix had to leave Long Chen. He had to fight 3 opponents alone. Fortunately, the 9 Phoenix had gotten sufficient rest, while Emperor Ba Shen and Heavenly Hound were extremely tired and exhausted. The evil spiritual beast had not recovered much from its heavy injuries either, so the 9 Phoenix had relied on its superb speed to contend with them and actually managed to persevere. But this state would not last long. Emperor Ba Shen and Heavenly Hound only needed to rest for a while before they regained their strength to attack again. The sinister spiritual beast often took the opportunity to sneak attack the Massacre Sky map. With the sinister spiritual beast's ability, it had almost caused the Massacre Sky map to collapse several times. Even so, under the attack of the sinister spiritual beast's voice, everyone could not hold on for long. Fortunately, at this time, Yang Yu and the Dragon Emperors had seriously injured an opponent and returned to massacre Dragon City. This temporarily resolved the crisis. Especially Yang Yu, the sinister spiritual beast fled again. This battle had entered a state of chaos. Everyone was completely exhausted. But under the control of Primeval Troll, the opponents became more and more frenzied. The color of their eyes became more and more intense. If this continued, with the sinister spiritual beast around, the massacre sky map might still collapse. How long has Longchen been through the heavenly tribulation? Yang Yu was also panting. In fact, it was easier for her to kill someone. It was difficult to control the degree of serious injury. If it was light, the opponent would be fine. If it was heavy, the opponent would die. At least the 9 phoenixes and the 2 holy sorcerers would not want their own people to die. More than an hour, will he? Yang Yu shook her head and said, impossible. If he can't even withstand the 7 stars tribulation, how can he withstand the 8 trigrams tribulation and 9 halls tribulation in the future? Everyone, hold on for a while. When Longchen returns, it will be our victory. At this time, someone in Massacre Dragon City shouted. Everyone was greatly encouraged. No one attacked Massacre Dragon City. They supported the Dragon Emperors and replenished their strength. Although it was not a big deal, the opponent would not retreat at all. If they continued to fight, people would definitely die. After fighting again and again, everyone was extremely exhausted. Their blood and tears mixed together as they struggled to hold on. Their eyes looked in the direction where Longchen disappeared as if they were on a pilgrimage. Everyone was praying for him. At this time, the sinister spiritual beast rushed in that direction. As long as it destroyed the things left behind by Longchen would not be able to return. Of course, it would be punished by the reincarnation tribulation and would probably die. But now that it was controlled by the primeval troll, how could it care about its own death? Damn it! At this time, Yang Yu and the Dragon Emperors had to give up their opponents and chase after the sinister spiritual beast. The scene became chaotic again. Stop them! Yi Shui smiled and gave orders to the great demon lords. The great demon lords, the Sea Kings, and the holy sorcerers immediately stopped Yang Yu and the others, not letting them intercept the sinister spiritual beast. The sinister spiritual beast's 2 heads laughed coldly. The female sinister spiritual beast controlled her body and slashed at the blood mist with her blade-like wings. Chapter 24-27. It could be said that this was definitely the most frightening moment. The evil spirit beasts were too fast, and they were not afraid of death. The other great demon lords, the Sea Emperor, and the holy shamans were risking their lives. In this situation, Yang Yu was attacked by a few opponents, but she was still unable to break through. The evil spirit beast kept attacking the heavenly slaughter map. After all, he was the only one who could open the heavenly slaughter map quickly. No one expected that he would suddenly turn around and attack Longchen. At that moment, everyone almost suffocated. When Longchen suddenly appeared under the evil spirit beast's blade, they really did not know how lucky they were. As long as he appeared, it meant that Longchen had succeeded. As powerful as the Dragon Emperor were, he only needed one look to roughly see that Longchen was different from before. Powerful, primitive, domineering, and full of murderous intent. He had just defeated a 7-star ancient god and was in his most violent state. The willpower that he displayed instantly shocked everyone. Although Longchen appeared under the evil spirit beast's blade, no one was worried. Instead, they were very excited to see what kind of shocking power Longchen would display at this moment. To be honest, the evil spirit beast was also shocked by his appearance. When the male and female evil spirit beasts met Longchen's domineering eyes, their hearts instantly trembled. This was a fatal sense of crisis. The evil spirit beast was very sensitive in this aspect. However, with primeval troll's order, they did not retreat even though they knew it was very dangerous. Instead, they attacked Long Chen. "Don't think that you can fool us. Die." Now that things had come to this, the male and female evil spirit beasts could only use such words to boost their courage. As soon as Long Chen came out, he felt this kind of murderous intent. He squinted his eyes and looked at the evil spirit beast's attacks. Their movements became very slow in Long Chen's eyes. Long Chen revealed a cold smile. He finally came back successfully. It felt like he was isolated from the world, but everything was going to end. He could finally rely on his own strength to solve the crisis of the human race. Hence, at this moment, a blood-red dragon appeared in his position. Blood-red dragon scales and bone spikes, a boundless killing aura, and the raging power of the 10,000 death claw gathered in its claws. Everyone saw with their own eyes that when the malevolent spirit beast's purple blade sliced through the starry sky and whizzed toward them, Long Chen merely stretched out his dragon claws and directly blocked it. He gripped the malevolent spirit beast's wings tightly and pulled with all his might. His physical strength, which surpassed that of a demon, directly restrained the malevolent spirit beast under his dragon claws. His claws pierced deep into the malevolent spirit beast's body and pulled on its bones. The male evil spirit beast opened its mouth wide, preparing to use that terrifying sound attack. At such a close distance, it was clear that Long Chen might not be able to withstand this attack. However, Long Chen's movements were even faster. Just as the male evil spirit beast opened its mouth, his 10,000 death claws directly pressed down on the male evil spirit beast's head, his 5 claws deeply piercing into it. Pooh-hee! Everyone could clearly see the malevolent spirit beast's blood splattering everywhere. Below, the female evil spirit beast was extremely violent and struggled with all her might. Long Chen's other dragon claw released her wings, and at the critical moment, he pierced it into the female evil spirit beast's head. Both heads were under his control. This was absolute close-quarters combat. Under such circumstances, Long Chen's slender body swung, directly coiling the malevolent spirit beast in the center. His powerful strength directly locked the malevolent spirit beast in place, making it unable to move at all. This continuous scene was simply too shocking to watch. The other party was a Grand Demon Lord. One of the top 16 experts of the demon race, and also the most tyrannical existence in the entire eternal sacred realm. Long Chen actually used just the strength of his physical body to subdue the other party. Even the 15 dragon emperors present could not do this. In this world, only Ling Huang and Yang Yu could crush a Grand Demon Lord like this. Although Long Chen had not caught up to them yet, in reality, he was almost there. As expected, the transformation brought about by a 7 stars tribulation was simply unimaginable. At this time, the Dragon Emperors had completely forgotten about the battle. They stared blankly at Long Chen. There was only one thought in their minds, and that was, the human race was saved. After going through such hardships, Long Chen's appearance and powerful counterattack made them cry tears of joy. The whole process lasted about 10 breaths of time. After 10 breaths of time, Long Chen decisively released the evil spirit beast and used the fire of life to help it recover. During the recovery process, he said to the crowd, "Seniors, please don't let anyone go." Seeing this scene, the opponent would probably think of retreating. This time, they were already destined to fail. Hearing Long Chen's words, Yang Yu and the Dragon Emperors could not help but cheer in their hearts. However, they were even more excited. Just now, it was not them who had been pestering them. Now, even if they had to give up everything, they would hold them back. Brothers and sisters, attack. The Eternal Dragon Emperor's face was red, and he could not help but let out a roar. Under his fierce attack, his opponent, Lu Wu, could not move at all, let alone leave. Now, on the human race's side, even if they had to risk their lives, they had to stop the opponent. They had received a huge boost and had a boundless morale. Thanks, I'll help too. The evil spirit beast had already recovered. Long Chen had destroyed the primeval troll's will in their bodies, and his primordial spirit had received a lot of replenishment. If this continued, he would only become stronger and stronger. Primeval troll. He looked at Yi Shui and Meng Hen. They were now looking at Long Chen viciously, and their expressions were very ugly. Watch carefully. Long Chen only said 3 people, and his actions were swift and fierce. His first target was Ba Shenhuang. With the help of the 9 phoenixes, his attacks were even faster. Under the entanglement of the 9 phoenixes, Ba Shenhuang had no strength to defend against Long Chen. In a short time, he was awakened by Long Chen. You saw the death of Sea God Emperor, right? After all, he was the Sea Emperor of the Sea race. Long Chen had to ask for his opinion. Ba Shenhuang smiled helplessly. He brought this upon himself. He can't blame anyone else. Also, from now on, I'm the #1 Sea Emperor. Hearing this, Long Chen was relieved. In truth, he did not have to worry at all. The situation today was already out of control. From the moment he returned from the 7 stars tribulation, the eternal celestial realm was bound to win. Only the primeval troll would lose. Next was Lu Wu. You're finally here. This guy has been pestering me for a long time. The Eternal Dragon Emperor was excited. With the cooperation of Long Chen, he quickly awakened Lu Wu. Lu Wu had once killed the Eternal Dragon Emperor, so he was very embarrassed. We'll settle our scores later. Let's wake everyone up first. The Eternal Dragon Emperor was reasonable. Every awakened one was equivalent to bringing 2 helpers. They joined the battle of the others. From now on, the opponents were completely suppressed. In order to prevent them from escaping, Long Chen had to speed up. Every time the will of the primeval troll saw him, it was terrified. Moreover, Long Chen could not be bothered to talk to it and attacked it directly. In a short time, another 2 great demon lords were awakened by Long Chen's claws. He specifically dealt with those who escaped quickly, such as the eternal celestial beasts and some of the warlocks. At this moment, the defeat of the opponents was irreversible. Yi Shui and Meng Hen did not order them to retreat. Instead, they smiled coldly. Perhaps they knew that the rebellion created by the primeval troll had failed completely, so they did not want them to retreat. They were of no value to the primeval troll now. Long Chen had been paying attention to them. Could it be that these 2 still have some tricks up their sleeves, just like the immovable magic eyes previously? While Long Chen awakened the opponents, he was also paying attention to them. Very quickly, more and more great demon lords awakened amidst the crowd's cheers. They wouldn't choose to betray the human race like the Sea God Emperor. Perhaps they were lucky. At that time, the human race didn't have any hope of defeating the Sea God Emperor. But now, their victory was already very assured. In this rebellion, the human race created miracle after miracle. Gathering everyone in the 5 great dragon cities and using the 5 great divine maps to defend was one of the miraculous correct decisions. Lingxi creating the 5 great Qiankuan teleportation formations was also a miracle. In the final battle, Long Chen defeated the evil spirit beasts that brought great trouble to the slaughtering sky map. Many people worked together to kill the Sea God Emperor, who had rebelled and taken over. In the end, he even survived the 7 stars tribulation in the midst of the battle and truly won the flag of victory. This was a huge miracle. In this final battle, he was destined to be the most dazzling star. In fact, his final strength had completely reached, and even surpassed, the level of the Dragon Emperor. If not for Yongyu, he would already be the strongest person in the human race. The greatest glory belonged to Long Chen. There were a total of dozens of peak experts. More and more people were awakening. In the end, only a few people were still controlled. Everyone surrounded them to prevent them from escaping. Even 5 or 6 experts joined forces to attack one person. Without Long Chen doing anything, they had already imprisoned the person and were waiting for Long Chen to come over. They would then use the 10,000 death claws to tear the will of the primeval troll. This process was always accompanied by the explosive cheers of the human race. The other 4 great dragon cities also cheered after hearing the complete battle. Long Chen was a hero in the past, but now, he was a legend. All the dragon emperors, great beasts lords, ocean monarchs, and holy shamans were looking at him with complicated gazes. Their hearts were filled with astonishment, and the 15 dragon emperors even shed tears of excitement. They thought of Long Qinglan. Chapter 24-28. Long Chen had always been a miracle, and at this time, he had truly climbed to the peak of miracles. In the end, all the pinnacle powerhouses had awakened. The greatest crisis of the human race had been resolved, and the only loss was the deranged Neptune Emperor. The elites of Massacre City were cheering until their voices were hoarse, and countless people were shedding tears of excitement. In the starry sky, everyone surrounded Long Chen, their eyes filled with reverence. Long Chen's spiritual will was now so strong that it was invincible. He had devoured all the will that the primeval troll had left on the pinnacle powerhouses, and now he was unbelievably strong. Although he had no evil intentions, just a look from him could make opponents at the level of the Dragon Emperor tremble. All living beings treated him like a god. The pinnacle powerhouses finally heaved a sigh of relief. They were about to discuss how to get everyone out of the control of the primeval troll, but at this time, Long Chen left them and came before Yixue and Meng Hen. Everyone couldn't help but look over. These 2 women had average combat power, but they were from the Demon Star, which was very special. They had organized the attack this time, and could be considered the main culprits. "It's your turn now." Long Chen came before them and said in a low voice. Yixue smiled coldly and said, "Do you really think you've won? It's just that our patriarch has already given up on these people. I know you will wake us up, but let me warn you one last time. Be careful. The patriarch's attack is not over yet. I told you long ago that he is very terrifying. Now that you have successfully angered him, it's best not to be happy. Just wait for your death." At this point, Meng Hen pointed to the dragon god domain in the south. Long Chen followed their gaze and saw that the entire southern sky was now covered in blood red. Countless red shadows rushed up from the ground and condensed in the sky. "Do you see that? He's right there, hee." At this point, Yixue couldn't help but laugh loudly. Long Chen had always felt a strong sense of danger in his heart. As expected, awakening these 30 pinnacle powerhouses was not the end. Instead, he had truly angered the primeval troll. When the others heard this, they all looked towards the south and frowned deeply. They all knew that the battle was not over yet. What followed might be the most difficult battle. Then let's fight to the death. Just as Long Chen's heart turned cold, Long Chen snorted coldly. The death claw in human form could heal Yixue and Dream Scar. When the 2 women recovered, they were stunned for a moment before saying, "Were we controlled again? What's going on?" Long Chen asked hurriedly. He was talking about the dragon god domain in the south. Yixue and Meng Hen looked towards the south. Yixue was stunned for a moment before her expression turned to one of extreme fear. She said, Primeval troll split off a will doppelganger to head to the eternal god domain. 1/3 of it was used to control these 30 powerhouses, while the other 2/3 controlled the Yao, Oceanic, and Shamanic races. Now that 1/3 has been destroyed by you, he gathered the remaining 2/3 to form a new will doppelganger. He's probably going to fight for the 5 dragon balls. So he had gathered all the wills of the Oceanic, Yao, and shamanic races together to form a new Will doppelganger. This was undoubtedly very terrifying. When the 40 pinnacle powerhouses heard this, their faces paled. As expected, this was the true final battle. This was also a crazy method that Primeval Troll had no choice but to use. Now, everyone had to face Primeval Troll's Will doppelganger. That was a will that controlled billions of living beings. Who knew how strong it was? For a moment, everyone was a little afraid. But Long Chen laughed. So that's how it is. Doesn't that mean that we couldn't make all the Yao, oceanic, and shamanic races return to their original state? But now that Primeval Troll has formed a new Will doppelganger, they've recovered, right? In other words, as long as we kill this Will doppelganger, the eternal God domain will be at peace, right? Perfect, this problem could be solved in one go. Hearing Long Chen's words, everyone remembered. That's right, that should be the case. The pinnacle powerhouses looked at each other. They weren't cowards. They realized that the only way to solve this problem was to defeat the Will doppelganger. They had some courage, and they had the responsibility to face it. Yishui said, "That's impossible. Primeval Troll is so strong. Now that he's angry, you're no match for him. Hurry up and run. Run as far as you can. There's no hope for you." That's right. You don't know how terrifying Primeval Troll is. He didn't use his Will doppelganger to steal your 5 Dragon Balls because he wanted to play with you and scare you. But now, he'll only kill you. He's the equivalent of a god. Mortals can't fight against a god. You're mortals, and he's a god. Even the taciturn Dream Scar couldn't help but try to dissuade Yishui. So, run. Leave this place. Even if you have to wander the endless universe, it's fine, Yishui said solemnly. As soon as she finished speaking, Long Chen opened up his divine kingdom and threw them in. Letting them go last time had led to them organizing such a dangerous attack. Now, he had to temporarily imprison them. Otherwise, no matter where they went, as long as Primeval Troll called, they would be controlled again. After taking care of them, Long Chen looked towards the south. The red light there was growing stronger and stronger. It gradually formed a bloody mouth. Perhaps when all the wills converged, Primeval Troll would attack. Now, it looked like it would take a while. Although Long Chen was young, he had unknowingly become the center of everyone's attention. After all, he was the one who had awakened them. Now, everyone was looking at him, waiting for his decision. There's no way out, everyone. It doesn't matter how difficult it is to deal with Primeval Troll's Will avatar, it's our only hope of survival. It's the only hope of the eternal God domain. Narrowing his eyes, he looked over at the eternal life godly domain and said, "Experts have responsibilities. I'm sure you all understand that better than I do. Humans, sea folk, shamans, and demon folk are all suffering in that place. There are billions of people there, more than 10 billion. They're your people, and your legacies have existed for millions upon millions of years. It doesn't matter how difficult this battle is, we only have one way out of it, and that is to defeat him. No one wanted their hometown, their people, and their compatriots to be trampled by outsiders. We've created so many miracles since the beginning of the Eternal God Rebellion. At least up until now, we've always been the victors, while Primeval Troll has always been the loser. We can understand it as a result of his anger and humiliation, but it's also the best chance for us. This is the only chance to save our people. As rulers, we can only kill for the sake of everything else." Actually, everyone understood. They just lacked the courage to do so. Now was the only chance to achieve peace and complete victory. No matter how strong the other party was, no one had the right to give up at this point. Moreover, no one wished for the eternal God domain to fall into eternal damnation. As long as one was strong, they would have a deep love for their homeland and their race. This was protection, dignity, and glory. Now, it was time to fight even if they had to give up their lives. Long Chen patted his chest and said loudly, "I don't care if you have the courage or not, but I, Long Chen, swear that I will fight to the end, unless I die in battle." He was a young man. His life was more precious than anyone else's. He still had a lot of space, but many of the people present were nearing the end of their lifespans. At this moment, Long Chen's action of patting his heart and the passion in his eyes shocked everyone. It was such a determined look. "I will accompany you to the end." Yang Yu's cold voice suddenly rang out. "Huh, you're too unreasonable, too unreasonable. Although this old man only has one life left, I've never thought of taking a step back." These were the words of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. At this point, everyone laughed. There was a huge change in their eyes. This change was to fight to the end. At this moment, a great demon lord said, "This battle will definitely destroy a lot of people. Right now, the other party hasn't finished yet. Let's evacuate the people who are out of control. Let's set the location of the battle here." Everyone agreed. Right now, the most important thing was everyone's lives. The humans were fine. They were all in the 5 great dragon cities. Through the Qian Kun shifting formation and the massacre diagram, the Dragon Emperor destroyed the Sea of Destiny, the Sea of Life, and the rest, moving the 5 great dragon cities to a safe place. The nearby Massacre Dragon City was also moved to the Demon God region. As for the Oceanids, the Witch race, and the Demon race, they sent out star talismans one by one, telling everyone who had awakened to leave the northern part of the Dragon God region as soon as possible. It would be best if they returned to the Demon God region, the Sea God region, and the Witch God region. Although they couldn't evacuate too far in a short time, they could lure the primeval troll to fight in the northern part of the Dragon God region. This time, a total of 44 super experts worked together to help the Eternal God region survive the final calamity. Now, all the Dragon Emperor, Great Demon Lord, Poseidon, and Holy Shaman were standing together. Before the Eternal Riot, this would have been an impossible scene. After all, in the thousands of years of history, there would always be friction, battles, and they would treat each other as enemies. But now, they only had one enemy. Everyone held their breath as they looked at the Dragon God region. Starting from the mouth, the primeval troll's body had started to take shape. That's right, why hasn't the Spirit Emperor appeared yet? Chapter 24-29. Except for Ling Huang, there was no one in the Spirit Clan who could compete with the Dragon Emperor and the Great Demon Lords. In other words, the entire Spirit Clan was supported by Ling Huang alone. This had been the case for generations. The strength of each Ling Huang was far beyond the entire Spirit Clan, reaching the realm of half-step divine spirit that no one could reach. Basically, there was no big surprise. Moreover, each Ling Huang ruled for a very long time. More than the Dragon Emperor and the Great Demon Lords. What was magical was that after each Ling Huang died, a new Ling Huang would be born in a very short time, and the strength of the new Ling Huang was basically not much different from that of the old Ling Huang. This magical and even rule-breaking phenomenon was the deepest secret of the Spirit Clan. This was a kind of life substitution. Outsiders called it Spirit Master Inheritance. Spirit Master and Spirit Master were the 2 terrible gods that the Spirit Clan believed in. Although there were only 2 of them, they were almost as powerful as Di Jun. This time, only the Spirit Clan was not affected by the Eternal Riot. The Dragon Emperor had asked for support from Ling Huang many times, but there was no news. Now it was the time of the final battle, but Ling Huang still did not appear. No matter who it was, they were very angry. Ling Huang had always been reclusive, but since he lost to the Eternal Dragon Emperor, his temper seemed a bit strange. This time, if he was willing to help in the Eternal Riot, he would definitely get a lot of benefits, at least a respectable reputation. But he chose to ignore everything. The Dragon Emperors had long been annoyed, but they just had no time to do anything about it. The Monster Clan and the Human Clan were afraid of the Spirit Clan, but in fact, the only one they were afraid of was Ling Huang. In terms of combat power, if 15 Dragon Emperors attacked together, Ling Huang would definitely not be a match for them. The only thing they were afraid of was a sneak attack. But now that the 5 major dragon cities had the Qian Kun shifting formation, there was nothing to be afraid of. Under the arrangement of the peak powerhouses, the Demon Clan, the Sea Clan, and the Wizard Clan, who had broken free from the control of the primeval trolls will doppelgangers, quickly fled to a safe place. This time, they were not the target of the primeval troll, so they were safe. Now, including Long Chen and Yang Yu, a total of 46 people were waiting in the northern starry sky for the primeval troll's final attack. The 5 Dragon Balls he wants are here, and his enemy Long Chen is also here. He will definitely come. Everyone stared in that direction. It was impossible for them not to be nervous. Just as Yishui had said, they were facing a god. That was a true sovereign. Perhaps he could casually kill experts of their level. But for survival and peace, for the future, everyone had to give everything they had. This was the first time the eternal celestial realm had been so united. In Long Chen's vision, the entire eternal celestial realm had a blood-red shadow flying towards the north of the dragon god realm. In the sky there, an unimaginable giant beast had almost revealed its form. It was the same primeval troll that Long Chen had seen in everyone's consciousness. Thud. It had bat wings, divine dragon scales, beast claws, strong limbs, a thick body, a scorpion tail, a head like a praying mantis, sharp teeth, and a pair of blood-red eyes on both sides. It was quite frightening. Those blood-red eyes were like a sea of blood, and they emitted a demonic aura that was thousands of times more terrifying than that of Mo Xiaolang. Now, it was staring in Long Chen's direction, its eyes filled with evil and hatred. That's right, it was looking at Long Chen. If it was in the past, this gaze would have scared Long Chen. But now, Long Chen had already devoured 1/3 of the other's will, and the other only had 2/3 left. In terms of mental power confrontation, Long Chen was very good at it. The ancestral dragon was naturally many times more noble than the primeval troll, so right now, Long Chen might not lose to him. The other dragon emperors would definitely not be able to withstand it. But the primeval troll only targeted Long Chen. This monster that had devoured 1/3 of his will clone. Time seemed to pass very quickly, and there was no time for Long Chen and the rest to think. Now, there was no longer any blood-red light in the sky above the demon god region and the rest. All the blood-red and demonic aura had gathered in the north of the dragon god region, and landed on the body of that giant beast. That was a giant beast that was even bigger than the divine dragons, demonic beasts, sea beasts, and warlocks that everyone present had transformed into. Its entire body was filled with crimson bloodlines that surged on its body like a river. Those sharp teeth, sharp claws, and the sharpest part of its poisonous tail were all shining with a shocking red light. This was not the true form of the primeval troll. If the true form descended, then everyone would die. Even Yang Yu and Long Chen would not be able to fight against the godlike primeval troll. Buzz! In that instant, the will clone was formed. The primeval troll let out a terrifying roar. Under this roar, more than half of the northern territory of the dragon god region collapsed, turning into dust and smoke that scattered into the endless starry sky. Some of the demonic beasts and oceanic beasts were also swept away. Although the collapse of the ground was terrifying, everyone should still be able to survive. After all, the primeval troll's real target was not them. Speed! The blood-red eyes instantly appeared in front of everyone from afar. The monstrous demonic aura and blood-red mist were released from the body of the primeval troll, enveloping him within. The combination of blood red and black, unique to the primeval troll. Boom! Everywhere it went, the starry sky cracked into a net, and countless broken stars turned into dust. With a casual flap of its wings, large pieces of land collapsed. According to legend, the Chaos Galaxy used to be a part of the eternal celestial realm. After the great war of gods and demons, the primeval troll was defeated and sealed in the demon star. It seemed like this rumor was true. As expected, the primeval troll was truly huge. It was really huge. Even if Longchen transformed into a divine dragon, it seemed like he was only as thick as the tail of the other party. Who knew how big the true form would be? Boom, boom, boom. Its body was compressed in the starry sky, and the experts could not help but retreat. They could not clash head-on with the other party's demonic aura. When the primeval troll appeared, the expressions of those who were ready for battle changed. They were not afraid, but the pressure was too great. It was impossible to say that they were not afraid. At this instant, except for Longchen, everyone displayed their strongest state, including Yang Yu, who had transformed into an unparalleled divine dragon. This way, in front of the huge primeval troll, everyone was qualified to fight. 16 divine dragons. 16 demonic beasts. 5 sea beasts and 8 warlocks stood in front of the primeval troll, and their battle intent surged. Longchen was standing closest to the primeval troll, and the tentacles on its head were much bigger than his. SSS, although the primeval troll only made a sound, it was a huge impact to everyone. Everyone's courage dropped even further as they realized that they did not have much hope of winning this battle. At least, there would not be a good outcome if they fought against a god. At this moment, the primeval troll looked around, and its blood-red eyes that were filled with demonic aura caused everyone's scalp to go numb. It actually said, "I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Give me the 5 dragon balls. 2. All of you die, including all living beings in the eternal celestial realm. Then, I'll take the 5 dragon balls from you. Make your choice." His thoughts were clear, and he was not as crazy as they imagined. To be honest, the Grand Goblin Lord, the Ocean King, and the Holy Shaman were slightly shaken. If there were only 2 choices, everyone would choose the first one. After all, the lives of all living beings in the eternal celestial realm were in their hands. When they were the most shaken, Longchen took a step forward and stared at the primeval troll with his golden eyes. He said loudly, "There's no need to ask. Our choice is that you die. As long as you die, the world will be at peace." He knew that some people would be afraid, so he used this method to cut off everyone's path of retreat. "I know you, brat. You can't make a decision yet, but I've changed my mind. The first choice is to give me the 5 dragon balls, and I'll kill this brat. There's no room for negotiation." Everyone's faces tensed up, but Longchen laughed out loud. He said, "What a joke. You're just a will avatar. Do you think you're the main body? Let me tell you, in terms of intelligence, you're no match for us. I know you. If you were completely confident, you wouldn't have given us a choice. You hate me so much. You think you're so high and mighty, but you didn't make a move. Do you think we don't know that you're a paper tiger?" Everyone thought about it. This will avatar was from the primeval troll. With his ruthless personality, he would definitely make a move if he had the absolute advantage. The reason why he did that was because he wasn't completely confident. For a moment, everyone looked at each other. Longchen's thoughts were clear, or else they might really be tricked by the other party. At the very least, it would cause internal strife. These words naturally angered the primeval troll. His blood-red eyes flared up, and the blood veins on his body shone with brilliant light. His claws spread wide, suffocating the onlookers. He was so enraged that he lost all reason. He threw his head back and let out a terrifying roar that the entire Eternal Dominion could probably hear. But it was only a roar. The experts could still hold on. Boom! The primeval troll made his move. He tore through space and swatted a giant demonic hand at Long Chen. Long Chen dodged quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he was out of range. He'd known that the other party would attack. But at this time, he suddenly changed direction and sped up. He passed by Long Chen, and in the blink of an eye, he pressed down on the Imperial Blood Dragon Emperor behind Long Chen. In that moment, it was a close shave. To the Imperial Blood Dragon Emperor, the other party was too sinister, and too sudden. The claws of the primeval troll gripped him like he was a small snake, and he almost tore the Imperial Blood Dragon Emperor in half. I haven't tasted a mystical dragon in a million years. Chapter 24:30. Long Chen dodged, but the Imperial Blood Dragon Emperor was caught. With the primeval troll's claws, he grabbed the Imperial Blood Dragon Emperor's Burial of Heaven's Dragon. Perhaps if he used more strength, the Burial of Heaven's Dragon Emperor would be crushed into pieces. However, the primeval troll was much more terrifying than everyone imagined. He actually wanted to eat the divine dragon. If he was really eaten, then even if the Burial of Heaven's Dragon Emperor had 2 lives, it would be gone. The death of the Poseidon Emperor was a warning to everyone. Even if they were peak experts, they would still die in battle. The appearance of the primeval troll had already brought great fear to everyone, especially the great demon lord, the holy sorcerer, and the Poseidon Emperor. They had all been controlled before. The image of the primeval troll itself had brought them great pressure. Now that the other party had almost killed the Burial of Heaven's Dragon Emperor, it naturally gave everyone a great shock. Although it didn't make everyone lose their courage to fight, at least this would still fill their hearts with fear. In fact, this was human nature. Everyone was in awe of the gods. After all, everyone was just a mortal, and the primeval troll was a tyrannical existence comparable to the gods. However, when the Burial of Heaven's Dragon Emperor was caught and quickly sent into the mouth of the primeval troll, the other Dragon Emperor and Yang Yu did not hesitate. They all launched attacks to save the Imperial Blood Dragon Emperor. They were all brothers for many years. No matter how strong the opponent was, they couldn't just watch him die at this time. However, they were not as fast as Long Chen. This attack was originally aimed at Long Chen from the beginning. When Long Chen dodged and the primeval troll went to grab the Imperial Blood Dragon Emperor, Long Chen was practically next to the opponent's arm. His action was decisive and swift beyond everyone's imagination. Because he instantly let Lingxi appear, the two were very tacit, and almost at that moment, they launched the triple life and death calamity. Even at his current realm, the triple life and death calamity was still Long Chen's most tyrannical attack. This time, in order to save the Imperial Blood Dragon Emperor, he did not dare to be careless. This was because he knew that once the primeval troll retracted this arm, the Imperial Blood Dragon Emperor would be finished. The battle was ignited at this moment. More than 40 super experts were engaged in this unprecedented battle. And the first to attack was Long Chen's triple life and death calamity. Long Chen's body's expansion also led to the increase of Lingxi's strength. At this time, the two of them could use the triple life and death calamity easily. Whether it was speed or power, they were much stronger than before. In addition, he was originally next to the opponent's arm. So almost as soon as the primeval troll said that he wanted to eat the dragon god, Long Chen and Lingxi's triple life and death calamity slashed at the primeval troll's arm. Bang! A loud sound. At that moment, the primeval troll let out a cry of pain. His huge body was practically twitching. Everyone focused their eyes and saw that the arm that was holding the Imperial Blood Dragon Emperor's arm was directly broken at the joint. Demonic chi and blood chi scattered all over the sky. The broken arm naturally lost its strength, allowing the Imperial Blood Dragon Emperor to easily escape. The arm was chopped off at the beginning. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes turned red. Even Long Chen was able to do this without fear. As experts of the older generation, why couldn't they do the same? Accompanied by the primeval troll's scream, everyone was suddenly filled with strength. They could not help but thank Long Chen. It was precisely because of his existence that they could regain their true confidence. Long Chen suddenly remembered that this seemed to be the Wu clone of the primeval troll. Then, his existence in the space of the great demon lords and the others was no different. Since Long Chen could devour the 1/3, why couldn't he do it now? Therefore, at this moment, he suddenly transformed into the ancient blood spiritual dragon and let Lingxi stand on his forehead. He quickly hugged the burning and disappearing arm of the primeval troll. He opened his mouth and swallowed a large number of Wu fragments, which were devoured by Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, the Wu fragments had already disappeared. Instead, they increased Long Chen's own strength and will. At least in terms of will, he was starting to have the upper hand. This was the reason why he was not afraid of the primeval troll in front of him at all. Kill. With Long Chen taking the lead, all the experts were filled with confidence. At this moment, everyone spread out and surrounded the primeval troll, attacking at the same time. Everyone, cover each other. Don't let him hurt anyone. Among them, someone shouted. This was a very reliable method. Against such a huge monster, everyone had to unite and help each other. Just like how Long Chen had saved the Imperial Blood Dragon Emperor. At this moment, Long Chen looked back. It seemed like the broken arm of the primeval troll had already grown back, and was much fiercer than before. Long Chen and Lingxi were connected through the love thread of 3 lifetimes. Long Chen was in his mystical dragon form. He had transformed into the immortal Dao Heart Refining Dragon to participate in this battle, while Lingxi was beside his dragon horn, using the crucial Immortal Lord Realm technique. Lingxi could now use the primordial reincarnation power of the Dragon Emperor. This showed how terrifying her Immortal Lord Realm technique was. Many times, it played a crucial role in restraining the enemy. The primordial Great Devil was about to go crazy. He was like a lion surrounded by a pack of wolves. Of course, he was much stronger than any of the peak experts, but when dozens of experts attacked him at the same time, he was surrounded by enemies from all sides. Even his senses were restricted by various methods, and he couldn't even see his opponent. At any moment, dozens of attacks landed on his body, riddling him with holes. Long Chen knew that this guy would give everyone a choice from the start. He was afraid of them, and he could not fight back under the encirclement. This would show that he was bluffing. If this Will Avatar was really that strong, Long Chen believed that he would not have created the Eternal Riot, but would have attacked the 5 great dragon cities directly. He had made the right bet. However, the problem was that the primeval troll could not be killed at all. It was like the fire of life of Long Chen. Even if his huge wings were torn, he could recover in a very short time. After attacking for a while, the 40 or so top experts were exhausted because of the original battle. However, it seemed that they still could not cause any real damage to the primeval troll. At this time, everyone began to frown and secretly discuss with each other to see if there was a way to kill him. Everyone, hold on. Destroy this thing, and the world will be at peace. Yes, don't give up. It doesn't matter even if you die of exhaustion. Long Chen also activated the divine prison of swords and sabers a few times, almost passing through his opponent's body. However, he seemed to be fine. Have you realized? Foolish creatures. They should understand by now that you can't kill me at all, because I am immortal. Demons could have endless lives, let alone the primogenitor of the demons. Hearing this, everyone felt their hearts turn cold. At this time, the primeval troll launched a counterattack. It was the power of will, forming a powerful shock wave. It was the primordial spirit that was attacked, and there was no way to block it at all. At the first moment, other than Long Chen and Yang Yu, whose wills were strong enough, the other experts felt as if their heads had been hit by a heavy hammer. Everyone's mind went blank and they were stunned. Not only were their minds blank, even their faces were blank. This shock wave had a certain degree of damage to their spiritual wills. All of you, die obediently. There is no way for you to live. The eternal celestial realm will be occupied by my descendants. The primeval troll laughed loudly. He moved his arms and grabbed a great demon lord and a dragon emperor at almost the same time. The great demon lord was the 9 Phoenix, and the dragon emperor was the eternal night dragon emperor. The eternal night dragon emperor was a relatively important person to Long Chen. And you. Only Long Chen and Yang Yu could remain conscious at this time. At this critical moment, just as the primeval troll was about to send the eternal night dragon emperor and the 9 Phoenix into its mouth, Long Chen and Yang Yu appeared instantly. It's you again. The primeval troll was enraged. Shadow bind. Lingxi stared at the huge pressure and used her Immortal Lord Realm technique, while Long Chen used his eternal instant mystique. Both were effective and stopped the primeval troll for a moment. At this time, a silver sword light rushed over and chopped off the primeval troll's wrists. The 9 Phoenix and the eternal night dragon emperor flew out of the opponent's attack range. At this time, everyone had also woken up from the mental attack, and their hearts were filled with fear. Long Chen did not hold back either. He devoured the mental energy contained in the opponent's fists. At this time, everyone gathered together. They didn't dare to rashly attack. After all, a single attack from the will of the primordial Great Devil was enough to bring great danger to everyone. Right now, everyone was somewhat terrified. If it weren't for Long Chen and Yang Yu, they would have definitely lost 2 experts. What do we do? This guy can't be killed at all. We can't block his mental attack at all. If this goes on, we have no chance of winning. Could it be that the heavens want us dead? Although they did not want to give up on the battle, the reality was before them. Everyone was tired, but the primeval troll seemed unaffected. He was still as terrifying as ever. Actually, he has weakened too. He is a doppelganger formed from his will. Long Chen, the more you devour, the weaker his will doppelganger becomes. Compared to before, he has already lost much of his strength. If you have the ability to devour him, you might win. At this time, Yi Shui spoke up from within the God Kingdom. For Long Chen, this was a turning point. He had not realized it at first, but after Yi Shui's explanation, he finally understood. Chapter 24:31. Thank you. The news that Yi Shui told him was very important. You've saved us twice. Consider it a small repayment. They were free, and that was what they pursued. Of course, they didn't want to be controlled by the primeval troll. Long Chen didn't say anything else. This was a critical moment, and he hurriedly told everyone about his new discovery. When they heard this news, the eyes of the despairing crowd instantly lit up. This was the last time they had found hope amidst their despair. For a moment, everyone was extremely excited, including Yang Yu. The battle of the Eternal Riot had lasted for too long. They had faced countless dangers. It was a miracle among miracles that they could last until now. Everyone cherished this miracle. When the last ray of light appeared, the shock and awe brought about by the primordial troll's willpower attack was completely gone. Let's go. Long Chen, you're in charge of keeping an eye on him. We'll kill him. Yes, we're all waiting for you to eat him. Everyone was still able to laugh in this situation. Whether it was the Dragon Emperor, the Great Demon Lord, or any other race, they all treated Long Chen as one of their own. Just like the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Although he was the strongest human, he was respected by the other 4 races. After all, he didn't invade other races just because he was strong. Long Chen had the same personality. Long Chen's rise was more of a deterrent. In the future, the demon race, oceanic race, and other races would definitely be polite to the human race. Now that everyone was working together, there was no need to worry about anything else. The 40 or so peak experts from the Eternal God domain attacked in a frenzy, trying to tear the primordial devil's flesh off its body. Among them, Yang Yu turned into her human form and used the heavenly deity sword Milky Way. Her attack power was the strongest, and she brought the most trouble to the primeval troll. They forcefully resisted the impact of their opponent's will. It was extremely difficult for them to fight such a battle. But at this time, the entire world, with the exception of the spirit race, was looking forward to their victory. Billions of people had placed their hopes on them, and they were all waiting in despair. Bearing the expectations of so many people, everyone present was prepared to die in battle. Primeval trolls' will doppelgangers were best at attacking with will, as well as physical strength. Although it was a will doppelganger, its physical body was not weaker than anyone else's. It could be seen from the fact that it could grab hold of the Imperial Blood Dragon Emperor with one hand and make him unable to move. However, their suicidal attacks still achieved great results. Although some of them were injured in the process, they tore off pieces of flesh from the primeval troll's body. Long Chen walked among them. Lingxi cooperated with the others in attacking, while he continued to devour the primeval troll's willpower to strengthen himself. This was a huge drain on the primeval troll. When he realized what everyone was trying to do, he became even more furious. Damned ants, don't drive me crazy. Otherwise, it won't do anyone any good. At this point, if they did not resist, they would die. If they resisted, they might survive. Everyone would make this choice. So even though the primeval troll began to fight even more fiercely and viciously, it could not stop the determination of the crowd. Can you feel it? His will attacks are no longer as strong as they were at the beginning. That's right. This proves that our method is effective. Just hold on a little longer. We'll definitely kill him. After the previous battle, everyone was actually exhausted to the point of collapsing against the primeval troll. This was especially so for the Eternal Dragon Emperor. He had already expended a lot of energy fighting against his previous opponents, and now his entire face was pale. Kill. This battle, from the beginning until now, had lasted for a full hour. There were many dangerous situations in the middle, and it was Yang Yu and Long Chen who saved the people at the crucial moment. At this time, the strong ones had no strength at all. Everyone was pale, and they were relying on their will to hold on. Many were heavily injured, but they were all saved by Long Chen's fire of life. With Long Chen here, they were basically immortal. Fortunately, their efforts had paid off. For example, the primeval troll had shrunk to half its original size. He only had 1/3 of his willpower left. Although the resistance of the Dragon Emperor's primordial spirits was very weak, on the verge of collapse, it was still difficult for the primeval troll to completely kill them with willpower. If it had been at the beginning, it might have been possible. Long Chen was different from the primordial great demon. Although he had devoured 2/3 of the primordial great demon's will, what he had displayed was the strength of his mind. He could not attack the primordial great demon's will. Now they were in a stalemate again, and everyone was in a very dangerous situation. Seeing that some of the pinnacle-level strong ones were about to die, the primeval troll had regained his pride, even though he was injured. Fighting me? You're overestimating yourselves. Let me tell you, if my real body was here, I could kill you all with a puff of air. Damned ants. Many in the eternal celestial realm were crying. Now, everyone's ability to tear shards of will from the primeval troll had decreased. It was basically impossible to succeed. Even Yang Yu was extremely tired. Are we really going to fail like this? Long Chen was unwilling to give up. If the eternal riot had 100 perils, everyone had already dealt with 99 of them. Only the last one was left, and it was also the most difficult one. How could they succeed? Chen, if I imprison him for 15 minutes, can you devour him completely? Lingxi suddenly asked. Long Chen said coldly, even if I can't devour him completely, he won't have much left. But it's impossible to imprison him for 15 minutes. Lingxi said, it's possible. As long as you lure him to the eternal celestial realm, I can use the earth to set up the earth vein heavenly dragon formation and imprison him. When that happens, the 40 or so strong ones will be able to seal him. I don't believe that 40 or so people can't seal him. Chen, this might be our only hope. Long Chen froze. Tell me the truth, Lingxi, he said seriously. If we succeed, what price will you have to pay? You'd better tell me, or I won't agree to it. Lingxi's eyes were a little red as she watched the primeval troll fight. She shook her head. It's probably equivalent to setting up 5 cosmos shifting formations in a row. But you're a lot stronger than you were back then. At most, you'll just be a little tired. Also, if you don't trust me and find that I can't hold on any longer, you can cut off the love thread of 3 lifetimes. That way, I won't have a source of power. Alright, I trust you. Lingxi was right. This was their last hope. Everyone, I have one last way to kill him. Let's lure him to the eternal celestial realm and prepare the seals you're most skilled at. He hurriedly said to the experts who were fighting to the death, everyone, I have one last way to kill him. Yang Yu narrowed his eyes. Chen, there are so many of our people in the eternal God domain. If we fight them, they'll be affected. Are you sure you want to do this? Everyone had the same doubts in their hearts. I'm sure. Please trust me this once. Let's just go to the northern territories of the Dragon God domain. Trust was the bridge. Long Chen trusted Lingxi, so everyone had to trust Long Chen without any hesitation. Only then could they complete the final step. Alright. Many people agreed immediately when they saw the look in Long Chen's eyes. It had to be said that nothing good would come out of this if they continued to tangle with him. Of course, Long Chen's sudden idea was their last hope. First, they started with the first Dragon Emperor. He appeared to be in a panic during the battle, then suddenly retreated in the direction of the Eternal God Domain's Dragon God Domain. Damn it! He's actually running away. Someone cursed. However, as soon as the first person fled, the others hurriedly followed. More and more people fled, until even those who were cursing couldn't bear it anymore. Suddenly, the battle to the death turned into a situation where monkeys scatter when the tree falls. Everyone fled in the direction of the Eternal God Domain. Yang Yu and Long Chen were at the very back. They were the strongest, so they had the ability to temporarily hold off the enemy for a while. Primeval Troll laughed like crazy at the sight of Long Chen and Yang Yu's flustered and exasperated expressions. To be honest, these people gathered together, especially Long Chen, had brought him a lot of trouble. But in the end, the ant-like creatures couldn't overcome their fear, and all fled. Auntie Yu, there's nothing we can do. When Long Chen realized that everyone had fled, he couldn't help but look back. Although Yang Yu didn't want to give up, he still followed him. Right now, Primeval Troll didn't have much of an advantage in terms of speed. He couldn't wait for everyone to scatter. The current situation was exactly what he wanted, but he couldn't let go of the 5 Dragon Balls. But before he obtained the 5 Dragon Balls, there was one more thing he needed to do, and that was to kill Long Chen. From start to finish, Long Chen was the opponent he feared the most. If it weren't for this brat, he would have succeeded long ago, and he wouldn't have needed to condense this will clone. Towards Long Chen, he slowly developed a grudge. So, when everyone scattered, he flapped his huge wings and chased after Long Chen. It's just as I expected. Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. Actually, the current primeval troll had very little effect on him. In terms of will, his opponent's attacks were ineffective against him, and in terms of physical strength, he was currently so weak that he couldn't do anything to Long Chen. So, facing primeval troll alone, Long Chen was the safest. Chapter 24-32. More than 40 powerhouses rushed into the eternal celestial realm. It looked like they had scattered, but in reality, they hadn't gone far. The primeval troll stared at Long Chen. He was even faster than many dragon emperors, but he didn't pay attention to the expressions of the peak powerhouses. They looked like they were running, but in reality, they were all focused on the primeval troll's movements. Rumble. At this time, Long Chen and Yang Yu had entered the eternal celestial realm one after another. They had arrived at the northern part of the dragon god realm. There were very few people here to begin with, and now it was almost completely destroyed. They had to travel for a while before they found a relatively stable land. The Earth Pulse Heavenly Dragon formation that Lingxi had used was actually using the power of the Earth in the entire eternal celestial realm. The eternal celestial realm had a pulse. It was like a living thing. First, it had to have a support, and these support were the veins of the earth. Right now, what Lingxi wanted to use were these veins. So when they reached a stretch of mountains, Lingxi had already landed on the ground along Long Chen's dragon tail. However, the primeval troll didn't notice this detail. At this time, Yang Yu and Long Chen were in front of him. The other powerhouses only dared to look around, but no one dared to step forward. These hypocritical lowly beings. I thought you were so united. It turns out that when you're faced with death, you still scatter. He noticed the powerhouses who were still watching in the dark, but he didn't care. These people could only harm him very little. On the contrary, a single will attack from him was enough to finish them off. The ones he was truly afraid of were Yang Yu and Long Chen. When they reached this mountain range, Long Chen and Yang Yu were almost caught. At this time, they didn't continue to run, but instead fought with the primeval troll. At this time, everyone's heart was beating very fast. Firstly, the most important thing was that Long Chen and Yang Yu needed to hold him back. Secondly, Lingxi needed to succeed. Next, they needed primeval troll to be unable to break free. Lastly, they needed Long Chen to work hard. Any one of these 4 steps would be a disaster for everyone. If you dare to swallow 2/3 of my will avatar, I will make you return it. Don't even think about leaving. The primeval troll blocked his path. That huge demonic shadow caused the surrounding mountains to crumble. Give me a quarter of an hour. This was what Lingxi had told Long Chen. She needed at least half an hour to complete the Earth Vein Heavenly Dragon Array. Therefore, Long Chen and Yang Yu have to hold him off for a quarter of an hour. They had to hold him back. Right now, every second was extremely important. It was related to the future of the entire eternal sacred realm. Everyone held their breath, their hearts racing. Most of them had never been this nervous in their entire lives. I don't think that's all there is to you. Without the 5 dragon balls, you'll never be able to leave the Devil Star. I'm guessing that you made this will avatar for 10 million years. If you fail this time, you'll have to prepare for another 10 million years. Right now, Long Chen was trying to think of a way to stall for time without batting an eyelid. When Long Chen said this, the primeval troll was enraged. He snorted coldly. You don't need to worry about that. What's important is that I will make you spit out everything you've swallowed. If you don't meddle in other people's business, I can spare your life. He was still a bit wary of Yang Yu. After all, most of the wounds on his body had been inflicted by Yang Yu. In the end, Long Chen had swallowed them. Yang Yu smiled. Do you know what my relationship with him is? Primeval troll was silent for a moment. Then, he swept his gaze around and chuckled. So your mother and son. No wonder. In that case, I have no choice but to kill you all. At this point, they had no choice but to act. Keep him busy. The two of them tried their best not to fight this guy head-on. After all, Yang Yu was also very tired. If she could recover to her peak condition, they would definitely be able to grind this primeval troll to death. However, they had expended too much energy this time. Each of them would need at least a month to fully recover. A fierce battle to the death broke out in the eternal sacred realm. Long Chen didn't dare to use too much power. After all, Lingxi was the one who needed the most power right now. So, Yang Yu was still the one holding on. The woman's face was pale. She was in human form now, and using the Milky Way could reduce her energy consumption. Primeval Troll was also at the end of his rope. Moreover, Yang Yu and Long Chen didn't want to fight him head-on. With his huge body, it was very difficult to fight him. There were a few times when he almost caught Yang Yu, but she immediately slipped away. I'm going to eat you. Primeval Troll suddenly abandoned Yang Yu and stabbed his scorpion-like tail at Long Chen. Rip. Wherever it went, a deep trench appeared in the ground. During the battle, the surrounding mountains shook. So, Primeval Troll and Long Chen didn't know that at this time, the entire eternal sacred realm was trembling. It was as if there was a heart beating. The blood vessels underground all had a pulse. This was the earth vein. It was hard to imagine that Lingxi could use an Immortal Lord Realm technique to cause such a huge commotion. Giving her the Immortal Lord Realm technique had been the right choice. It continued to beat, growing stronger and stronger. Everyone was extremely nervous. Long Chen calculated the time. It seemed like half an hour was almost up. Finally, they had held out until this moment. Everyone, pay attention. In fact, many demon lords, sea emperors, and holy shamans were hiding in the Dragon Emperor's God Kingdom. When they heard Long Chen's words, they were ready. Some used Dao treasures, some mystiques, and some secret techniques. They were all in order to cooperate with Lingxi and completely trap the primeval troll. Long Chen's reminder meant that the most important moment had arrived. Everyone held their breath, waiting for this moment. The arrival of this moment had taken a long time. Yang Yu couldn't care about anything else. She thrust her sword towards the primeval troll's eyes. The primeval troll laughed coldly and attacked with a will attack. Yang Yu paused for a moment, but the celestial deity sword's Milky Way still pierced through the other party's eyes. In that instant, the other party roared angrily and opened his mouth to devour Yang Yu. Long Chen passed through and brought Yang Yu away from the tiger's mouth. At this moment, Yang Yu's vision was a little blurry from the other party's will attack. Long Chen hurriedly let her rest in the God Kingdom. Leave it to me. It was about time. She had once again played a huge role today. It was time to rest. Yang Yu quickly closed her eyes. This was the first time he had seen this woman so heavily injured. Long Chen's heart was about to explode. At this moment, his entire body was burning with flames. His blood was boiling, and his eyes were red. He had a stomach full of anger and anger. He had to repay all of this to the primeval troll. The other party was crazy. At this moment, Long Chen was even crazier than him. Lure him over. Finally, after a period of fleeing, Lingxi's voice could be heard. Long Chen couldn't wait any longer. He swooped in the direction of Lingxi. In his vision, Lingxi was standing on a mountain peak. At this moment, she was about the same as Yang Yu. However, she was definitely tired. Seeing the two most important women to him pay such a price today, the anger in Long Chen's heart increased by another layer. It was completely at the peak. He couldn't help but want to tear everything apart to vent his anger. Primeval troll, primeval troll. His vision was blood red. He quickly picked up Lingxi and rushed over the mountain peak. At this time, the primeval troll didn't care at all. He crashed heavily into the mountain peak. The mountain peak was like tofu to him, so he didn't care at all. Do it! At this time, Long Chen roared. He had Lingxi return to the God Kingdom to rest as well. She and Yang Yu could take care of each other. Now that they had succeeded, everything was up to Long Chen. Just as Long Chen shouted, the Earth Vein Heavenly Dragon Formation activated. In that instant, the entire eternal celestial domain shook violently. The ground actually glowed with 9-colored light. All of the light spread towards the north of the Dragon God domain at a terrifying speed. The entire eternal celestial domain rippled in this direction. It was as though all the blood in the world was rushing towards this place. In an instant it was incomparably powerful. Under the feet of the primeval troll, a huge formation instantly appeared. There were a total of 9 colors. The primeval troll was slightly stunned. The ground shook again, and 9 different colored divine dragons rushed out of the formation. In that instant, all of the divine dragons wrapped around the primeval troll. The colors instantly covered the primeval troll, pulling him into the formation. The light of each divine dragon was like iron chains, locking the primeval troll tightly in the formation. Roar! The primeval troll let out a roar and struggled with all his might. In an instant, the entire formation shook violently. If it was just Lingxi alone, she naturally wouldn't be able to trap the primeval troll for 15 minutes. Therefore, at that moment, the peak experts, who had rested for a while and were ready, instantly arrived. Starting from the first, more than 40 experts had simultaneously placed layers of seals on the primordial Great Demon. The primordial Great Demon's will doppelganger now only had 1/3 of its power left. It was impossible for it to break free from the bindings. Seeing that the primeval troll couldn't even move, everyone couldn't contain their excitement. They loudly shouted Long Chen's name. Next, it was time for him to complete the final attack. In truth, Long Chen had been waiting for this opportunity for far too long. Finally, it was time. Yang Yu had been injured, Lingxi had been exhausted, and the eternal life god domain had suffered huge losses. It was all because of Yang Qi. Considering how much he hated Yang Qi, he had no choice but to kill him in the craziest way possible. And that was to eat him up. His primordial blood spirit dragon body quickly appeared on the primeval troll's body. The 10,000 death claws pierced deep into the other party's flesh. Chapter 2433. The final step was completely up to Long Chen. If he succeeded, then the entire eternal god realm would succeed. If he failed, then the entire eternal god realm would probably never have a chance to defeat the primeval troll again. The 40 or so peak experts lay on the ground, exhausted, but they didn't relax at all. Their hearts and minds were focused on Long Chen and the primeval troll. Their faces were tense, and their hearts were racing. At this point, there was nothing they could do to help. In fact, every living being in the eternal god realm was waiting for the final result. There were also some sea folk and demon folk who hadn't been able to escape in time. With their help, news like this would spread throughout the entire eternal god realm in no time at all. Almost everyone knew that in the face of the instigator of the eternal riot, the primordial giant demon of the Devil Star, more than 40 peak experts and Long Chen were engaged in a desperate struggle. Now that everything had been completed, only Long Chen was left, the most important step. Almost everyone in the eternal god realm was holding their breath, waiting for the news of success. They had endless faith in Long Chen. The eternal god realm had only been able to turn things around because of him, Lingxi, and Yang Yu. If not for the 3 of them, at least half of the eternal god realm would have died. In fact, all 5 of the dragon cities might have already been taken. The key to everything rested on Long Chen. Long Chen understood the pressure, but it wasn't important to him anymore. What was most important was his hatred for the primeval troll. His hatred for the Eternal God Realm wasn't limited to the losses suffered by the races in the Eternal God Realm. Yang Yu's injuries and Lingxi's exhaustion were his reverse scales. He was even crazier than a madman right now. Faced with the primeval troll trapped by the Earth Vein Sky Dragon Formation and the 40 or so seals, Long Chen didn't hold back at all. He was like a tiger that had run into an immobile elephant. He tore at the primeval troll and ate him as if he were already dead. As Long Chen crazily bit and swallowed, the flesh and blood of the primordial great demon became less and less. The great demon's overall willpower also declined. At the beginning, he could still use his willpower to attack Long Chen. But as time went on, he couldn't do anything. At the same time, he struggled with all his might. The Earth Vein Sky Dragon Formation seemed to be pulling the primeval troll out of the earth and wrapping it around him. Every time he struggled, the entire Eternal God Realm trembled. If it had only been the Earth Vein Sky Dragon Formation, it wouldn't have been able to keep the primeval troll trapped for so long. The 40 or so experts had sealed him. The primeval troll roared in anger. Now that he was completely trapped, he couldn't resist at all. "Brat, perhaps we can discuss this. I'll give you one last chance. If you side with me, I can make you the master of the entire Devil Planet. You'll be able to lead all the demons. You'll be the #1 person under the primeval troll. In the future, we'll turn the entire Eternal God Realm into demons, and you'll be the leader. In your eyes, the leader of ants?" Long Chen laughed coldly. His movements weren't slow at all. Every time he bit, he tore off a large chunk of flesh. Those were willpower fragments, and he swallowed them directly. "If you're willing, we can also transform you into a primeval troll. You'll have the same power as us, and you'll become a part of us. Primeval troll is comparable to the gods in your eyes. This is a chance to become a god, and it's also the biggest concession I can make. You'd better think about it. Other than this, you'll never have another chance." In the midst of his struggle, the primeval troll tried to persuade Lin Fan patiently. "Do you really think that I'll be envious of your ugly looks?" Long Chen paused for a moment before replying coldly. He then increased his speed and swallowed the head of the primeval troll whole. Under these circumstances, the other party's body was getting thinner and thinner. At the same time, Long Chen's willpower was getting stronger and stronger. It was now above the other party's willpower, suppressing the primeval troll entirely. "Now, who's the ant here?" Long Chen's eyes were filled with hatred. At this moment, the primeval troll howled out in rage. He hadn't expected this human to not know what's good for him. To think that he would give up on such an important opportunity like this. There must be something wrong with his head. Fool! What a fool! Just as he was howling out, almost 15 minutes had passed. By now, the primeval troll no longer had the strength to struggle. This time around, Lingxi had succeeded. Without any hesitation, Long Chen tore the primeval troll into shreds and increased his devouring speed. "Damned thief! One of these days, you'll pay a heavy price for your actions today." The voice of the primeval troll was still reverberating in Long Chen's ears. Long Chen continued coldly, completely isolating himself from the shouts of the other party. This was the only way for him to vent his anger. Everyone was waiting for him. At this moment, he could only succeed and not fail. Just as the primeval troll was about to disappear completely, he suddenly stopped shouting. Instead, he laughed sinisterly and said, "I've had enough. This is really fun. I guess I've failed this time. However, brat, there's something I have to tell you. Do you think that we, the primeval troll, can't leave the Devil's Star without the 5 Dragon Balls? You're still too naive. We've waited for a full 10 million years. How can we not have a way? What other ways do you guys have? Don't brag until you're about to die, alright? Long Chen was stunned in his heart, but he said with disdain. One day, you'll understand. However, when that time comes, you, your race, and all the living beings on this land will suffer. Consider it as paying a heavy price for your ignorant actions today. Of course, I can also give you a hint. My hint is Mo Xiaolang, the demon of devouring. After saying the last word, the primeval troll didn't give Long Chen a chance. He immediately disappeared, not even the last bit of his willpower left. The earth-veined sky dragon formation determined that the primeval troll was dead and naturally dissipated. The other seals did the same. All light disappeared, leaving only Long Chen floating in the air. When they saw Long Chen's figure, everyone couldn't help but cheer loudly. The pinnacle experts closest to Long Chen fell to the ground one by one, looking up at the sky with tears in their eyes. The entire eternal celestial realm was cheering. They had won. It was a miracle that they had survived this disaster. Everyone had tears in their eyes, especially those who had lost their loved ones and friends in this riot. This riot had left a deep impression on them. Although it was only a short period of less than a month, the soul-stirring experience within this month was even more than many people's entire lives. Rejoicing, cheering, trembling. There was nothing else that could express how they felt right now. Everyone from the 5 great dragon cities also returned to their original positions. They used the 5 spirit light formations to teleport back to their respective dragon cities. Long Chen was the only one who knew what the primeval troll had said in his final moments, and he had to bear it himself. The primeval troll will return. And this time, they'll be relying on Xiaolang to break the Devil Star. He was Long Chen's most important brother. He was incomparably important in his life. If all this was true, then Long Chen didn't know how to face it. It's all my fault. I allowed Xiaolang to enter the Devil Star. It's a pity that I didn't know the secret of the Devil Star back then. Otherwise, I would have had to fight against that blue-haired woman. Even though they had won this time, the primeval troll's words had left a huge knot in Long Chen's heart. Forget it. When the eternal celestial realm is settled, I'll discuss this with Anti-Netherworld. Let's not spoil everyone's mood for now. Seeing everyone celebrating, Long Chen couldn't bear to tell them that the primeval troll might come again, and that it would be much more violent than this time. The Dragon Emperor and the great monster lords were all exhausted. This time, the only person who was still awake was probably Long Chen himself. Boss, you've already won. You're in high spirits. What are you worrying about? Kitten suddenly appeared behind him and chuckled. In fact, he had also contributed to the seal. From the beginning, he had fought alongside Long Chen. It was just that his movements were a little strange. I'm just a little absent-minded. Long Chen turned into human form and looked at Yang Yu and Lingxi in the God Nation. They were now surrounded by the flames of life. Yi Shui and Dream Scar were also here. They felt very wronged, because they knew that this time, Long Chen might not let them go so easily. You guys stay here for a while. I have something to ask you. If you answer well, I can let you leave. Long Chen said. He wanted to ask about the devouring demon. Also, if the primeval troll came again, it definitely wouldn't be used to control peak experts. There was also no need for Yi Shui and Dream Scar to organize it. With their current strength, they wouldn't be of much use. Sure, you're our benefactor. Of course, we'll tell you everything we know. Yi Shui shrugged and smiled gently. Yang Yu and Ling Shi's conditions were improving. Yang Yu had a strong recovery ability, so it was estimated that she would be fine in a few hours. Ling Shi, on the other hand, had only used up a lot of energy, so she would wake up in a few hours. At this time, the 15 Dragon Emperor, the 16 Great Monster Lords, the 5 Ocean Emperors, and the 8 holy sorcerers gathered together. The first great monster lord said, "Brothers and sisters, this matter has finally come to an end. We're considered lucky that 3 people turned the tide and saved everyone. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to the 3 of you. There's nothing I can do to repay you. For the next 100,000 years, the monster race will be the human race's friends." The 3 people he mentioned were naturally Long Chen, Yang Yu, and Lingxi. Chapter 24-34. Everyone expressed their sincere gratitude to Long Chen, and promised that they would not do anything unfriendly to the human race for a long time to come. This kind of gratitude was the most sincere of all. It's all thanks to everyone's hard work. Without everyone, the 3 of us would not have been able to accomplish anything. Now that the world is in chaos, there are all kinds of demons emerging. If disaster befalls us again, I hope that our 4 races can unite and fight against the common enemy. What do you think? Long Chen knew that primeval troll would return. Therefore, he needed to prepare in advance. No problem. The human race has a new massacre dragon emperor, just like the eternal dragon emperor. As long as you say the word, the demon race will not hesitate. The 9 phoenix transformed into a colorful woman and said with great generosity, "Yes, the fully deserving of the title of Massacre Dragon Emperor. Even in terms of strength, they are quite close." They had seen Long Chen's battles, and knew that among those present, besides Yang Yu, no one else could defeat Long Chen in a head-on battle. Or perhaps, Long Chen was already above their level. In this battle, Long Chen had displayed many miraculous techniques. According to everyone's estimates, he seemed to have inherited at least 4 types of inherited blood essences, and each one was a supreme dragon. This was everyone's guess. Other than the human race, the other mighty ones did not know the key, but the Dragon Emperor knew. Inherited blood essences would conflict, and it was a miracle to inherit 2. But Long Chen had inherited 4. This must be Long Qinglan's handiwork. If all the suspicious points were attributed to Long Qinglan, the heaven-defying genius, then everything could be explained. Now, Long Chen's merits and reputation surpassed Long Qinglan's. The only thing he lacked was strength, but it seemed to be about the same. Therefore, he was only 1 step away from killing the Dragon Emperor. Of course, in the eyes of others, he was already safe. But the situation in the eternal celestial domain is a mess right now, and a large number of Yao, ocean folk, and shamans are still in the Dragon God domain. We have to evacuate the Dragon God domain and return to our homes. At the same time, the human race needs to rebuild their homes, so we can't stay here any longer. If there's a chance, let's meet again next time. This battle had, on the contrary, increased the friendship between the 4 clans, which had never been imagined before. Also, who knows where that peerless hypocrite Ling Huang is? Who knows if he will take advantage of the chaos to occupy our land? Therefore, we still need to act quickly. The rock wizard said angrily. The astrals had gone too far this time. The eternal life god domain was in such dire straits, but they hadn't done anything. Not even a single person had shown up. This was obviously Ling Huang's idea. Aren't they all like that? Do they think that just one Ling Huang can dominate the eternal life god domain? They should have gotten used to it long ago. Everyone laughed disdainfully. In reality, the astrals did have a sense of superiority. They thought of themselves as the best in the world, and disdained to associate with humans and Yao. After chatting for a while, they prepared to leave. They were going to mobilize the Yao, ocean folk, and shamans to evacuate the Dragon God domain and return to their homes. The 15 Dragon Emperors also had to rebuild their homes. The other 4 Dragon cities were fine. As long as they returned to their original positions, the people gathered in the Dragon cities would gradually return to the ancient cities of the demigods. However, because much of the northern territory had been destroyed, they might have to move to a new location. Fortunately, Slaughter Dragon City was not damaged, but some of the commoners might have to leave their homes and move south. After all, their homes had been destroyed. These were not things that the dragon emperors should worry about. Naturally, there were people who would take care of it. Now, everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. The dragon emperors returned to their respective dragon cities to cultivate. Longchen temporarily stayed in Slaughter Dragon City, waiting for Yang Yu and Lingxi to recover. During this rare period of peace, he could ask Yi Shui and Dream Scar. Do you want to know about the devouring demon? Yi Shui and Dream Scar had just come out of the God Nation when Yi Shui asked. In the past, Longchen had also asked them. Longchen nodded. Yi Shui said seriously, I told you before that he is a devouring demon. He can devour fire to advance. He is an anomaly among all of us. You should know that demons do not have the 18 levels of calamity. This means that as long as he devours, as long as his body can endure it, he can advance infinitely. It is very terrifying. He also has many other magical abilities. His appearance has brought hope to our Devil Star. Why? First of all, his cultivation will one day surpass all the demon masters and reach the level of a god. It will even be endless, reaching the level of Primeval Troll. I think Primeval Troll also noticed his heaven-defying ability. Second, his devouring magical ability is really unparalleled. Part of the Devil Star seal is the power of fire, but he can actually find the fire in this incomparably complex formation and devour it, causing the formation to constantly have loopholes. The last time there was a loophole, the people on Devil Star used it well and sent us 2 sisters out to find the 5 dragon balls. Longchen roughly understood. Dream Marks, who was silent at the side, said, the devouring demon wants to collapse the entire Devil Star seal, so it will take a certain amount of time. It will definitely be longer than obtaining the 5 dragon balls, but it should not be too long now. At most a year or so. At that time, the Devil Star seal will open. Whether it is the group of demons or Primeval Troll, they will all come out. However, Primeval Troll may be more anxious, so he directly condensed a will avatar to find the 5 dragon balls. Although he has failed, as long as the devouring demon is here, the Devil Star seal will eventually be undone. And now that Ta has awakened, your brother is 100% under his control. Yi Shui sighed helplessly and said, in short, the undoing of the Devil Star seal and the reappearance of Primeval Troll is irreversible. It is only a matter of time. He must have told you that as long as the devouring demon is here, he will come back to settle the score with you one day. After listening to all this, Long Chen's head hurt. With Xiao Lang's help, the Devil Star seal will be broken sooner or later. It is only a matter of time. About less than a year. At present, Long Chen still had no solution. When Yang Yu and the others' injuries were better and the Dragon God domain stabilized, he decided to discuss it with the others. As for Yi Shui and Dream Marks, Yi Shui said in a sweet voice, if you are worried about us, you can let us stay by your side. But I am afraid that your woman will be jealous. This woman was very scary when she softened. Long Chen hurriedly said, you can go. However, I may go to the Devil Star in the future. At that time, I will use the Star Talisman to contact you and lead the way. Is that okay? You want to go to the Devil Star? Yi Shui and Dream Marks were stunned. That was a place where one could enter but not leave. After going in, it was almost impossible to come out. Of course, they did not know how Long Qinglan did it back then. Long Chen shook his head and said, I am not going. It is just a thought. And I think it will take some time. To be honest, other than going to the Devil Star and stopping Mo Xiaolang, he could not think of any other way. However, this method was very risky. He was not his young and impulsive self anymore. Everything needed to be discussed. Yishui nodded and said, "All right, you have saved us twice. We will repay this kindness. If there is anything you need our help with, just let us know. We will leave first." They could not help but be shocked by Long Chen's boldness. They were even more grateful that Long Chen could let them go so easily. This showed that Long Chen still trusted them. Then, in the peace, time passed quietly. Everything was getting better. "Have you really decided to go to the Devil Star and save the black puppy?" Kitten walked around him and asked with a smile. "What else?" Long Chen looked in the direction of the Devil Star and clenched his teeth. He had thought that the disaster was over. He did not expect that it was just the beginning. Moreover, he did not dare to tell the Dragon Emperor the news. He was afraid that it would scare them. But he could not hide this kind of thing. "All right, then I will risk my life to accompany you. I will also go and see this black puppy. I have been bullied by him for so long. This time, I will definitely beat his butt until it blossoms." Kitten put her hands on her hips and laughed proudly. Long Chen stood at the highest point of the slaughtered dragon city and watched people leave the city and return to the dragon god domain to rebuild their homes. Although everything was broken, everyone's faces were filled with happiness after surviving a disaster. At the same time, their eyes were filled with the power of faith. As they walked, they laughed and chatted happily. After experiencing the calamity, everyone helped each other. Everything was so beautiful. Long Chen couldn't bear to tell them that the current beauty was just an illusion. There would be a day when an even greater disaster would come. He felt very sad. If father encountered the same thing as me, what choice would he make? Long Chen looked at the vast sky. His thoughts were a little messy. Although he was young, no one had as much pressure in their hearts as he did. With his personality, he would definitely give everything to protect his home. Dragon God Domain, the last home. Now, like his bloodline, he had already merged with this land and the bloodline here. He had become a part of the human race. They were all descendants of the dragon god. Long Chen faced the strong wind and looked at the countless happy people in his field of vision. He swore that he would protect this place. No matter what price he had to pay, he would fight bravely. When a person was strong enough, his life no longer belonged to him. Chapter 24-35. Before Yang Yu and Lingxi recovered, Long Chen came to the central palace. Now, the dragon warriors of the whole slaughtered dragon city were busy sending people from the whole northern territory back, and then pushing the large pieces of land scattered in the starry sky back to the dragon god domain. The whole slaughtered dragon city was in full swing, but Long Chen came to the three dragon emperors. Now, the three dragon emperors were quietly recuperating. From their faces, it could be seen that they were very happy at this time. "You're here." The three dragon emperors opened their eyes almost at the same time. From their incomparably gentle eyes, it could be seen that at this time, in their eyes, Long Chen was simply a treasure, something more important than anything else. The three dragon emperors' lives were not as precious as Long Chen in their eyes. Long Chen thought carefully. For such an important matter, it was not a good idea to hide it. He must let the 15 dragon emperors, Big Demon Lord, Sea Emperor, and Holy Sorcerer make all the necessary preparations. At least, it would not be as hasty as this time. Before Primeval Troll disappeared, he said something to me. "Now, call the other dragon emperors together. There's something we need to discuss." Hearing Long Chen's words, the three dragon emperors' faces turned solemn. They used star talismans to inform the other dragon emperors. After a quarter of an hour, the 15 dragon emperors surrounded Long Chen with solemn faces. At this time, Yang Yu seemed to have heard the voice and came out of the divine kingdom. "Chen, you can tell us now. What's going on?" Long Chen nodded. Without hesitation, he told them everything about the demon star seal and Mo Xiaolang's devouring demon. At the end, the Dragon Emperor's faces turned pale again. No wonder, I felt that the demon star seal has been weakening. Yang Yu sighed and shook his head helplessly. The eternal Dragon Emperor's face was full of sorrow. He sighed and said, I thought we had escaped this disaster. I didn't expect this to be just the beginning. I think the heavens want to destroy the human race. The primeval troll will definitely come out, and none of us can stop it. His words brought the other Dragon Emperors into an atmosphere of sadness and despair. Everyone lowered their heads, finding it hard to accept the news. Long Chen also recalled the phrase, within 100 years, the dragon sacrifice will perish. Regardless of the time, this sentence was an incomparably heavy pressure on him. However, this was his personality. Even though this crisis was so terrifying, he did not yield, let alone the next crisis that had yet to befall him. Long Chen took a deep breath and said, Don't be too depressed. At least we still have time to make arrangements and take more precautions. We can work together with the monster race, the sea race, the sorcerer race, and even the spirit race to resist this disaster. With such a long time to prepare, there is still hope. What Long Chen said was the truth. Preparing to resist was the only thing the Dragon Emperors thought they could do. Yang Yu suddenly said, I can go into the demon star and kill the devouring demon. Actually, she wanted to say kill, but she also knew the relationship between Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. She definitely could not kill him. However, other than killing him, Yang Yu could not think of any other way to solve the problem. After all, at this time, the primeval troll might have already awakened on the demon star and freed himself from the seal thousands of years ago. Going in basically meant death. There were many strong people on the demon star, and they had the terrifying ability of being almost immortal. It was almost impossible to kill Mo Xiaolang. No. This was something Long Chen had decided himself. He absolutely could not let Yang Yu go in, so he said, even if you go in, it will be very difficult to do it. Maybe it is impossible at all. This is the most helpless method. Before that, we can think of more ways, but we also need someone on the Sky Dragon planet to watch the movements of the demon star. If it is slowly undoing, at least we can see the pattern of time. This was the first time Long Chen had been so resolute in front of Yang Yu. The two of them looked at each other. When Yang Yu saw that he was so resolute, she also knew that he was concerned about her. She felt very happy, so she did not mention this for the time being. Indeed, as Long Chen had said, they could think of other ways. Then I will go and watch the movements of the demon star. Don't worry, I will not go in alone. After all, at this time, everyone has to discuss everything, right? Yang Yu said. In fact, it was more to ask for Long Chen's opinion. Long Chen said, we can send a few more people. Let the monster race send 1 or 2. There is strength in numbers. For now, we can't spread this news, lest it causes a disturbance. Then, we can bring this news to the monster race, the merfolk, and the witch race. As for the spirit race, we definitely need to talk to Ling Huang and see what he thinks. The Dragon Emperor nodded. Although everyone was very anxious, this matter could not be solved in a hurry. What an eventful time. There are so many dangers. It really seems like the human race has reached the end. Tens of millions of years worth of legacy. Now, it's practically on the verge of destruction. Before this, there was still a glimmer of hope. However, if the primordial great demon were to truly break the seal of the demon star, that glimmer of hope would be gone. For Long Chen, it can only be said that fate is playing tricks on people. The devouring demon had fought side by side with Long Chen from the beginning. He was a brother who had sworn to follow Long Chen, but he did not expect to become the sharpest weapon of the primeval troll at this time. If the eternal sacred realm was completely controlled by the demon star in the future, then Mo Xiaolang would be responsible for at least half of the crime. Long Chen clenched his fists, and his eyes were about to turn red. He had to stop this from happening, to give himself an explanation, to give his father an explanation, and to give Mo Xiaolang an explanation. It was indeed quite difficult for him to be caught in the middle. Once brothers, he did not expect to meet in such a way. Things like fate were like pranks, and he hoped that there would be a good ending. Anyway, now, other than entering the Demon Star, Long Chen could not think of any other way to stop it. Back then, Long Qinglan had entered the Demon Star. But in reality, Long Qinglan was likely to be much stronger than Long Chen had imagined. At that time, he had already inherited the blood essence of the Void Cosmic Dragon, and was also an ancestral dragon warrior. Now, Long Chen had just passed the 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm, and could already defeat the Dragon Emperor, who was in the late 9-palace tribulation realm. Long Qinglan, who was also an ancestral dragon warrior, had reached the late 9-palace tribulation realm, and was even at the half-step divine spirit realm like Ling Huang. His true combat strength should be able to fight a primeval troll head-on. He had entered the Demon Star under such circumstances. Long Chen was far from having this kind of power. As for the time when he fought against the 15 Dragon Emperors in the battlefield of the gods, it could only mean that although Long Qinglan had been hit by the ancient spirit assimilation technique, he was still resisting and controlling himself, and did not injure the 15 Dragon Emperors. Otherwise, even if the 15 Dragon Emperors joined forces, they would not be a match for him. At that time, the Eternal Dragon Emperor, at his peak, had the strength of a divine spirit, although he had not become a divine spirit. But he still died. How many secrets were there in this world? Long Chen was lost in thought. At this time, Lingxi woke up from her exhaustion. After a period of recuperation, she was much better. Chen, Chen, in a daze, she kept calling out to him. Long Chen hurriedly let her out of the divine kingdom and held her in his arms. Now, Lingxi's face was rosy, and it seemed that she had almost recovered. However, she was covering her lower abdomen with one hand. Long Chen hurriedly looked at her. He keenly noticed that Lingxi's originally flat and smooth lower abdomen was now slightly bulging. It was just a little, but it was already a big change. Yang Yu was faster than anyone. Her hand was already stroking Lingxi's lower abdomen. She, who had a cold expression before, suddenly smiled, as if she was relieved of a heavy burden. She said, "That's great, the fetus has already begun to grow. Although it is still a little, it can already be considered a small life. This could be considered the only happy thing in this disaster." The Dragon Emperors looked at each other and also smiled. Everyone congratulated Long Chen. The young man was going to be a father. This was a huge psychological transformation. After becoming a father, he would understand how important the so-called responsibility was. Long Chen was a little stunned. He was not ready, so he was a little sluggish for a moment. This was like a very magical thing to him. Suddenly, Lingxi's lower abdomen had a reaction. That slight bulge indicated the birth of a new life, a new soul. The Dragon Emperors were also old and frivolous. Dragon Emperor Tianyun smiled and said, "The fetus has begun to grow. From today onwards, some things will have to be done less." Everyone laughed, which made Long Chen very embarrassed. No matter how capable he was still a young man in front of the Dragon Emperors. Having so many people think highly of him might be a kind of happiness in life. Lingxi still didn't know about the matter of the primordial great demon. She leaned against Long Chen's chest, her face brimming with a happy smile. She had chased after her love for so long and had put in so much effort. She didn't give up, didn't abandon him, didn't complain, and had no regrets. This child was the most perfect repayment to her. Back then, the lively and adorable young girl in Lingxi's sword had changed a lot. She had become a very charming woman, which showed her true nature and growth. Only occasionally would she be mischievous in front of Long Chen like a child. In this calamity, the super-large Qiankuan teleportation formation and the Earth Vein Heavenly Dragon formation were the key to victory, and she had done it. Just when everyone was excited about the news of a new life, Yang Yu suddenly looked outside and said, "Since you're here, why are you hiding?" Everyone stopped smiling and looked outside. He. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a white robe walked in. He was unbelievably handsome, and it was hard to tell if he was a man or a woman. His entire body was like a gem, and he said with a gentle and elegant voice that made people feel very comfortable, Yang Yu, you're still as graceful as before. I came here today because I have a request." This person, Long Chen had never seen him before, but he knew that he was from the spirit race. Ling Huang. Chapter 2436. It could be said that if Ling Huang appeared at any time before this, he would be everyone's savior. But when everyone was done with everything, he only appeared here, so it was impossible for everyone not to hate him. However, at this time, Yang Yu and the 15 Dragon Emperors were also present, so although Ling Huang appeared, no one was worried. After all, Yang Yu's strength was what Ling Huang was afraid of, and with the 15 Dragon Emperors, no matter how many Ling Huang there were, it would be useless. At this time, life had almost returned to its heyday. Not only was there Yang Yu, an expert who was close to Ling Huang, but there was also Long Chen, a rising star. Overall, their strength had surpassed the previous demon race of the same level, and they were now fully deserving of being the strongest race in the Eternal God realm. Moreover, in the Eternal Riot, the power of the human race was very intact, while the demon race and other races were inevitably damaged. This was something that could not be helped, and even the 16 great demon lords could not do anything about it, but it was also a fact that they were inferior to the human race from then on. Thus, even though Sovereign Chen Ling had arrived, everyone was confident and not afraid of him. This generation of Ling Huang had ruled for a very long time, but he rarely showed up. Yang Yu had seen him many times, and knew that he was a guy who looked very elegant, but was cunning inside, and even had many unknown sides. In any case, he was not a good person, which could be seen from his choice not to take action in the Eternal Riot this time. If he had taken action earlier, the matter would have been solved a long time ago, and it would not have been so difficult. Yang Yu subconsciously protected Long Chen and Lingxi behind him, and the 15 Dragon Emperors also stood in a mutually advantageous position, looking at the most beautiful man in the world with unfriendly expressions. "What are you doing here? Aren't you used to being the fisherman when the sandpiper and the clam fight?" Yang Yu was not polite, and asked directly with a look of disdain. Ling Huang acted as if he hadn't heard anything. He smiled faintly and said, "Everyone's complexions look pretty good. It seems like you've mostly recovered. I've been watching this battle from the beginning to the end. It was simply too marvelous. Even if I wanted to make a move, I wouldn't have the chance to. Especially these two youngsters, they're really surprising." His eyes were full of praise, as if he was telling the truth. Among the 15 Dragon Emperors, the Dragon Emperor sneered, "This is really after the fact, it almost moved me." "Huh, Ling Huang, don't talk nonsense, just tell me your purpose today, we all know that you always gets up early. Since you came in person, it must be very important, so don't hide it." For such people, no one would be polite. In this battle, the spirit race had stayed out of it, and the 4 great races had already looked down on them. Of course, Ling Huang did not seem to care about how others looked at him. The spirit race was like this, he alone was the ruler, and his will determined the direction of the race. Hearing this, the spirit emperor no longer smiled. Instead, he said seriously, "To tell you the truth, I came here today to discuss a very important matter with all of you. Of course, I'm not discussing it with all of you, but with these 2 young men." He was looking at Long Chen and Lingxi. He did not expect the other to come for him. But there was something on him that the other was interested in. At the mention of Long Chen, Yang Yu's eyes turned cold, and she said, "Speak." Ling Huang went straight to the point, saying, "As everyone knows, the Immortal Lord Realm technique is the highest level of our spirit race, but it was lost for a long time, and has yet to be found. This young lady called Lingxi can actually use our Immortal Lord Realm technique, and has the blood of one of our two great immortal spirits, the pure maiden ancestor god. This is really surprising. This means that Lingxi is actually part of our spirit race." Everyone had heard of the Immortal Lord Realm technique, especially Yang Yu. Lingxi had long told her that she knew the Immortal Lord Realm technique. Therefore, the Qian Kuan Great Shift design and the Earth Vein Heavenly Dragon design were no secret. "So, what are you trying to steal?" Yang Yu's expression turned even harsher. She had a feeling that Ling Huang was here to pick a fight with them before they had fully recovered. Ling Huang shook his head slightly, saying calmly, "Of course not. Don't think too much about it. Today, I am here to prove that I have come with sufficient sincerity. In truth, the Immortal Lord Realm technique cannot be stolen. If I want to steal the Immortal Lord Realm technique from her, it will only lead to the Immortal Lord Realm technique being lost forever. There are two ways to inherit an Immortal Lord Realm technique. The first is if the other party is willing to give the Immortal Lord Realm technique to someone else personally, and lose it. This is a complicated process, and the other is if the person is absolutely willing. The second way is through bloodline inheritance. In other words, the child in her arms will be able to use the Immortal Lord Realm technique from birth." Finally, he fixed his gaze on Lingxi's abdomen. After hearing him say so much, he still did not reveal his main motive. Yang Yu seemed to understand. He sneered and said, "And then? What do you want to do?" At this point, the Dragon Emperor and the rest were on their guard. The matter with Mo Xing was not over yet, and this Ling Huang was here to stir up trouble again. How disgusting. Ling Huang was neither servile nor overbearing. He said straightforwardly, "My term as Ling Huang is almost over. I want to find a true successor and give him the highest immortal legacy of the spirit tribe. I want him to take charge of the entire spirit tribe and become the new Ling Huang in a short 100 years. I have searched the entire spirit tribe, but I have not found a truly qualified successor. I have searched the entire spirit tribe, but I did not expect to find such an existence outside of the spirit tribe. Therefore, I have come to meet all of you with great determination and sincerity." Hearing the words immortal legacy of the spirit tribe, everyone was shocked. They did not expect this guy to be coming to an end. Why was the spirit tribe so strong? Why was every Ling Huang able to become the new number one in the world in a short period of time? It was because of this mysterious and inexplicable immortal legacy of the spirit tribe. Any qualified person who inherited the immortal legacy of the spirit tribe would become the new ruler of the spirit tribe in a short 100 years. The immortal legacy of the spirit tribe was the number one direct path in the world. One could reach the sky in a single step. To be honest, there was no one in the world who did not admire and respect it. Especially the spirit tribe. To the entire spirit tribe, the most wonderful dream was to be chosen as the successor by Ling Huang. Looking at the history of the spirit tribe, there were indeed some people who were born humble, but in the end, they got the favor of Ling Huang and became the number one in the world in 100 years. That was the real case of a sparrow flying to become a phoenix. To think that Sovereign Chen Ling would actually say something like that here. Even the Dragon Emperors could not believe it. Among them, the Eternal Dragon Emperor said, "Ling Huang, are you kidding me? You want Lingxi to be your Ling Huang? She does not belong to the spirit tribe at all. And with her personality, it is impossible for her to be the ruler of the spirit tribe." That was the question in everyone's mind. Lingxi was not an ambitious person. Therefore, no matter how powerful the legacy of Ling Huang was, it was impossible for her. Therefore, she hurriedly shook her head and said, "No, I don't want to go." Just as she finished speaking, Ling Huang smiled faintly and shook his head. He said, "Everyone might have guessed wrongly. Of course, I am not a fool. Lady Lingxi's heart belongs to someone else, and she only has Long Chen in her heart. Even if she becomes Ling Huang, she will not be the pillar of the spirit tribe, but the pillar of the human race. The immortal legacy of the spirit tribe is the most important thing for the tribe, and naturally we will not be so careless. Therefore, what I mean is..." The crowd could not react for a while, until they saw Ling Huang's eyes on Lingxi's abdomen, and they thought of the second method of the Immortal Lord Realm technique. Everyone seemed to understand. Ling Huang said at this time, "Just as everyone has guessed, I want this child. When he is born, I want to take him away and raise him as the heir of the spirit tribe. When he grows up, I will give him the greatest transformation in the entire eternal sacred realm. Of course, the prerequisite is that he is completely a member of the spirit tribe, and has inherited the Immortal Lord Realm technique of the human race. I cannot let him know who his parents are, but I can be sure that he will be the most elite Ling Huang of the spirit tribe in the future, and also an unparalleled expert." This idea was very much in line with Ling Huang's personality. When the child was born, he would inherit Lingxi's pure goddess bloodline and Long Chen's ancestral dragon bloodline. He would also have the Immortal Lord Realm technique. His talent would be terrifying, and he would be the best unpolished jade in the world. If Ling Huang took him away to raise him, it would be equivalent to asking Long Chen and the others to give him this child. As compensation, he would give this child the most elite spiritual honorable legacy. This would allow this child to grow up to be even stronger than his father, Long Chen. In 100 years, he would become even stronger than the current Ling Huang. To be honest, if it was someone else, or even someone with low cultivation, Ling Huang would agree to have the child if he offered the same conditions. Although there was no way to make the child admit that he was his parent, and he would even be instilled with many spirit tribe thoughts by Ling Huang, at least he would have the most terrifying legacy in the world. But what was Long Chen? Now that he had inherited 4 kinds of ancestral dragon bloodlines, his future would be many times more important than the spiritual honorable legacy. His child's future achievements would definitely not be bad. It was not easy for him to have such a child, and he would definitely not give this child to Ling Huang to raise. Of course, Lingxi would not agree. To her, this would be a serious blow that would be worse than killing her. The spiritual honorable legacy might be very important in Ling Huang's eyes, and it might be a dreamlike dream in the eyes of the people in the world. But in Long Chen's eyes, it was no different from a pile of dog shit. Chapter 2437. Ling Huang had followed them for such a long time just for this child. Now that the fetus had changed its state and started to grow, he couldn't wait to show up. Maybe for him, he thought it wouldn't be difficult to get this child. He knew it was the spiritual master's inheritance that gave him such a high position and the title of the world's #1. But he had once given up the title of the world's #1 to someone else. That person was the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Since then, the Eternal Dragon Emperor's power had been soaring, to the point that he couldn't resist at all. He couldn't even take one attack from him. So the Eternal Dragon Emperor's name was Ling Huang's lifelong nightmare. It was also the only time he doubted the spiritual master's inheritance. Now, Long Chen's attitude was so firm, and he asked him like that. It was something only Long Chen could decide, so the Dragon Emperors wouldn't say much. But in fact, they knew Long Chen. They knew he wouldn't give his child away even if he was killed. He was still young, and his first child was too important for him. Ling Huang paused for a while, then said, "What's your decision? Just say it." Lingxi wasn't nervous at all. She trusted Long Chen a lot. She knew he wouldn't give his child away to get the spiritual master's inheritance. He didn't need it at all. That means his inheritance, my inheritance, is more powerful than your spiritual master's inheritance. Maybe he can't reach the sky in one step, but he still has a future that you can't imagine. And our parents will teach him how to be a man, instead of being your puppet and doing things according to your will. This is our most important first child, and it's the most important thing in our lives. So I'm sorry, but no matter what price you give me, I won't agree to your request. He wouldn't beat around the bush, so he said it directly, so that Ling Huang wouldn't bother him too much. Hearing that, the Dragon Emperor and Yang Yu felt relieved. Only Ling Huang suddenly chuckled, and said, "That's a nice way to put it. But who doesn't want to have the dream of reaching the sky in a single bound? You refuse it now because you don't understand the true meaning of the Venerable Spirit's inheritance. But one day, when you see your child surpass you in a flash, and become the strongest person in the world, you will understand." This was a matter of philosophy. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to say more. He shook his head and said, "My way of thinking is different from yours. My father never wanted me to reach the heavens in a single bound. Instead, he wanted me to slowly climb up from the bottom. He wanted me to experience all the things that others have never experienced. He wanted me to strengthen my heart. This is what true strength is. People like you who have reached the heavens in a single bound won't understand what I'm saying. I can only say that we'll see the results in the future. But my child, I'll say it again. Even if I kill myself right here and now, I won't give it to you. Because we don't need it." He had made it clear enough. With such a resolute attitude, even if Ling Huang insisted, it would be useless. Yang Yu also said, "Ling Huang, please go back. Not only he won't agree, I won't either. Neither will Lingxi. The 15 Dragon Emperors won't agree either. This child is too important to us. None of us can lose him. As for the Venerable Spirit's inheritance, we can only thank you for your kindness. Now, we can only hope that you can find a better inheritor." The Dragon Emperors also started to talk. Ling Huang's expression didn't change, as if this matter didn't have much to do with him. In the end, he waved his hand and said with a smile, "The ending really makes people feel helpless. But Yang Yu, I can confidently believe that the most suitable inheritor of my Venerable Spirit's inheritance in the world is this kid. No matter how good the other talents are, compared to him, they are just ugly." As he spoke, he sighed with emotion. He turned around and walked out step by step. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight. "He's gone," Yang Yu said with certainty. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. After all, he was the current #1 in the world. He had many tricks. Who knew what kind of loss he would bring to the human clan if he went crazy? They were afraid that he would offend them. "Chen, judging from the tone of his last words, I have a feeling that he won't leave it at that," Lingxi said worriedly. She cared about the child in her arms more than anyone else. After all, she was the child's mother. So, she always thought about him. Long Chen also thought so. The Dragon Emperors discussed for a while. Then the Eternal Dragon Emperor said, "Actually, we don't need to worry too much. If we don't want to, Ling Huang can't do anything. Unless he's so crazy that the whole Spirit clan doesn't want him. We are not easy to deal with. If he dares to act recklessly at this moment, he will have to pay the price." After the primeval troll, everyone was full of murderous intent. The appearance and request of the Spirit Emperor was just an interlude. To everyone, the most important thing was actually the matter of the Fiend Star. After discussing for a while, everyone decided to inform all the peak experts of the Demon Clan, the Sea Clan, and the Sorcerer Tribe of this matter. So, countless star amulets were set up in the central palace. All the experts were connected through those star amulets. Soon, everyone gathered. Some of the great demon lords, holy sorcerers, and sea emperors had not returned to their respective places. They were still on the way. Dragon Emperors, what's the matter? Why do you have to make it so grand? We are still busy. One of the great demon lords shouted in a hoarse voice. It was obvious that he had relaxed. Long Chen couldn't bear to let them know about this. But he had to do it. Therefore, after gathering everyone together, he began to say, "Seniors, please be quiet. I have a very important matter to inform all of you." Then, he explained everything clearly through the star amulet. At first, the great demon lords, sea emperors, and holy sorcerers were still clamoring and asking him what was going on. But in the end, everyone was silent. Their mood was definitely as serious as the dragon emperors. Compared to this crisis, the previous one was like a child's play. If the primordial giant demons really came out of the demon star, the eternal celestial realm would really be done for. Moreover, there was no room for discussion at all. They would definitely die. Moreover, they had destroyed the will avatar of the primeval troll. If they met him again, they would definitely die. No one spoke for a long time. Clearly, their mood was very heavy. Sigh, looks like we're doomed. If we had known this would happen, we wouldn't have fought so hard. In the end, we only lived a little longer. Yeah. I didn't expect it to be like this. The devouring demon is really despicable. For a moment, everyone was filled with righteous indignation. They were different from the Dragon Emperor. Although they knew about the relationship between Mo Xiaolang and Long Chen, they couldn't help but resent him. I think the only way is for someone to be willing to sacrifice himself and enter the demon star before the devouring demon breaks the seal of the demon star. That way, the devouring demon can't complete his mission. That's right. It's the only way to save the common people. If we can kill this devouring devil, then we have to. We're just a bunch of old fogies, and we're all going to die anyway. We might as well go to the Devil Star together. Maybe we'll succeed. Once the devouring devil is dead, the eternal God domain will be safe. Yes, that's the only way. Once everyone has settled down, we'll start planning to enter the demon star. This is a great feat history will remember us. Faced with these words, Long Chen felt very bitter. He didn't know what to say. Yang Yu patted his shoulder and said, "If you want to say it, say it." Long Chen nodded and interrupted everyone. "Everyone, can you listen to me?" "Of course. Go ahead." Right now, Long Chen's words carried a lot of weight to the experts. Long Chen said, "You might have heard of my relationship with Xiaolang. We've been brothers since a long time ago. He even became a demon and was sent to the demon star because of me. Therefore, I hope that I can resolve all of this. In the future, I will enter the demon star, but I hope that everyone can give me some time to grow stronger. Let me have more power, and maybe I can even live up to the name of the Dragon Emperor. That way, I'll have a better chance of stopping him. And because of our relationship, maybe he'll listen to me. If he's controlled by the primeval troll, maybe I can help him recover." For this matter, the most suitable person to enter was Long Chen, and the least suitable was him. The most suitable reason to enter was naturally because of the many factors that Long Chen had mentioned before. The most unsuitable reason was that even if he could stop the other party by entering the demon star, he would encounter the primeval troll there, and he wouldn't be able to come out at all. The ending would basically be death. And Long Chen had great potential. He shouldn't die like this. There were so many old people present, and no one was more suitable to die than him. Hearing this, the Dragon Emperors were definitely unwilling. But the rulers of every race would think for their own race. Therefore, when the demon race, the sea race, and the witch race heard Long Chen's words, they didn't say anything. In the end, the great demon Lord Jiuhuang said, "Maybe within a year, the seal of the demon star will be broken. If you really want to go in, we can only give you 3 months. Your speed of improvement is extraordinary, maybe 3 months can change a lot. Also, if there's no other way, you have to kill the devouring demon. If you don't kill him, the people of the eternal God realm will die. If you decide to go in, we hope that you can have this kind of awareness. This was also what everyone was thinking in their hearts. Then, 3 months it is. In the end, everyone came to an agreement. Chapter 24:38. In the end, they decided to give Long Chen 3 months. In fact, this wasn't an overbearing request from the other party. From the past 3 months, everyone had already respected Long Chen enough. If it wasn't for Long Chen, who was involved in the life and death of so many people, the entire eternal God territory, and even the future of the dragon sacrificial continent in the lower world, no one would allow anyone to waste 3 months. However, they trusted Long Chen, so they gave him 3 months to grow. According to Long Chen's progress in the past year, it was simply terrifying to the extreme. 3 months might really be able to change anything. One must know that the current Long Chen had the power of the Dragon Emperor. If he took another step forward, he would be in the realm of Yang Yu and Ling Huang. Long Chen was the most suitable person to enter the Devil Star. Of course, if Yang Yu chose to enter, it would actually be more beneficial for everyone. This was because Yang Yu's killing power was greater, and he would be able to stop Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen was definitely emotional, so no one was in a hurry to make a decision. However, in Long Chen's mind, he had already made up his mind. For Mo Xiaolang's sake, he had to go in. On one side was the common people, and on the other side was his brother. The choice he faced was likely to be between these two. This was undoubtedly the most difficult choice for him, so he had to see Mo Xiaolang and make him stop his actions. Then, he would think of a way to escape from the Devil Star. After all, Long Qinglan had also entered the Devil Star and come out, hadn't he? Therefore, he would make his father his goal. After a while, the pinnacle powerhouses discussed some details and dispersed. From now on, they would take turns to send people to the Celestial Dragon Star. They had even decided to send a few people. Once the Devil Star's seal disappeared in advance, they would still be able to provide some protection. Just like that, before everyone could completely calm down, they had to start a new battle arrangement. On the human side of the 5 great dragon cities, the Dragon Emperor began to arrange a new round of defense. Of course, the news couldn't be spread out yet, otherwise it would definitely cause great panic. Therefore, many of the arrangements were made in secret. Once there was a movement on the Demon Star side, they would be able to react. Long Chen only had 3 months. Yang Yu left for the Dragon Star. She had to guard that place and observe the movements of the Devil Star at the same time. For this, she definitely needed to say goodbye. Take good care of little Shi. She's the most important, understand? Although Yang Yu has an indifferent personality, at this time, he still reminded her again and again. Yes. Also, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Counter soldiers with arms and water with an earth weir. Just like this time, there will always be a way to solve it. There are many opponents in life that make you feel powerless, aren't there? But in the end, you surpassed them. Hearing Yang Yu's words, Long Chen suddenly had a lot of confidence. She was right. Along the way, in fact, when Long Chen was still very weak, there were many enemies. Just like today's primeval troll, there was no way to fight against them. He was just an ant in the eyes of the other party. But in the end, he still won and far surpassed them. This was his own ability. Next, Yang Yu left here. The 3 dragon emperors of the Massacre Dragon City were urgently making arrangements. Long Chen took Lingxi and Kitten and said goodbye to the 3 dragon emperors. At this critical moment, where are you going? Cruel Blood Dragon Emperor said with some worry. Long Chen said, I'm going to relax and walk around to see if there are any breakthroughs. I only have 3 months left. Cruel Blood Dragon Emperor pondered for a while and said, "You are under a lot of pressure. This is good for you. If there is anything you need, just tell me. I'm also very relieved. There are not many people in this world who can hurt you now." After thanking Cruel Blood Dragon Emperor, Longchen left the Massacre Dragon City. He randomly chose a direction and went southeast. He wasn't in a hurry. He walked on the ground and concentrated on the scenery along the way. "Boss, what are you doing? Are you so bored that your balls hurt? Time is very tight now. How can you take a walk here?" Kitten also didn't understand. Although he was playing around with Mo Xiaolang, he still approved of him. Now he was thinking about how to stop him and get him out. Longchen didn't answer him. Lingxi whispered, "He is thinking about something. It's okay." After swallowing the primeval troll's will, his comprehension ability has become unprecedentedly strong. He should be in a state now. I think he is opening a new supernatural power. Lingxi understood Longchen the best. He had just crossed the 7-star disaster realm. To reach the late stage of the 7-star disaster, it would at least take a while. At least 2 to 3 months, at most half a year. If he could reach the late stage of the 7-star disaster within 3 months, it would be important. However, this depended on accumulation. It couldn't be done in one go. However, to become unprecedentedly strong in 3 months, Longchen had to become stronger in all aspects. In addition to the 7-star disaster's primordial reincarnation power, there was something more important. That was the awakening of the ancestral dragon's supernatural power. For a long time, Longchen had actually neglected this part of cultivation, which was the Heaven Dao. From the Heaven Dao to the ancestral dragon's supernatural power, the Massacre Dao Seal didn't make any progress from the Death Claw. The Time Dao Seal didn't make any progress from the Time Dao Seal to the Space-Time Reversal. As for the Life Dao Seal and the Karma Dao Seal, they were just the beginning. If his cultivation hadn't fallen behind, he would have to cram for it. In fact, this battle had made Longchen have a deeper understanding of the Massacre Dao. Now that his comprehension ability had gathered 4 ancestral dragons, no one in the world could compare to him. At this time, he was walking in this land, stepping on this land that he was protecting. Somehow, he seemed to have a new understanding. In fact, the moment he broke through from the God martial arts realm to the Nirvana tribulation realm and formed the Massacre Dao Seal, he understood that the core of his Massacre Dao was to protect. In the past, he had only protected Lingxi, his lover, and his brother. He had killed to protect them. But this time, the meaning of his protection had become even greater. From one person to millions, billions of people, he had become an entire home. He protected the bloodline, protected the foundation, and protected the inheritance of the human race for millions of years. Massacre was to protect one's home and country. This filled his heart with generosity, as if this was what he was born to do. He even did everything without any regrets. He was also very sure that if his father knew about his situation today, he would be very pleased. Now that he was walking slowly on this land, walking over thousands of mountains and rivers, feeling the enthusiasm of this land for him, Longchen could always find a kind of comfort in his heart. It made him feel that for this inheritance, for the final descendant left behind by the divine dragon, no matter what he had to pay, it was actually worth it. This was his will now. After knowing what he was doing, Kitten and Lingxi followed behind him obediently and didn't disturb him. "Kitten, look." Lingxi pointed at Longchen in front of them. Kitten took a look and was stunned for a moment. She said in surprise, "It's really cool." At this time, Longchen's body was already covered in red flames. The red flames were formed by a transparent red dragon wrapped around his body. The flames seemed to be breathing, a little fierce and a little deep. Longchen was unaware of all this. He continued to walk as if he had forgotten everything. After a few days, his speed gradually increased. If it wasn't for Kitten's speed, the two of them almost couldn't keep up with him. After his speed increased, the fiery red divine dragon that had once wrapped around his body actually reached the top of Long Chen's head. The dragon's head bit the dragon's tail, forming a ring of flames, shrouding Long Chen under this ring. At first, Lingxi and Kitten just felt a little strange. But after a closer look, there were actually tiny blood-colored characters and symbols within the ring of flames formed by the divine dragon. In such a small area, these things were actually densely packed and connected into a whole, as if it was a flat dragon head. There's a terrifying aura of death gradually leaking out from within this ring. It probably doesn't belong to this world, but another world, and it's definitely a rather terrifying world. Kitten said with some shock. What could it be? Lingxi was also looking forward to it. Before they knew it, they had already arrived at the eastern side of the Dragon God domain, where the Dragon City of Life was located. However, Long Chen didn't stop and continued forward. During this process, the blood-red ring formed by the divine dragon's head and tail became even larger. The number of blood-colored characters and symbols also increased, twisting and twisting. Every stroke was like a small dragon twisting. Inside the ring, a majestic aura of death came from another world. Wherever Long Chen went, the plants withered, the rivers evaporated, and the ground was charred black. This wasn't an attack he initiated, but a terrifying aura that leaked out unknowingly. Behind that door is another world. Kitten said with certainty. This should be a killer move, and it's much more powerful than the others. Boss probably came out for this move, and he's almost succeeded. Lingxi was full of anticipation. She knew how useful it was for Long Chen to be strong at this time. Everything that Long Chen was looking forward to was everything that he was looking forward to. In the blink of an eye, they had already left the Eternal God domain and arrived at the Eastern Star region. I finally know where his target is. So it's the origin of the divine dragons. Where's the cave of ancestral dragons? Lingxi said in surprise. At this time, the ring of Inferno divine dragons above Long Chen's head was already quite large, and they didn't dare to approach it. Otherwise, both of them would be surrounded by this aura of death. The cave of ancestral dragons was just ahead. Chapter 2439. Long Chen felt that the murderous aura in his heart was too strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to activate such a murderous theurgy in the ancient blood spirit dragon's bloodline. At the very least, he knew that such a theurgy was one of the most famous theurgies of the ancient blood spirit dragon. During the era of the divine dragons, countless dragons were terrified of it. Walking in the direction of the cave of ancestral dragon was actually an unconscious action. To him, he was completely immersed in this world of killing and death and did not control himself. Regardless, he still walked to the cave of ancestral dragon. The dark cave was filled with countless secrets. It was a pity that even Long Qinglan had not been able to explore it, let alone Long Chen. However, he was filled with reverence for this place. This was like an awakening. When his spiritual will reached the pinnacle, and at the same time, he experienced an unprecedentedly difficult battle and finally won. It was precisely because of this that he understood what killing was. On this path, he and the primordial spiritual blood dragon's cultivation coincided. So now, he suddenly transformed into the ancient blood spirit dragon and rolled in the endless starry sky. The blood-colored ring formed by the Inferno divine dragon still existed above his head. Within it, there were countless blood-colored characters and symbols twisting and jumping like dragons. Every time they changed, they gave off a bone-chilling murderous aura. It was as if there were hundreds of millions of troops charging in this ring. This ring was more like a door. The door led to another world where only death existed. Or perhaps it was a world controlled by the ancient blood spirit dragon. At this time, because Long Chen was temporarily in a state of sleepwalking, Lingxi and Kitten did not get too close. Instead, they watched from afar. They saw that the ring was already very large, and it covered a large area under it. Everywhere it covered was a misty blood-colored color. This awakening move of boss is probably a little stronger than the move you guys use together. Of course, it may not be as fast and violent as the move you guys use together, but it's definitely stronger in terms of killing power and deterrence. Kitten was very perceptive. At least from the current situation, it was definitely much stronger than the 10,000 Death Claw. The 10,000 Death Claw was known as the Wrath of the Ancient Blood Spirit Dragon, and in reality, it was already quite powerful. But when this move started, it was the true transformation. As the two of them spoke, Long Chen, who had transformed into the primordial blood spiritual dragon, flew toward the ring in front of the ancestral dragon cave. As he ascended, his head gradually caught up with his tail, forming a ring. The ring formed by his body and the ring formed by the Inferno Divine Dragon fused together. When they fused together, an earth-shattering change took place. This should be the true form of this move. The illusory Inferno Divine Dragon disappeared and was replaced by Long Chen's Divine Dragon body. The Divine Dragon body formed a ring and formed a door. In that instant, the symbol in the center changed rapidly and formed two doors in a very short time. The two doors opened from the middle, and instantly, a deathly aura that was 100 times stronger than before burst out of the doors. It was a gas that was a mixture of blood red and gray. It burst out of the ring formed by Long Chen's body and instantly filled the space below. Although they were still a long distance away, Kitten and Lingxi's faces paled as they looked at each other. Kitten said, "This is ridiculous. We're still so far away, but this deathly aura almost made me wet my pants." "Huh." Lingxi also nodded, but her eyes were filled with joy. To be honest, she guessed that the appearance of this aura would probably be felt by everyone in the eastern territory of the Dragon God domain. Perhaps, those with low cultivation could only hide and tremble in fear. It was as if the true door of death and slaughter had opened. The dragon gate opened, the deathly aura filled the air, and all things trembled. It was hard to imagine how terrifying it would be to be enveloped by that pure blood-red gas. At least, in front of Lingxi and Kitten, there was a thick blood-red color, as if there was a boundless sea of blood rolling in front of them. It could be said that Long Chen's primordial blood spirit dragon body was a door to this mystique. Long Chen was currently in a trance and anger. The pressure that was about to appear in the future made him feel a huge pressure and murderous intent. It made his blood boil, even made him a little crazy. In his heart, there was only the word, kill. The door of death that his body had opened was called the Death Realm Dragon Gate. The so-called Death Realm was the world behind this door. It was a world different from the world of the dragon sacrifice. There was only death inside, and only the ancient blood spirit dragon could open this door. As long as one entered the Death Realm, no matter who it was, they would only die and never return. Therefore, if Long Chen used the Death Realm Dragon Gate, they would either die or escape. The deathly aura filled the air, but the real horror had yet to appear. At that moment, a huge arm reached out from the Death Realm Dragon Gate with a loud bang. It was an arm covered in blood-red dragon scales, exactly the same as the ancient blood spirit dragon's arm, but it was a few hundred times thicker than Long Chen's arm. It was the dragon claw of the ancient blood spirit dragon. Surrounded by the deathly aura, it reached out from the Death Realm Dragon Gate and clawed downwards. This huge claw was the real attack of the Death Realm Dragon Gate. One would either be crushed by the dragon claw, or be caught and brought back to the Death Realm, never to return. That would be no different from death. Die, die. Long Chen was extremely excited. After suppressing himself for so long, he finally had a new breakthrough. To him, the primeval troll was simply too hateful. It was an existence that wanted to destroy everything. It was much more terrifying than the city lord of the tragic city, who was also a demon. What Long Chen wanted to do was to use the Death Realm Dragon Claw to bring them to the Death Realm, never to return, or to crush them directly. Roar! An angry roar and murderous intent spread across the Eastern Territory, alerting the experts of the Dragon City of Life. They looked to the east in fear. In their eyes, the east was thick with blood. Lingxi and Kitten, who were closest to Long Chen, could feel the depression in his heart. His current state seemed to be unstable. Maybe it was because the primeval troll had brought too much pressure, causing him to be a little blinded. The Death Realm Dragon Claw reached out from the Death Realm Dragon Gate, swinging everywhere, tearing everything in its path. Sister Lingxi, something is wrong with boss. Let's back off. Kitten widened her eyes and said worriedly. Will something happen to him? Lingxi was flustered. She was very worried about Long Chen. Now that she saw the violent Death Realm Dragon Claw, her heart raced and she was very nervous. Just as she said this, the Death Realm Dragon Claw actually tore through countless starry skies, heading towards her and Kitten. As the Death Realm Dragon Claw came, countless death aura swept towards them. Not to mention the Death Realm Dragon Claw, the death aura alone was enough to make people lose all their combat strength. In an instant, their faces turned completely pale. At this moment, they were completely surrounded by death aura. They had strength, but their bodies were trembling. It was a feeling that death was right in front of them. Even if they had very strong strength, they would be scared by the death aura and lose the will to resist. It's over. Although Kitten had the same primordial samsara force as Long Chen, he was also trembling under the suppression of the death aura. He could control the power of a great demon lord, but at this moment, he could not escape from the fear of death. Just the Death Realm Dragon Gate's endless death chi from the Death Calamity was already a super powerful attack, and the Death Realm Dragon Claw was only one of its most ferocious attacks. Once the Death Realm Dragon Claw attacked, they would be torn apart easily. Chen. Lingxi was not afraid. She still trusted Long Chen. It was just that Long Chen did not see them clearly and thought that they were enemies. Lingxi's voice had an extremely penetrating power. Amidst the endless roiling deathly aura, it still reached Long Chen's ears. This voice was like a tranquilizer to Long Chen, waking him up from the endless killing. Just now, he was blinded by the killing and treated everything as primeval troll. Now that the Death Realm Dragon Claw was very close to Lingxi, Long Chen was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He instantly removed the state where his head and tail were connected. When he removed the state, the Death Realm Dragon Claw also disappeared. When the Death Realm Dragon Claw disappeared, the Death Aura and the Death Realm Dragon Claw disappeared instantly. The entire ancestral dragon cave became empty as if nothing had ever existed. This was the feeling of suddenly going from hell to heaven. Long Chen transformed into his human form and rushed to Lingxi and Kitten. At this moment, although their faces were still pale, they had finally recovered. Boss, you almost tore us apart. I don't care. This time, you must calm me down. Just say that you owe me 5 original cores. How about that? As soon as Kitten reacted, he rolled his eyes and began to extort again. Long Chen glared and said, if I had known, I would have torn you apart just now. But when his eyes turned towards Lingxi, they became infinitely tender and apologetic. He said, I'm sorry, I was too engrossed just now and almost lost myself. Fortunately, I woke up in the end. It's okay. It's just that 3 months is too short and you were under too much pressure. But now, you have succeeded. I think you can relax a little. Lingxi knew why Long Chen was like this. He was faced with an extremely painful dilemma. He needed more power. Chapter 2440. The Death Realm Dragon Gate's power was undeniable. If the Slaughter Dragon Claw, Heavenly Slaughtering Blood Sword, Blood Spirit Stab, and 10,000 Death Claw were on the same level as the ancient Blood Spirit Dragon's divine abilities, then the Death Realm Dragon Gate was on a whole new level. The previous level mostly relied on the Divine Dragon's physical body to display divine abilities, but from the Death Realm Dragon Gate onwards, it didn't have much to do with the physical body, it was purely a spiritual divine ability. Death Realm Dragon Gate. In order to understand this new god art, he almost paid a heavy price, but at least the outcome was good. This made his heart truly relaxed. With the Death Realm Dragon Gate, he would at least have something to rely on. He didn't want to bring Lingxi into the Demon Star, so he couldn't use the 3 life and death tests. He needed other powerful mystiques, and the Death Realm Dragon Gate happened to appear. Of course, he couldn't tell Lingxi about this first. Soon, the Dragon Emperors came to ask Long Chen what happened. Long Chen had awakened the Death Realm Dragon Gate, and even Destiny Dragon City had noticed it. Long Chen told them the truth, which made them feel more at ease. He's a genius indeed. The Dragon Emperors knew how terrifying that move was. To be honest, what Kitten said was right. Long Chen was even confident that if he used the Death Realm Dragon Gate with his full power, he could kill the Dragon Emperor, Grand Demon Lord, or Poseidon Emperor in a real head-on battle. The Death Realm Dragon Gate was a mystique created for killing. With this trump card, he was much more relaxed and his mood was not as gloomy as before. What do you plan to do next? Do you have a plan to save the puppy? Kitten couldn't help but ask on the way back. Long Chen shook his head, I don't have any plan, and I can't contact him either. There's still some time left, so we can only see if he can make a stronger breakthrough. In fact, it wasn't just the primordial blood spirit dragon. There was also the Great Void Astral Dragon's Time Seal, the Tai Chi Living Dragon's Life Seal, and the Divine Tao Heart Dragon's Karma Seal. At the same time, he was also moving towards the late stage of the 7-star tribulation. Next, he turned his attention to the Seal of Time. To be honest, ever since he had mastered the space-time reversal technique, he had not made any progress with the Time Tao Seal. In fact, he might have improved faster than the primordial blood spirit dragon in this aspect. It was just that Long Chen had just experienced a battle and was facing new pressure, so he had awakened the Death Realm Dragon Gate first. Right now, he was not in a hurry. His only hope was that time would pass a little slower, so that he could have an even greater breakthrough in these 3 months. In fact, there were only 2.5 months left. The Death Realm Dragon Gate took Long Chen half a month. Because of the impending disaster, the 3 of them were still in low spirits, and couldn't be as happy as before. Back then, the 5 of us came to the Eternal God Realm, but now only Xiao Lang and Soi Yan haven't returned. What a pity, boss. How should I say this? We're partners, so no matter what, we can't abandon Xiao Lang, and we can't let anyone kill him. There has to be a better way. Long Chen stopped in his tracks. Kitten was thinking the same thing. Therefore, he was even more at ease. At least the 3 of them were of one mind. That's why I want to get stronger in these 3 months. Maybe then I can redeem myself. In any case, I won't just watch him die, and I won't watch the Devil Star's seal be broken. The person he needs the most right now is me, and as his big brother. Long Chen was regretful that he hadn't been able to protect Xiao Lang, which had led to today's situation, especially with the martial devil seed. Kitten suddenly said, Of course I know that's what you're thinking. To tell the truth, I respect you, but I think I can help. When you enter the Devil Star, I'll go too. You're working so hard, but you're only focusing on yourself. I know you haven't considered me and Big Sister Lingxi at all. That's not fair to us. Of course, Big Sister Lingxi's situation is different now, and I don't agree to let her go, but I have to do this. He had been holding back for a while, and now he finally said it. He was right. Long Chen didn't even consider bringing them in, especially Lingxi. The reason why he wanted to go in was that he was worried that if other people went in, they might harm Xiao Lang, or they might not be merciful at all. Therefore, he wanted to take the initiative to take on this mission that had little hope of survival. However, he didn't want Kitten and Lingxi to take risks with him. As the decision-maker, as the big brother, he should bear this responsibility. But Kitten didn't think so. I came back this time to contribute my own strength. Even if it's humble to you, you can't deprive me of my power, if you still treat me as a brother. He was rarely so serious, and he looked straight at Long Chen. Perhaps this was a person's obsession. Long Chen also had his own obsession, so he could understand this little guy. There was no way to refuse, so he could only smile bitterly and say, "Why do you have to do this? Don't you want to figure out your life experience and everything in the past?" Kitten suddenly smiled freely and said, "Forget it, it's all boring things, it's useless to know. It's not easy to have a second life now, I'd better live it now, at least I have no regrets." Long Chen didn't refuse, in fact, he acquiesced. Looking back, Lingxi's eyes were full of tears. She was a little choked with sobs and asked softly, "Can't I go in and help? With the 3 lives love thread, I can help. I don't want to part with you at any time, and then never see you again, I don't want that." Seeing her like this, Long Chen was undoubtedly heartbroken. "Little she, we're not as young as we used to be, we have to bear responsibility to live, we can't only think of 2 people. As a mother, you have to be responsible for his life." The so-called him was naturally the child in Lingxi's womb. This also put Lingxi in a dilemma. She wanted to go with Long Chen, but Long Chen's words also made sense. They weren't as impulsive as before. At that time, he could fight for 10 years, disregarding everything. She could escape from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace before looking for him, similarly disregarding everything, but now, she had too many things to bear. "Don't worry, there are still more than 2 months, who knows what will happen, maybe there will be new changes at that time." Long Chen gently patted her fragrant shoulder, making her feel less sad. "Okay. Moreover, who said that I'm going to the Devil Star? It means that we won't meet again. I will come back alive, this is my promise." Long Chen's eyes flickered, resolutely saying, "I believe you." Lingxi still said this without hesitation. This was Long Chen's most touching words. No matter what risks he took, with Lingxi's words, he would be full of strength. And full of confidence. The Devil Star might be dangerous, but at this time, Long Chen suddenly wasn't afraid. "Come, let's go back, isn't it just primeval troll? I've already killed him once, why would I be afraid of a second time?" Long Chen laughed loudly, bringing his younger brother and lover back to the Life Dragon City. As long as they reached the Life Dragon City, they could move between the 5 great dragon cities. This time, Long Chen wanted to go to the Eternal Dragon City to study the Tao of Time there. Perhaps the Eternal Dragon Emperor and the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor could help Long Chen a little. The Time Sea still existed there, and the flow of time at different speeds would also be of help to Long Chen. Coincidentally, they passed by the Black Jade Dragon Head. A huge black dragon head looked towards the east, its eyes solemn and respectful. This was a place that told Long Chen that within 100 years, the dragon sacrifice would perish. 100 years. For cultivators, 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Only for Long Chen, 100 years seemed very long. "Wait for me." Long Chen came before the black jade dragon head again and went into its mouth. However, this time, everything looked old, and there was nothing magical about it. Instead, it was a simple but indestructible black jade. After staying here for a day, Long Chen didn't find anything. He lay on the dragon head and looked into the sky, but his mind was full of thoughts. Actually, I can relax a little, to be honest. The reason why he was nervous was mostly because of what the black jade dragon head had said. This sentence had become Long Chen's nightmare. He would think of it all the time, and it was like a knife hanging over his head. Since I know about this prophecy, there must be hope. Moreover, I reached my current level in less than 100 years. There are still 100 years left. Who knows what level I will be at then? Besides me, who else can possess 4 ancestral dragons? At this thought, he suddenly felt very heroic. He was the person who changed this era. It was already a miracle that his life could be so grand. Father must also want me to face all of this with the best attitude. At least for now, everything he had was given to him by his father. And one day, Long Chen would solve this man's mystery. Come, to the Eternal Dragon City. At this moment, he was suddenly full of confidence. After going to the Dragon City of Life, he greeted the 3 Dragon Emperors and explained some things about the Death Realm Dragon Gate. Then, Long Chen went to the Eternal Dragon City to practice the Time Tao. When he arrived at the Eternal Dragon City, he naturally caused a huge commotion. Because now, Long Chen was the hero of the entire human race. Many people in the Eternal Dragon City were not convinced. Long Chen could be the new Eternal Dragon Emperor. How could he be the Massacre Dragon Emperor? Chapter 2441. The 3 Dragon Emperors still did not know why Long Chen had come. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor asked kindly, I heard that you caused a commotion in the Cave of Ancestral Dragons. Was it because you learned something new? Although the Eternal Dragon City was quite far from the Eastern Star region, one could still vaguely see the blood-red sky over there. One could also feel the terrible murderous aura. In that instant, even the creatures of the entire Dragon God domain had goosebumps all over their bodies. Long Chen nodded. He was no longer as gloomy as before. Instead, he was much more easygoing. He smiled and said, after accumulating for a long time, some changes have finally occurred. This time, I came to the Eternal Dragon City to see if I can make some progress in the way of time with the help of the Sea of Time. To become stronger, one must seize the opportunity. Therefore, he did not stop for even a moment. After hearing this, the 3 Dragon Emperors looked at each other, and then looked at Long Chen with some emotion. The Eternal Dragon Emperor shook his head and smiled. This is the gap. Before your father was born, we almost had the strength that we have now. But in just a few years, you have already surpassed us. It is really unconvincing. The others around also laughed. However, they did admit that Long Chen was strong at this time. Now, you have fame, prestige, and achievements. As long as you can defeat us 15 Dragon Emperors, you will be the Massacre Dragon Emperor, the dominator of the human tribe. Work hard and go to the Time Sea. If you succeed, the 3 of us will join hands and have a friendly match with you. That's right. You have a good chance. Long Chen was shocked. The 3 Dragon Emperors are going to fight with me? The Eternal Dragon Emperor put on a straight face and said, of course. We also want to train you, to make you more and more suitable to fight with us. From 3 to 6, then to 9, and finally, the 15 of us will fight with you together and help you successfully reach the top. Back then, after your father defeated Ling Huang, he came back and defeated the 15 of us Dragon Emperors. Finally, he became the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Long Chen's heart couldn't help but burn with passion. Now that Yang Yu had gone to the Celestial Dragon Planet, there were very few people in the entire Dragon Emperor domain who could fight against him. He no longer had any opponents. However, if the Dragon Emperors joined forces, it would be a huge challenge for him. It was also the way for him to become the Dragon Emperor that slaughtered the world. At this time, he longed for the title of Slaughtering Dragon Emperor, because it meant more power, which meant he could directly command the 15 Dragon Emperors, instead of negotiating with them as a junior. Long Chen had no selfish motives. He wanted more power, but he wanted to rely on his own will to fight for a better and more convenient opportunity, unlike last time, when the 15 dragon emperors even wanted him to escape with the young man. This time, he wanted to replace everyone and enter the demon star, so he needed an identity that no one could resist his will. Okay, I will try my best. He was full of passion and fighting spirit. And this sentence was also heard by many people. Everyone spread the news, knowing that Long Chen was now going to fight with the 3 dragon emperors. Everyone immediately cheered and their hearts were filled with infinite anticipation. Even the news spread to the 5 major dragon cities, and many people were ready to come and watch. Of course, now was not the time. Lingxi stayed in Eternal Dragon City. With Eternal Night Dragon Emperor taking care of her, there would be no problem. As for Kitten, no one knew where he had gone. Under the expectations of everyone, Long Chen left Eternal Dragon City and landed in the vast ocean in front of him. This was the Sea of Time. To be honest, this place had been destroyed several times, and the seawater had disappeared many times. However, the focus here was not the seawater, but the rules of time. As long as the rules of time still existed, the Sea of Time could be formed by injecting seawater. I remember the last time I cultivated in this Sea of Time, I comprehended the reversal of time and space, but I encountered the Black Hell Emperor, which caused the Black Hell Beast to be planted in my body. Although these things had passed for a period of time, they were still vivid in his mind. Long Chen was not in a hurry now. Time had made him enter a rather quiet state. His body was in a state of unconsciousness, sinking into the depths of the Sea of Time. He kept going down until the seawater had become dark, and his surroundings were dark. He had almost reached the bottom of the Sea of Time. In the process of sinking, he could clearly feel the changes in time. Sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow. The current was a little turbulent, and sometimes it was slow. The time of the entire Sea of Time was in chaos. Sometimes, the flow of time in the head was different from that in the legs. This was a magical change. Time seemed to be above everything, but it dominated everything. If there was no time, everything would be static. Life would not grow, and the power of heaven and earth would not flow. Although the whole world might exist, it could only be a fixed picture. This showed the importance of time. It was not without reason that the Void Ether Dragon could be ranked so high. This was a rule more mysterious than cause and effect, life, and even life. When cultivated to the depths, one could even travel through time and space and reverse yin and yang. Long Chen was excited about the power of time. He opened his hands and embraced the Sea of Time, feeling the changes in time everywhere. His body drifted with the seawater. In some places, time was twice as fast as normal. It could even be 3 times, 4 times, or even 10 times faster. This meant that Long Chen's speed could increase several times in these places. However, in some places, time was only a fraction of the normal, or even a tenth of the normal. The small Sea of Time actually had a difference of hundreds of times. When he reached a place where time slowed down, Long Chen seemed to be trapped in a swamp. He could only move under the rules of time, and his speed was reduced by 10 times. This kind of confusion sometimes gave people a headache. When he arrived in this environment, Long Chen's heart was very peaceful. He seemed to have forgotten that he was here to learn. Instead, he drifted with the seawater. He closed his eyes and used his body to feel the power of time. As a result, he completely forgot the passage of time. In this endless drift, 1 day passed, 2 days passed. In the end, Long Chen also lost track of how many days had passed. If he was awake, he would definitely be very anxious. After all, the top experts had agreed to give him 3 months to prepare. It was this state of confusion that allowed his entire body to completely merge with the Sea of Time. The flow of the seawater was actually the same as the flow of time. Time was the seawater that rushed toward one's face, flowing past one's body and never returning. Cultivators of the way of time were different from ordinary people in that they could see time and even control it. They could cause part of time to be confused, stop, or even reverse. Of course, there was also the profound manipulation of time and space. It was just that Long Chen had not been able to come into contact with these. Now, he wanted to thoroughly study the Sea of Time. Hence, as he sensed it step by step, he even turned into the illusory void infinity dragon. His body changed and became one with the Sea of Time. Comprehension was a key for Long Chen. He needed this key to open the door to the mystique of the void infinity dragon. Hence, he had those mystiques. Now, he only needed to open the door with the key. Hence, compared to others, it was actually much easier. As time passed, his body gradually spread throughout the entire Sea of Time. The countless different times seemed to be integrated into his body. Some places were fast, while others were slow. It was as if the entire Sea of Time had countless hands that controlled time. Some hands sped up time, while others blocked the passage of time. Long Chen clearly saw those hands. He suddenly remembered that in his previous cultivation, he only had one hand that controlled time. However, to form the entire chaotic Sea of Time, he needed many hands that controlled time. This was the only way to create all the chaos that was under his control. He found some clues and started to make continuous progress. In the Time Dao Seal, there seemed to be some dormant memories that were gradually awakening. At this time, Long Chen, who had integrated into the Sea of Time, obtained some key things. Yes, he had found the key to activate the mystique. He didn't know how many days had passed. When he suddenly woke up, he found that his body had merged with the entire Sea of Time. His hands that controlled time had also spread throughout the Sea of Time. Under the control of his mind, these hands were constantly controlling time, causing chaos on the foundation of the entire Sea of Time, causing even greater chaos. Buzz. Long Chen's mind shook. Yes, that's right. I can also replicate the Sea of Time. During these days of cultivation, he found the final secret of the Sea of Time. Then, he found the method to use it on the Time Dao Seal. This method, which was also the name of the mystique, was called Chaotic Sea of Time Reversal. To put it simply, Long Chen could cause the time in the area under his control to become chaotic. Under Long Chen's control, some places would be fast, and some places would be slow. Some places would be 10 times faster, and some places would be 10 times slower. Furthermore, the changes would be completely under Long Chen's control. As his strength increased, the scope of the chaotic Sea of Time reversal would also increase. However, for now, the scope of this domain was similar to the Sea of Time. From now on, he could artificially create the Sea of Time reversal. He could even completely control the Sea of Time. This was because he had countless hands that controlled time. He could make an area have tens of thousands of different times. Chapter 2442. If the Death Realm Dragon Gate was a terrifying killing mystic art, then this chaotic time reversal would, in fact, give the enemy an even bigger headache. The terrifying might of a time controller was completely displayed at this time, forming Long Chen's battle dominator zone. Who could fight freely in the time domain he controlled? No matter how fast an attack was, Long Chen could slow it down by 10 times. Moreover, in this domain where time was completely under Long Chen's control, who could adapt to it when moving? It was a feeling of being fast at times, and a feeling of being stuck in a swamp at other times. It was enough to drive anyone crazy. In this way, their true fighting power would be greatly reduced. Unless the other party had power that far surpassed Long Chen's, and could temporarily tear apart the chaotic time reverse. But to do that, either the Eternal Sacred Territory didn't have it yet, or Ling Huang might have it. It had to be said that this mystique and the Death Realm Dragon Gate formed a very clever synergy. The two worked together, and the resulting fighting power was undoubtedly terrifying. Now, Long Chen returned to his human form, and gradually rose from the sea of time. His eyes were still closed, and the countless hands that controlled time also rose with him. Soon, he appeared near Eternal Dragon City, and the chaotic time reverse that he controlled also emerged from the sea of time. Boom! The chaotic time reverse domain appeared. The entire sky above the sea of time was under the control of Long Chen's chaotic time reverse domain. Of course, the entire Eternal Dragon City was also covered by this domain. Just like that, Long Chen soared into the sky amidst everyone's anticipation. Everyone couldn't help but cheer, and they all looked at Long Chen expectantly. At this time, Long Chen opened his eyes. His eyes had completely disappeared, and in their place was a thick fog, as though there were two illusory worlds. In fact, his entire body seemed to be illusory. Everyone was shocked at first. About 10 days had passed, and Long Chen had said that he was using the Sea of Time to cultivate. Had he comprehended any new breakthroughs? The three Dragon Emperor and Lingxi stood at a high place. When they saw the current Long Chen, they were a little nervous. The Eternal Dragon Emperor was very satisfied. He stroked his long beard and said, "What a majestic power of time. The entire sky above the Sea of Time has been covered. Perhaps he has succeeded. But what kind of power will it be? Why do I feel like it's similar to the Sea of Time?" Dragon Emperor Yongye asked softly. "You will know very soon," said the Sky Dragon Emperor. As expected, Long Chen had already begun. Just a change in his gaze had caused the entire domain to change. In short, it was a scene of chaos. For a moment, everyone in Eternal Dragon City was stunned. This feeling was very familiar. Almost everyone here had entered the Sea of Time before. They knew the feeling of time being chaotic. Sometimes time was fast, sometimes time was slow. However, the Sea of Time was the Sea of Time. It would never affect Eternal Dragon City. However, they were now standing in Eternal Dragon City. How could they have the same feeling? Moreover, this feeling was even stronger than when he was in the Sea of Time. It was even more troublesome. The time in every place in the Sea of Time was relatively fixed. It rarely changed. For example, some places would maintain a speed of about 2 times for a long time. However, in Long Chen's chaotic Sea of Time, because of his personal manipulation, the time at every point was changing rapidly. Sometimes it would be faster, and sometimes it would be slower. This made him so depressed that he almost vomited blood. What's going on? Some people spoke in the same way. In the beginning, time was very slow. However, he spoke at the original speed. As a result, it took him a long time to say 2 words. However, as time accelerated, he finished saying 4 words in an instant. It was impossible to hear what he said. This scene was happening in the entire Eternal Dragon City. Everyone was talking, but it was a mess. For a moment, no one could hear what the others were saying. They were shocked and stunned. Of course, this magical power was different from the time storm. It could be said that it had no attack power. However, it was a super supportive magical power. It was a kind of nature-defying domain. Its value was no less than the Death Realm Dragon Gate. Among them, the 3 Dragon Emperors felt it the most. They were also the most amazed. The 3 of them had very interesting expressions, especially the Eternal Dragon Emperor. He was full of pride. He smiled in disbelief and said, he actually replicated a Sea of Time that can be controlled. He can control such a huge domain of time change. In his battlefield, it is simply his world. How can others fight against him? He could probably adapt to the change of time. When time was fast, he would speak slower. When time was slow, he would speak faster. Therefore, when he said a sentence, the people beside him could still understand it clearly. After all, apart from Long Chen, he was the one with the most profound attainments in time. This is a kind of miracle. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor opened his arms and felt the change of time around him. He was also very surprised. Only those who cultivated the way of time knew how nature-defying it was to display such a magical power. Lingxi, who was beside him, was also very excited. Of course, she was happy for Long Chen. Now, more than 20 days had passed. It had been almost a month. He had finally succeeded. The great progress in the way of slaughter and the way of time had brought him a lot of changes. At least, it gave him more confidence to solve the problem of the Devil Star. Whether it was the Death World Dragon Gate or the Chaotic Time Reverse, they were both terrifying magical powers. The news of Long Chen's success had already spread to the other 4 dragon cities. Hearing that the Eternal Dragon Emperor and the other Dragon Emperors were going to fight with Long Chen, there were already some experts coming here. For example, the other Dragon Emperors who were interested in it. The Eternal Dragon Emperor said, "He has succeeded. Let him try it. Let's go." The Eternal Dragon Emperor and the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor nodded. To be honest, when facing such an opponent, traveling in the space where time was constantly changing, it was so disgusting that it made people want to vomit blood. The 3 Dragon Emperors were like this. Although they thought they were maintaining the same speed, in the eyes of others, they were sometimes fast and sometimes slow. It was very funny. Everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud. These bastards. The Eternal Dragon Emperor was so angry that he blew his beard and stared at them. However, the 3 of them still surrounded Long Chen. "Little guy, are you ready?" The Eternal Dragon Emperor reminded. Yes. Long Chen was also waiting for this moment. He was waiting to see what kind of godly power the Chaotic Time Reverse would show. The 3 Dragon Emperors working together was a big challenge. If he could win, it meant that he was very close to Yang Yu and Ling Huang. At least, he could establish his position as the 3rd strongest expert in the Eternal God realm. At this time, the other Dragon Emperors had arrived. Dragon Emperor Cruel Blood and Dragon Emperor Innumerable Kill had also arrived. Everyone was very interested to see the young Long Chen fight with his elders. Of course, the others' hearts were already burning. This was destined to be a historic battle. Instead, they cheered for Long Chen, because this time, it was Long Chen himself who was doing this. Slaughtering Dragon Emperor. Under the fanatical cheers of countless people, Long Chen himself was also burning with passion. However, he knew that the 3 Dragon Emperors wanted to test his strength, so they wouldn't be polite either. First up was the squinting Eternal Dragon Emperor, Long Qinglan's adoptive father, and his grandfather. This old man was the first to transform into a mystical dragon, an ultimate mystical dragon, the Eternal Time Dragon. According to legend, in the era of mystical dragons, there was a magical tunnel of time. This was the territory of the Void Dragon. The tunnel of time was filled with countless secrets. One of the Void Dragon's symbiotic dragons, the Sway Dragon, guarded this place. The Sway Dragon was an unparalleled mystical dragon. Under the Sway Dragon, there were several ultimate mystical dragons who were loyal to it. They could also control the supreme power of time, and that was the Eternal Time Dragon. Next was the Celestial Dragon Emperor's billions of Starfield dragons. Their bodies were made of countless stars, and they had many colors. Their physical strength was very strong, and their bodies were like swords that could tear through countless stars. They were one of the overlords of the Starfield dragon race. Finally, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor's Eternal Night Dragon was actually a type of ultimate mystical dragon loyal to Yang Yu's Nether Dragon. It was born with the night, and when there was no light, it could display even greater power. It could even bring about endless darkness. It was also a very famous ultimate mystical dragon in the era of mystical dragons. The three mystical dragons surrounded Long Chen. The most exciting battle was about to begin. The three dragon emperors hadn't moved yet. They just stayed where they were, so they wouldn't be affected too much. Only by displaying speed would there be changes in time. Long Chen didn't dare to be careless. He transformed into his best form, the ancient blood spiritual dragon. However, his eyes were no longer blood-red, but illusory and hazy. This was the power of the Void Dragon's chaotic sea of time. The battle that everyone was looking forward to had begun. The moment the three dragon emperors moved, the chaotic sea of time exploded with a strong force. Long Chen wasn't affected by the chaotic sea of time, but he could control the time of others. The three dragon emperors already knew that it would be difficult to fight in this realm, but they didn't expect it to be so troublesome. They were familiar with the normal time, but suddenly encountered such a change. At least, this was the first time they fought, and they were a little stunned. For example, the Sky Dragon Emperor suddenly fell into a swamp. He immediately used all his strength to tear apart the shackles, but he didn't expect that his speed would instantly increase by countless times. This caused him to rush past Long Chen. Long Chen used his 10,000 death claws to claw at his back. In that instant, the billions of Starfield dragons were sent flying and smashed into the Sea of Time, creating a sky full of seawater. With the lesson from the Sky Dragon Emperor, the Eternal Time Dragon and the Eternal Night Dragon, who were most familiar with the Tao of Time, had to slow down. They looked at each other and slowly approached Long Chen, preparing to use an attack that Long Chen couldn't dodge. However, how could Long Chen let them have their way? In fact, Long Chen himself was also adapting to the chaotic sea of time. Perhaps this could create a rather ingenious battle art. Chapter 2443. Long Chen was fighting three dragon emperors alone. This meant that from today onwards, he was on the path of pursuing the right to kill the dragon emperor. In the future, he would have to fight more and more dragon emperors, and these three before him were a hurdle. Once he crossed this hurdle, he would have the ability to truly pursue the right to kill the dragon emperor. This was what everyone expected of him. Right now, there were basically no objections in the entire Dragon God domain. The 15 Dragon Emperors were also quite supportive of him. Of course, the ancestral rules were here, so he naturally couldn't go easy on them. Therefore, the three Dragon Emperors, Eternal Life, Firmament, and Eternal Night, were completely on guard as they surrounded and attacked Long Chen. They were certain that if not for the chaotic time reverse, the three of them would be surrounding Long Chen and attacking fiercely. But the chaotic time reverse had turned this space into Long Chen's world. Therefore, this made it quite difficult to surround and attack. Now, Firmament Dragon Emperor's first attack allowed Long Chen to use the chaotic time reverse's ingenious control, causing him to be injured by the Death Claw. Of course, Firmament Dragon Emperor also had defenses, so the Death Claw didn't hurt him much. After falling into the chaotic time reverse, he instantly appeared below Long Chen and rushed out again. That divine dragon covered in starlight suddenly scattered countless starlight, forming sharp blades that swept through the heavens and the earth, slashing towards Long Chen. The commotion now was quite fierce, and if they weren't careful, it could very well cause damage to Eternal Dragon City. Without a word, Long Chen rushed up into the endless starry sky with the chaotic time reverse's domain, and kept going up. The three dragon emperors understood his intentions and chased after him. If they stayed and fought, the recently rebuilt Eternal Dragon City might be destroyed. Even so, everyone was still looking at the starry sky expectantly. In front of them, the four divine dragons seemed to have become very small. Now that Long Chen had left, they were finally out of the chaotic time reverse's domain, and could cheer and talk normally. Space crack. Firmament Dragon Emperor was in a state of fierce attack, while Eternal Dragon Emperor and Eternal Night Dragon Emperor hid in the dark. So far, only Firmament Dragon Emperor was fighting him. His attacks were very fierce, and his colorful starlight body was like a blade that swept past Long Chen. Even though his speed was greatly affected by Long Chen's chaotic time reverse, it still created countless black cracks that covered the sky and surrounded Long Chen. In the face of such an attack, Long Chen remained calm. Through his control of time, he easily passed through the opponent's attack. He increased his own speed and slowed down the opponent's attack. In this way, escaping from the attack was a piece of cake. The chaotic time reverse had many uses, and it restricted the opponent greatly. Even if they had 100% of their power, they could only use less than half of it. The three Dragon Emperors were in the same situation. They watched helplessly as Long Chen easily dodged their attacks. Their attacks kept changing shape in the chaotic time reverse, and they lost their original sharpness. Time Rush. When Long Chen escaped from Firmament Dragon Emperor's attack, Eternal Dragon Emperor was struggling to move forward in the chaotic time reverse. He finally reached Long Chen and used the Eternal Time Dragon's magic power. Time Rush was a use of time disorder, and it was very similar to Long Chen's Time Storm. However, Time Storm was a storm within an area, while Time Rush was an attack type, and it was moving. It was like the tide of the sea, covering the sky and covering the earth, and there was no way to avoid it. Long Chen looked up, and the vast power of time seemed to occupy half the world. Behind him were Firmament Dragon Emperor and Eternal Night Dragon Emperor. If he wanted to move forward, he had to fight against Eternal Dragon Emperor's Time Rush. Rumble. Rumble. Standing here, he seemed to be able to hear the sound of the tide crashing towards him. The entire world in front of him seemed to be trembling, and it was even stronger than when he used the Time Storm. In this attack, the Dragon Emperor's power was displayed to its limit. If it were to hit the Eternal Dragon City, it would be able to kill more than half of the people in the Eternal Dragon City. However, in the face of such an attack, Long Chen smiled. In terms of attainment in the Tao of Time, he possessed something as precious as the essence blood of the great Void Aeon Dragon. His foundation was much higher than that of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Although the time tide was powerful, it was not difficult to control. Therefore, he used his will to control the changes in the chaotic time reverse. In the place where the time rush occurred, the flow of time changed. It was possible that the time flow on the left side was several times faster, and the time flow on the right side was several times slower. This caused the speed of the time rush to be affected. Some of it was already in front, and some was far behind. If it had been a small area of effect, the Eternal Dragon Emperor might have been able to maintain the balance. But at this moment, the time tide was being split into thousands of parts by Long Chen. The Eternal Dragon Emperor could only stare blankly as his own attack seemed to be disintegrated by Long Chen. Before it could even reach Long Chen, it had completely dissipated. This made Eternal Dragon Emperor's face turn red. For so many years, it seemed that he had never been so humiliated. Fortunately, at this time, Eternal Night Dragon Emperor had already attacked from behind. She and Eternal Dragon Emperor had always had a tacit understanding. Eternal Dragon Emperor was good at the power of time, and she was good at two. One was night, and the other was time. Now, the magnificent Eternal Night Dragon passed behind Long Chen. Wherever she went, the whole world was changing. In an instant, it was shrouded in darkness. This was a strange kind of night. It was so dark that in an instant, the world in Long Chen's vision became completely dark. He could not see anything. Eternal Night, this was Eternal Night Dragon Emperor's magical power. Until now, they had finally suppressed Long Chen. In fact, it was not that the world had become dark, but that Long Chen was now shrouded in darkness. The three Dragon Emperors exchanged glances and immediately launched a fierce attack. This little brat, he really doesn't give me any face." The Eternal Dragon Emperor laughed heartily. Although he was scolding Long Chen, he was happy and satisfied to see how strong Long Chen was. Very soon, they were dumbfounded. Because even if he had lost his vision, Long Chen was still very sharp. The chaotic time reverse was indeed a territory that he controlled. He could control everything through his perception of time. Every time, at the most crucial moment, he would leave his opponents at a loss. At the same time, with the magical powers of the 4 mystical dragons, the 3 dragon emperors had no way to deal with him. The people below were very stunned. The battle scene was unprecedented, but what shocked them even more was the strength of Long Chen. They could roughly feel that the current Long Chen seemed to be at ease. Blue Fire Emperor could not help but smile bitterly. Back then, he had wanted to kill Long Chen. If he had succeeded at that time, he probably wouldn't know where he would have died, and the Dragon God region would have been plunged into misery and suffering. No matter what, he is worthy of the title of Massacre Dragon Emperor. Now, he had already admitted it in his heart. At this time, the Sky Dragon Emperor gathered billions of starfields and condensed them into a super-strong giant sword in the starry sky. That was the Billion-Star Sword. It was a giant sword that was 10 times bigger than the Sky Dragon Emperor's body. Endless starry power gathered around it, and it exploded with extremely intense light. Billions of starfields rotated, and the super-strong sword chi descended from the sky, rushing towards Long Chen. Such a strong attack, it was the first time that it had escaped the shackles of the chaotic time reverse. Although it was greatly affected, and its strength was greatly reduced, it was finally able to cause a certain degree of threat to Long Chen. Everyone immediately tensed up. However, at this time, Long Chen transformed into the Divine Tao Heart Refining Dragon and used the Sword of Judgment to activate the Saber and Sword Godly Prison. It turned into a black and yellow golden giant sword, and collided with the Billion-Star Sword in the chaotic time reverse. The battle between the 2 strong forces produced a huge shock. Although they were very far away, the aftershock still blasted down, causing Eternal Dragon City to encounter a huge threat. Fortunately, there were other Dragon Emperors here, such as the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon City of Life. That Dragon Emperor used the sacred realm of all beings to protect Eternal Dragon City. However, the Sea of Time was not protected. For a moment, almost all the seawater soared into the sky and then fell down, forming a majestic heavy rain that even blocked everyone's vision. Rumble. Everyone looked up eagerly and saw that at this time, the Dragon Emperor in the sky had been forced back. It seemed that the Dragon Emperor in the sky was at a disadvantage. However, Long Chen immediately encountered a new danger, which was that the Eternal Dragon Emperor and the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor worked together, one on the left and one on the right of Long Chen, activating the everlasting Nirvana Matrix. Long Chen had seen this move before. It was used when they worked together to deal with the Black Yama beast that was born from Long Qinglan's corpse. However, they failed to trap the Black Yama beast. Of course, the current Long Chen was naturally far from being as strong as the Black Yama beast. For a moment, countless white threads appeared on the bodies of the 2 Dragon Emperors. It was the power of time, forming a dense net that covered the entire sky. Then, it surrounded and attacked Long Chen. In fact, in order to set up this everlasting Nirvana Matrix, they had planned for a long time. Finally, with the help of the Dragon Emperor in the sky, they had attracted Long Chen's attention. Although they all said that Long Chen was a treasure, in a battle like this, they still gave it their all to fight Long Chen. Indeed, Long Chen had fallen into their trap. As expected, the older the ginger, the wiser. Now, the everlasting Nirvana Matrix had formed a net that imprisoned him in the center. It then began to shrink. This was the power of the binding of time. In this matrix, it was like falling into a swamp, and it was difficult to move. Unless one had power that surpassed the combined power of the 2 of them, there was no way to tear this everlasting Nirvana Matrix apart. In terms of power alone, Long Chen was indeed not equal to the combined power of the two of them. Therefore, in a moment, he was in a desperate situation. The countless white threads were very fast, and in a short time, they wrapped around his body, wrapping him into a white cocoon, trapping him in the center. One could see how many threads there were. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.